God of death, what kind of God's servant are you offering? Abel asked. The god of death gently waved his hand under the cloak, and a three-headed giant with 6 arms emerged, holding 6 giant axes. Three-headed giants, and their axes are holy objects made by me, the god of death said. Are you really willing? You sacrificed a lot to get that thing back in the day, a god couldn't help but say. What else can I do with it? My followers don't generate much faith, and this thing consumes a lot. I might as well just exchange it for more holy crystals, the god of death added. Abel didn't know what a three-headed giant was, but he could sense the crazy energy coming from it. Just those axes alone was scary. The god of death, how many crystals are you asking for? Abel turned and asked. 20 should be enough, the god of death replied. Abel hesitated. He knew exchanging too many holy crystals would affect the wizard union's sovereignty. Not to mention, he didn't even know if the three-headed giant was actually worth that much. He turned to the goddess of the moon, since she was the one he trusted the most. Abel, three-headed giants are very rare, and they are definitely one of the top holy beings. As long as they stay in a god's kingdom, they can even go against a weak god. She smiled and looked towards the god of wealth when she mentioned weak gods. The god of wealth felt irritated, but he kept quiet. He was the weakest besides thief god Milton. Okay, deal, Abel nodded to the god of death. Blue dragon Abel, I will bound up the three-headed giant with a contract stone. All you need to do is to merge the contract stone with your kingdom, and it will serve under your command. Also, here's a guide about holy beings and God's servant, the god of death said bluntly. From the report of the wizard union, he knew Abel must have an extraordinary bond with thief god Milton. If not, there was no way he had that many holy crystals. Just making a second holy body alone was not something any of those gods could afford. Not to mention that was only what Abel had given to his summon. There was no way he would do that if he didn't have more than enough crystals. But being a god was not as good as being a wizard or even a dragon anyway. After all, gods were always under the suppression of the wizard union. The god of death, here's 20 holy crystals. Abel took out 20 holy crystals and said, Blue dragon Abel, then here's your giant. The god of death then waved, and a layer of bones wrapped around the three-headed giant. The three-headed giant did not resist and quietly turned into a giant statue. The god of death waved again, and a complicated pattern merged as he took out a stone from his portal object and fused them together. Every move he did was extremely clear, so the other gods could be his testimony. Afterward, the stone giant transformed into the stone, and he placed the stone on his spirit connection circle along with a lambskin book. He nodded to Abel, and both their spirit connection circle ignited at once. The exchange was complete, got what they wanted. Abel now had more information about holy objects and gods, and the gods just found a new stream of holy crystals. Altering accumulating for thousands of years, being able to get holy crystals through exchange was wonderful. Because of that, they all bowed at Abel with a smile as the gathering came to an end. But just when Abel was about to step out of his spiritual connection circle, he noticed the god of fire remaining. The god of fire, Abel asked. Blue dragon Abel, I want to talk to you about something in private. The god of fire lowered his voice. Abel frowned. His chances of getting tricked with all the gods would be much lower if they were together. The most he would lose was some holy crystals, which he didn't mind. However, chatting with the god of fire alone was something he wasn't confident about. The god of fire, what do you want to talk about? Abel hesitated. I know a kingdom without an owner, and I want to exchange it with you, the god of fire said bluntly. Although a god's kingdom was created by a god, the followers within it could sustain themselves up to a certain point, even when the god was not around. If something happened to the god when he was away, his kingdom would be ownerless. However, discovering a god's kingdom was almost impossible, since they were all located in a special dimension above the god's territory. There was only one way to find a god's kingdom, and that was moving one's own kingdom into the estimated area of the kingdom, since all kingdoms existed in the same dimension. This meant there was only one way to attack a god's kingdom as well, and that was when two kingdoms collided. When that happens, the god of each kingdom will unleash their power until one party submits. The winner would then take all, including the kingdom and the followers within. It was brutal, and every follower in the kingdom would fight with everything they could. Since it was in a god's kingdom, their souls could be resurrected until all holy power runs out. It was often a long process, and most of the time, a god would only end up with an empty kingdom, so kingdom wars were very rare even in the times of gods. Unless if the kingdom was ownerless. Then a god might be able to get the followers and servants to submit before they get killed. But of course, speed was the key. The god of fire, who does that kingdom belong to? Abel asked. The god of fire hesitated and continued, "It belongs to the god of mountains." Abel didn't know much about gods, but he knew the god of the mountain was a god of the dwarves as well. "Do you know the exact location?" Abel was still skeptical. There was no way a god would let another know about the location of their kingdom. It was their foundation. "The god of mountains and I have a long history. We often visited each other's kingdom as guests, but our attitudes have changed after the times of gods have ended. I decided to side with the wizard union, and the god of mountain decided to fight. Finally he was captured," the god of fire explained. Abel still hesitated. Since they were not on good terms, why didn't the god of fire just invade the god of the mountain's kingdom? "The god of fire isn't invading that kingdom an even better option for you?" Abel asked. "I can't move my kingdom, that takes too much faith." The god of fire shook his head. The god of the mountain was much more powerful than the god of fire back in the days. He not only had 3 god servants, but he also had a team of holy troops. There was no way the god of fire could succeed. Not to mention, the god of mountain was sustaining his faith even after being captured by the wizard union. The god of the mountain was a dwarf god at the end of the day. He didn't want to wipe out his last hope of resurrection. But of course, he would still have invaded it if he was powerful enough. As for how much damage Abel might take by invading, it was none of his business. "The god of fire, how many holy crystals are you after?" Abel asked as he still hesitated. Since Abel had so many hidden powers, invading a kingdom might not be impossible. Just his angel body alone could demolish half gods. As for the second body of Doph, he would be at a huge advantage. Not to mention half god no. One night whale and the few legendary summons Abel were also very powerful. 500 holy crystals, the god of fire's eyes began to sparkle. The moment Abel heard that number, he didn't even want to reply as he began turning off his spirit connection circle. "Blue Dragon Abel, we can negotiate," the god of fire immediately called. 50 holy crystals, Abel lowered his voice, "You can't do that. That's a powerful god's kingdom," the god of fire yelled. "The god of fire, that's the most I will give. You can't put a price on just the location of an ownerless kingdom. After all, I am the only one who is interested. If you can sell it to the other gods, you would have done so already." Abel lowered his voice, the god of fire. The god of fire was upset, but he knew it was true. No god would move their kingdom away from their territory for a kingdom war. If they did, the wizard union would notice and get involved. However, 50 holy crystals were just too little compared to what he expected. He also knew this might be the last time he traded with Abel, since Abel might take huge damage if he really was to invade the god of the mountains kingdom. Abel would realize he tricked him by that point, so he had to get as much from him as possible. "Blue Dragon Abel, you really don't know how powerful the god of mountains was. He had a lot of faith gathered and a huge kingdom of followers." The god of fire tried his best to describe how great the kingdom was. "Oh, so the god of mountains is very powerful?" Abel asked. "Yeah, he was known for his accomplishments in war. He was definitely one of the most powerful one." The god of fire nodded. "Then even 50 holy crystals might be too much. Since his kingdom is that faithful, I won't be able to get much if they all fight to their death." Abel shook his head. Abel wouldn't miss the chance to push the price even lower since he could only get a holy crystal every few months. 50 holy crystals would basically take him a few years. The god of fire's face immediately sank. If the other gods were willing to buy his information, there was no way he would even talk to Abel. But every god who lived through the ages would know about the god of mountains' power. None of them were confident enough to take over his kingdom. This was also why the gods have never been this peaceful among each other. The cost of war was too high, considering how little faith they had. Blue Dragon Abel, 100 holy crystals and I'll give you the location. The god of fire clenched his teeth. Abel did not say a word and started to turn away again. Okay, 50 holy crystals. The god of fire roared so loud even tears began to roll down his cheeks. So how are we going to do the deal? Abel laughed, looking at how miserable the god of fire was. I'll give you the recorded location, and you give me the crystals. The god of fire held down his anger and said, The god of fire, let me ask you something. When did you get that record, and can you guarantee the location did not change? Abel asked calmly. Blue Dragon Abel, I've been to that kingdom back in the day, so of course I know about the location. Moving a holy kingdom needs a lot of holy energy. The god of fire lowered his voice. Back in the day, how many years ago was that? Abel asked again. I don't have the power to move my kingdom there to verify now, but just trust me. The god of fire lowered his voice, but his confidence dropped. After all, the only way to discover a god's kingdom was with another god's kingdom, as they all existed. A special dimension. Even the wizard union was hopeless in finding the god of the mountain's kingdom after locking him up for so many years. The god of fire just couldn't guarantee. It seems like this young dragon was not that easy to trick. He almost thought Abel was stupid when he saw him trading out crystals so carelessly a moment ago. The god of fire, how about this? Give me the location now and I'll verify it. If it is still there, I'll give you the 50 holy crystals. Abel smiled. The god of fire's eyes sparkled fury. But Abel's demand was not too unreasonable for their rank. As long as Abel made a promise, he wouldn't dare to disobey. If he did, his soul would take a huge hit, and he might not be able to progress again in the future. The god of fire was just worried that he would get nothing if the god of the mountain did move his kingdom back in the day. But since Abel and the god of war were not restricted by the wizard union, they might still be able to find the god of the mountain's location after he gave them the initial location. Okay, the god of fire knew he could no longer trick Abel. Blue Dragon Abel, swear on the name of the god of dragons to give me 50 holy crystals if the location is correct. He lowered his voice. Picking the figure one should swear on the name of is very important. The more mighty and related the figure was, the more damage one would get. The reason the god of fire picked the god of dragons was that Abel was a blue dragon. The great god of dragons, Blue Dragon Abel, swear on your name that I will give the god of fire 50 holy crystals if he provides me with the correct location to the god of mountain's kingdom. Abel held up his right hand and lowered his voice. Afterward, a spell pattern appeared in front of him and the god of fire. Confirmed, a great voice then emerged from mid-air. Abel sensed himself getting constricted, but he didn't mind. If he really could find a god's kingdom, he wouldn't mind spending that 50 holy crystals. Actually, there was no need for all these hassles if he was trading with the goddess of the moon. But for someone who was capable of betraying his own race, Abel didn't want to have too much association with the god of fire. After the pledge was finished and the god of dragons had confirmed, Abel got a lambskin parchment through the spirit connection circle. Abel held the parchment in his hand. There was a map he could recognize. The location marked was next to the frosting grounds. The god of fire, that's not the place of dwarves. How come the god of mountain's kingdom is there? Abel asked in confusion. Didn't all gods' kingdoms settle on the territory of their followers? The frosting ground was a human territory. Blue Dragon Abel, the dwarves were much more powerful back in the days, and we are in control of 1/4 of the land in the central continent. But over time, those lands were taken over by humans. The god of fire lowered him once. Abel gazed at the map again and saw the downfall of dwarves. The wizard union really has done its job. But there was no need for the god of fire to lie to him anyway. There was even the exact height of the kingdom recorded. Afterward, Abel turned off the spirit connection circle. But he did not go to the location immediately. Instead, he headed to Doff's kingdom and tested out the holy texts he learned from the other gods. They were very important for the defense of his kingdom. Although a single text might not do much, there were countless texts in the kingdom, and Doff could spend tens of years trying to draw them out. Actually, a new god's kingdom would be at a huge disadvantage in a kingdom war. Not only was its defense weak, but it also didn't have much attack ability. Talking about attack ability, Abel immediately summoned the 3-headed giant and his angel body for analysis. His angel body's power of the will was much more powerful than his human body, so it was better for analyzing the giant. Although he wasn't too worried about the god of death doing anything too suspicious on that giant in front of all the other gods, his kingdom was his final card, and the reason he wanted to make a move on the god of the mountain's kingdom was to save some time for Daf. He was not lacking in holy crystals. In fact, he could even force his angel body to divide some faith to Daf. But this process could still take up to hundreds of years. Although this might not be much to gods, it was everything to someone who needed to fight the demon from beyond like Abel. By that point, Daf also joined in on the scan. Finally, they decided there was no problem with the three-headed giant. The owner of those three double-handed battle axes was the three-headed giant, which meant the god of death did not leave any connection to him behind, which made sense. After all, every god needed the wizard union's approval if they wanted to strengthen themselves. If the god of death wanted to mess with Abel, he would be picking a fight with the dragons as well. Abel happily left the three-headed giant on the golden castle and took out the contract stone. He threw it up in mid-air and the stone vanished. Afterward, Abel and Daf sensed a contract being formed, and the three-headed giant began to break free from its shell. The giant was not as wild as Abel thought. Instead, it got on its knees and bowed at Abel and Daf. "Take good care of the kingdom, I will need you soon." Abel lowered his voice. He then waved his hand, and a strand of faith from the kingdom entered the giant. The good thing about holy beings was that they thrived on faith. Since the three-headed giant didn't have much faith stored up initially, it could only afford to move around. Abel could tell how harsh the god of death was just by looking at the amount of energy this three-headed giant had. It was such a powerful holy being, yet it barely had enough holy energy to get by. But if the god of death did have enough to nourish the three-headed giant, he would not have sold it to Abel anyway. It was no longer the era of God, and there had not been a war between them in the past thousands of years, so there was no need for a powerful God's servant. Abel sensed excitement coming from the three-headed giant. It had been starving for the past thousands of years. However, Abel soon realized why the god of death had gotten rid of this giant. Even after consuming large amounts of faith, it was barely like a starter for it. Abel could still sense hunger, but at least it was no longer staring. Still, he couldn't tolerate his servant getting hungry during battle. There were 100,000 barbarians supporting his kingdom with faith each day, and most of it was used for sustaining it. So Abel took out a holy crystal and threw it towards the three-headed giant. It was a quick mover, and it swallowed the crystal immediately. Almost at an instant, all the faith in the three-headed giant was fulfilled, which also meant the giant would no longer need to take in as much faith from the kingdom from now on. This was what made Abel different from other gods. The three-headed giant flew up from the golden castle and began to petrol around the sky. Now that's more like a god's kingdom. This three-headed giant just added another layer of mystery. I wonder how thief god Milton is doing. Abel suddenly remembered he would need his help soon, so they connected through the soul chain. To his surprise, thief god Milton was unleashing a massacre in a big city of the Holy Kingdom. There were more than 300 preacher guides in the crystal angel statue of his druid soul, and more than 3,000 holy knights' souls. They were all the good works of thief god Milton. Those souls ranged from low-ranked knights. Seems like thief god Milton listened to Abel and focused mainly on weaklings. Since thief god Milton was attacking in his invisible mode, no knight under the legendary rank could go against him. "Thief god, let's stop the mission and return to the entrance," Abel commanded. "Yes, master." Thief god Milton sliced the throat of an intermediate holy knight and quickly speeded back. That knight sensed a chill from his neck. But he managed to survive. Why did that monster let him go? "My lord, thank you for protecting me." He dropped to his knees and wept to the guardian wings. His faith has only gotten stronger from that day. He was sure that the one who saved him was his God. Abel didn't know he had just changed the life of a holy knight, but he couldn't care less as he headed to take back thief god Milton. Although thief god Milton could go through countless magic circles, he could not go through the guardian wings, so Abel had to go get him personally. "Firetooth, let's go." Abel put Doff's second body in his monster wing and speeded out from his starlight protection circle on his battle ford. Things began to go stable, and he was on his way to the shore of the Holy Kingdom. The journey was smooth. He greeted the fire dragon Homan with his energy, but he did not stop for a chat. By that point, every dragon knew Blue Dragon Abel's place was a dragon base. If they wanted to breed their child, registering was a must. As the owner, Abel's status only got higher, and they knew they had to pay him respect. Fire Dragon saw that Abel was in a rush, so he did not interrupt him as well. Abel floated above the shore of the Holy Kingdom, with a gentle spark from his crystal angel statue. He entered the shield that troubled the entire wizard union for centuries. How could he ever have guessed he was even freer than thief god Milton in the Holy Kingdom? Immediately, Abel sensed thief god Milton, returning with a body full of chilling, murderous scent. He knew thief god Milton had been on a killing spree for the past months, but he was not expecting his murderous scent to be this bad. Thief god Milton's soul was a blank piece of paper, created by Abel, but every knight and preacher he killed was a loyal follower. Having so much murderous scent accumulated was imminent. Still, thief god Milton didn't mind. All he did was listen to his master. Abel shook his head. If he didn't take care of those scents sooner, thief god Milton might get tracked down. For a truly powerful figure, the murderous scent was easily distinguishable. Abel got a power of the will attack skill from Headmaster Eugene. Since thief god Milton was his summon, it wouldn't count as disclosing Headmaster Eugene's secret if he thought of him. After he transferred the skill through the soul chain, Abel put him back in the monster ring to let him practice by himself. Abel did not stay long in the Holy Kingdom. Instead, he jumped back on his fire tooth and began to head towards where the god of Mountain's kingdom was located. Although teleportation would be faster, he just didn't trust the wizard union. If he was attacked outside of the Golden Castle, even the dragons would have a hard time helping him. He only has one life, no way he would risk it like this. Therefore, he avoided the wizard union's teleportation network ever since they formed their first grudge. Flying in Fire Tooth was very safe. Even the surveillance circles could not notice it once it was in its invisible mode. Soon, some mountainous terrains began to emerge in front of him. No wonder they called him the god of mountains. Abel ignited the radar of his Fire Tooth and Commander Spirit, but of course, he was not planning to discover the god of Mountain's kingdom just like this. He just wanted to make sure there was no one ambushing him. After all, he just didn't trust the god of fire. After taking a few spines, everything looked normal. He then flew out of the Fire Tooth and began to compare the terrains with his lambskin parchment. The god of fire had marked a specific location, but the terrains have changed a lot in the past thousands of years. Luckily, the most noticeable characteristics still remained, but it just gave Abel some more hassle. As Abel kept comparing, he finally arrived at the location of his target. But how was he going to make contact with that ownerless kingdom? He did not take out Doff's kingdom. Instead, he was confident that he could achieve his means with other methods, and that was that dark gold dimension force in his soul. No matter what dimension that kingdom was located, his dimension force could cut through everything. He compressed his dimension force with his power of the will into a hair-sized needle and poked it out. Just like that, a sharp cut was created in the dimensions, but Abel frowned. He did not make contact with any physical objects in the process. Ever since he fought with Wizard Smith, he realized his dimension force could absorb the power of another world once they made contact. God's kingdoms were basically a world of their own, so the same trick should work on it as well. The god of fire tricked me, Abel mumbled. Although the god of fire was not trustworthy, there was no need for the god of fire to trick him, since he wouldn't get his crystals if he did. But where else could the kingdom be? He began to wave around his dimension force aimlessly, but after 2 miles of cutting, he suddenly noticed some change. Abel immediately paused and began to track down where the change was coming from. Soon, he discovered a small dimension in front of him, but his tiny dimension almost couldn't do any damage due to the strength of the kingdom. But damaging the kingdom was not what he wanted anyway. He already expected everything within it to belong to him, but since the location provided by God of Fire was wrong, should he still pay him? Let's just not risk it. Abel shook his head. Since he still found the kingdom nevertheless, he didn't want to risk facing the god of dragons. He made a marking on the fire tooth's map and began to head back. He was about to have a kingdom war, so he needed to know more about the gods. He should even consult with the goddess of the moon. Abel returned to the golden castle and immediately entered Doff's kingdom as soon as he left Fire Tooth. He summoned thief god Milton on the platform. Although it was Doff's kingdom, thief god Milton was also Abel's summon. They were bound to the soul, so he sensed a natural bond with the kingdom as well. Doff, give the thief god some authority, Abel said. He was planning to make a kingdom for thief god Milton since he didn't have many followers. It might not be able to even sustain itself, so it would be a waste. Sharing was the best, but of course, no normal god would share their kingdom with another. The kingdom was the core of a god. But since Doff and thief god Milton were both Abel's summoners with souls created by Abel, they were basically like brothers. Yes, master, Doff replied. Although the kingdom did not suppress thief god Milton, all of a sudden he felt like the kingdom was a part of him. Abel knew how important the kingdom was to Doff, and he was truly shaking it with thief god Milton by nature. Abel did not distract them. Instead, he just transferred the holy texts he received to Doff and thief god Milton. At the same time, he took out Doff's second body to help strengthen the kingdom. Although there was a limit to how much they could strengthen. Before the kingdom war, it was better than nothing. Abel was confident, but he was still not going to carelessly do something he had never done before. This kingdom basically had 3 gods strengthening it at once. Abel then returned to the Star Light Protection Circle and took out the Spirit Connection Circle. He did not connect to the god of fire just yet. Instead, he called up the goddess of the moon. The circle began to spark, and the graceful body of the goddess soon appeared. Blue Dragon Abel, I'm surprised. You are calling me right after the meeting. The goddess of moon smiled. Unlike humans, time didn't mean much to gods, and they rarely called each other. Gods directly calling each other was very rare. Normally, they would just leave a message since they all had business to take care of. If the person calling the goddess of the moon was not Abel, she might not have answered it. If it was that easy to reach a god, there would be no need for their social gathering. But since Abel had so many holy crystals, the goddess of the moon was more than happy to answer. The goddess of moon. Sorry for nothing you, but I want to exchange some information with you. Abel smiled and bowed. Oh, what do you want to know? The goddess of the moon's eyes sparkled. She loved trading with Abel, the wealthiest man in this world. I want to know something about kingdom wars. How many holy crystals do you want? Abel asked directly. Why do you want to know about that? Kingdom wars are very dangerous. Since your kingdom is just established, there is no way you can go against any other god's kingdom. Please don't attempt it, the goddess of the moon warned. It was not a moral thing to do if she insisted on trading. Abel was a friend she could trust, which was very rare among gods. Even after starting the God Alliance, she didn't trust many of those gods. After all, only the most cunning trader would sign a treaty with the Wizard Union after going through the era of gods. But she could truly sense how genuine Abel was from their interaction, so this relationship was worth developing. Not to mention, she did keep an eye on Abel when Abel was in the elves as well. He really did seem like a good person, and she didn't want to lose a friend because of a kingdom war. The goddess of moon. I can't tell you too much because of a vow, but I promise I won't start a war with a kingdom with a god. Abel laughed after noticing how worried the goddess of the moon was. The goddess of the moon immediately understood. Abel must have found a location for an ownerless kingdom and wants to invade. Abel, I can tell you, but you must be clear on one thing. Kingdoms can no longer be separated once they are connected, which means one side will have to either die or surrender. The goddess of the moon added in a serious tone. Thanks for the reminder, I'll keep it in mind. Abel smiled and bowed. 1 holy crystal, if you want to know. I can lend you 2 battle servants. The goddess of moon waved her hand, and a book appeared in mid-air. Thanks, but I won't be needing those servants. Abel sent over a holy crystal and smiled. The goddess of the moon also smiled since Abel trusted her that much, so she transferred the book to Abel as well. Afterward, both sides turned off their circles, and Abel began to look through the book. Information about kingdom wars was written in fine detail. Afterward, he ignited the spirit connection circle again, and connected to the god of fire. In less than 1 second, the god of fire appeared in front of him. The god of fire looked desperate. "The god of fire, your location was not right," Abel said, and the god of fire immediately frowned. "Blue Dragon Abel, where do you go? Did you search around with your kingdom?" the god of fire quickly asked. The god of fire, "Let me ask you one more time. When did you get that location?" Abel ignored his question and calmly asked back. 6 or 7,000 years, or maybe 8, I can't remember. The god of fire paused and answered. Abel felt his heart dim. How could a god be this forgetful? He got a taste of being a god before in the dark world. They could find every bit of information in their memory easily. Their souls were basically like super-intelligent machines. Even Doph could take care of his followers alone as a god, after depending on Abel for countless years. So Abel just wouldn't believe the god of fire when he said he forgot. "The god of fire, even the location you gave me is not correct. I still managed to find the ownerless kingdom nearby, so I'll give you the crystals." Abel lowered his voice. It was what it was. "Blue Dragon Abel, you are a good man." The god of fire immediately felt his heart lift and laughed. Afterward, Abel directly took out 50 crystals without saying a word. Greed sparked in the eyes of the god of fire as he saw the crystals from the other side. Abel sensed some bad intentions, so he lifted up his head to see a big smile on the god of fire. He shook his head, but he still transferred the crystals over. "Blue Dragon Abel, when are you going to start your invasion?" the god of fire asked. "Maybe a month," Abel said blankly. He then turned off the spirit connection circle, leaving the god of fire, manically holding the 50 holy crystals in his hand above the dwarves. At that same time, Abel sensed the constraints in his soul fading, so he couldn't help but smile. He just didn't know what would happen if he refused to give the god of fire the crystals. After all, obtaining an empty kingdom with 50 holy crystals was still worth it. The days continued on with Abel living in the golden castle and entering the dark world at night. The only thing different was that he had an extra book to read that day. The kingdom war was much more complicated than he thought. The attacking side would always be at a huge disadvantage, since they had to leave their faithful grounds to invade. This would undermine their power on all fronts, since followers on a faithful ground could always pray to replenish a kingdom's holy power. This would be even worse if the battle lasted for a long time. As soon as a kingdom war began, every follower within the kingdom would stop everything they were doing and join the fight with their god. No one would be able to leave until the war finished. God's servants could not be resurrected, but the followers could be resurrected until all faith runs out. There were a few detailed examples of kingdom wars in the book, and they were all disasters. Even the stronger side often takes a huge hit. The goddess of the moon added a final line in her book: "There was no winner in a kingdom war." Kingdom wars are always filled with sorrows. They are the downfall of gods. No wonder she warned Abel not to get involved in one. A month passed. During this time, Doph and thief god Milton had not stopped drawing holy texts with faith. What they needed was much more than what the barbarians could provide, since their faith needed to sustain the kingdom as well. It was a new kingdom, after all. If Abel had another 100 years to accumulate enough faithful followers, his kingdom would be able to run on its own. But he just didn't. He had to divide a bit of faith from his angel body for Doph to use. The weather was perfect in the morning as Abel started his journey without alerting the dragons. Although their relationship was very good, his kingdom was his final card. He never felt safe ever since he came to this world, which was why he created the Golden Castle. But still, its defense could be broken no matter how strong it was. The kingdom, on the other hand, was located in an entirely different dimension, and no one would be able to find it, considering how big the Battlecry Plateau was. Abel stood on the golden castle. Beside him were Doph's 2 bodies, thief god Milton, the 3-headed giant half-god No. 1, and Night Whale. He didn't want any low-rank forces to join. The knights were only there to provide their aura support. "Doph, let's go." Abel gazed over. It had been a month, and Doph was no longer the child he was. "Yes, master," Doph replied. The kingdom began to move at an immense speed in that strange dimension through the power of faith. Faith began to drain at a much faster rate than Abel expected. It was no wonder why the god of mountains did not manage to move his kingdom away even after thousands of years. In a spark, Abel's angel body appeared, and larger amounts of faith gushed out from his hand for support. Compared to the barbarians, the angel body's faith was much greater. With more than 10 million followers after months of killing. Although Abel couldn't grant out too many preacher guides at once, he was still doing once in a day or two. As soon as a new preacher appeared, they would be sent to replace the dead preachers. Since they all thought it was God making up for their misfortune, Abel's operation never attracted too much attention. Of course, who could have guessed it, some citizens of the Holy Kingdom was serving under someone other than the demon from beyond. Large amounts of faith gushed towards Doff's kingdom, like a waterfall. Although half of those faiths would be neutralized due to their differences, the angel body did not need much faith to survive. What it depended on was its own power. Faith was only a way for it to increase its light power. Therefore, lacking faith could only slow down its progress at most. As for other gods, they would die without faith. Abel sensed the speed they were moving. They should be able to reach the god of mountains' kingdom in a day. If he didn't have his angel body, he would have to use some holy crystals. There was no way he could travel that far with the amount of faith he had. During the next 24 hours, Doff's bodies and thief god Milton kept drawing their holy texts. Finally, they were approaching their destination by noon the next day. Abel saw a giant ball-shaped thing with sparkling patterns emerging in that special dimension in front of him. Doff's kingdom only had 500 beginner-rank patterns, and their difference was night and day. There was no way one could achieve that for thousands of years. Abel gazed forward, with his heart starting to pound with excitement. If he could get that kingdom, it would save Doff thousands of years. Maybe he could even find some treasures that belonged to the god of mountains. Let the war begin. Abel did not hesitate and commanded. Doff's kingdom speeded forward like a child running into a giant. But since it was an ownerless kingdom, Abel was not afraid. The two kingdoms collided, and the dimensions began to fuse. All the praying and working barbarians in the kingdom suddenly stopped their task at hand, as the thirst for war rose up. The concrete road and the buildings on the collision point were smashed into sparks of faith. At the same time, he also saw a huge hole open up in the other kingdom. The god of the mountains' kingdom was a totally different beast. There was no sky, no land, just a giant underground hole. Around it was surrounded by rocks and countless more holes. It was just like the underground spaces of dwarves. Soon, tens of thousands of dwarves began to jump out of those holes and formed a troop. They were all equipped with armor with giant iron hammers on their hand while riding giant goats. They speeded forward, and three beings with skins that shined as bright as the sun also sped out with immense energy. The collision point of the two kingdoms formed a void. The only law that applied in that void was fighting to the death. War, 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 both sides began to chant. Considering how few barbarians there were, Doff's kingdom was immediately at a disadvantage, but still. There was no god around, so Abel and his comrades definitely had a shot. Thief god Milton vanished. He was too weak to join a war, but he could still come in handy. Night Whale unleashed his supporting auras and enchanted everyone on Abel's side. Weakening the other side was not a good tactic, since both sides had a kingdom as support. So enchanting was a better option. Open defense, Abel yelled. Doff's two bodies began to spark. A giant wall emerged from the ground of the collision point. Their hardship for the past month was finally paying off. Since they knew they couldn't strengthen the entire kingdom in a month, they focused on building a single wall of holy text. It was at that moment the three gods' servants of the god of mountains arrived. Their energy was on par with the three-headed giant, but since the three-headed giant had a holy axe, its power was a little greater than those servants. The first servant was a bull, not a tauren, but an actual bull made out of the flame. With such an immense fire element, you could just imagine its power. The second was a bear sparkling in lightning, and the third was a giant black rat with green smoke around it. No need to explain, they were masters of lightning and poison. Abel was not planning to kill those servants. Instead, he already recognized them as his own beasts. As far as he knew, holy beings no longer existed on land, so each holy being was extremely valuable. Those three holy beings might be the only ones Abel could ever get. If he killed them, who was going to protect his kingdom in the future? He didn't want to attack. But those beings did not think so. Since a kingdom war had started, there was no more room for discussion. The flames in the bull turned pure white, and it speeded towards the wall of holy text with a roar. That lightning bear also began to spark, and a hurricane of lightning was unleashed. As for that rat, it opened its mouth, and its fangs bit down on the wall of holy texts. The first collision from the bull formed a crack on the wall, and that month of effort from Doff and thief god Milton was taken a hit. The hurricane that followed began to expand the crack. Although the bite from the rat did not do much initially, Abel sensed his faith began to drain. The bull then stepped back and prepared to charge again, while the bear continued its lightning. Abel tested that wall of holy text with the angel body before if he wanted to break it. He would have to unleash 10 strikes at once. If it was slow, the wall would be able to regenerate. However, those servants seemed to be experienced when it came to attacking walls of holy texts. The lightning and poison element continued to drain faith while the bull focused on brute power. Abel shook his head. He couldn't continue like this. But he had to buy thief god Milton sometime. Indeed, thief god Milton had already sneaked into the god of the mountain's kingdom, which was why Abel never attacked. From the goddess of moon's guide, Abel knew there was only one way to spot a god with a hidden ability like thief god Milton, and that was with the power of another god. However, Abel was not facing any gods, and he had noticed that giant temple in the middle of the god of mountain's kingdom shining like a sun. Therefore, all he needed was a bit more time. But it was at that moment the second line of attack had arrived. It was that team of dwarf knights with giant iron hammers. There were more than 5,000 of them, and they all charged forward, roaring their chant as their bodies sparkled. It has been a long time since the profession of knights was banned by the Wizard Union in the central continent. To this day, they could only be found on subcontinents. This was the case for the dwarves as well, and those goat-riding dwarf knights with hammers were a long-lost tradition. They could not fly, and they were not fast, but they were still much quicker than normal dwarves. They stopped 200 meters from the wall of holy texts and lifted up their hammer sparkling in lightning. Although one of them with lightning wouldn't do much, a whole team could output power on par with the lightning bear. If the crack on the wall of holy text continued to expand, it would eventually break apart. Abel shook his head again. Seems like he couldn't do anything, so he threw out a holy crystal towards the wall. In a flash, a golden beam charged forward and formed an energy shield in front of the wall. Although it only lasted 3 seconds before the dwarves broke it, it still gave the wall of holy text enough time to fully regenerate. The three gods' servants roared. Their enemy was right up front, yet they could not attack. If the god of the mountain were around, he would have noticed something wrong, but that was the fragility of an ownerless kingdom. Thief god Milton arrived. Abel smirked and summoned his gray bear and reached a part of his consciousness towards thief god Milton. He could divide his consciousness, but safety was still the key. By that point, thief god Milton had already sneaked into the shining central temple of the god of the mountain. But with the current intelligence of thief god Milton, Abel couldn't let him complete the task he was about to do. After their soul chain was connected, Abel was fully in control of thief god Milton. At that moment, thief god Milton was flying around a glowing ball. It was the sun of the kingdom, but it didn't give out any heat. It was for illumination only. Every god needed to consider the location of their main temple when they were creating their kingdom. But unlike Abel, most of them would prefer to hide it, so it was harder to find during a kingdom war. Abel's golden castle was the most noticeable thing in his kingdom, but the god of mountains did the opposite. He had hidden his main temple inside a sun. But too bad, Abel saw the place where the three gods' servants had flown out, so he knew that was where the main temple was located. There were way too many holes around. He didn't have much time to search around. Abel controlled thief god Milton and approached the glowing ball. Its surface was filled with holy text. But no matter if it was holy text or magic circles, it could not stop thief god Milton. With a wave, his immediate scent changed, and the penetration skill was ignited. He reached his hand towards the ball, and just like that, he was in the temple without anyone noticing. Abel noticed thousands of holy crystals within the temple. Maybe there was everything the god of mountains had accumulated throughout these years. Although most of his followers on land were killed, the souls of the most faithful ones had all returned to the kingdom. Therefore, with this growth in population within the kingdom, the extra faith was all turned into holy crystals. Abel gazed forward and put away the crystals. His journey was finally worth it. With only 50 holy crystals, he got 20 times more in return. Afterward, thief god Milton continued to step forward and came across an office. Abel was not expecting to see an actual office full of books, so he scanned forward. They were all guides to different dwarf professions, including knights, forgery, and preachers. The god of mountains must have realized the power of the wizard union, so he kept all the dwarfs' knowledge in here. But little did he know, he ended up getting captured. Abel did not dwell too long since he was battling with time. In every 10 seconds, a holy crystal would be drained from his wall of holy texts. The office was not going anywhere anyway, so thief god Milton flew forward. Every protection shield along the way was hopeless against him. He was basically invincible in this world. Finally, Abel saw a golden ball glowing on a shrine through the eyes of the thief god. Doff's kingdom also had something similar. It must be the core of the kingdom. Thief god Milton gently placed his hand on the ball, and Abel transferred Doff's energy into it through the soul chain. Suddenly, the shadow of a dwarf in armor with a shield on his left and a hammer on his right appeared within the golden ball. "I don't care who you are, but if you want to take over, you need to take me down first." He lowered his voice. It was the god of the mountain's shadow, but at that moment, a roar erupted, and Doff's shadow also appeared within the golden ball with the ancient totem in his hand. From the energy, Abel knew Doff was at a huge advantage, since he could continuously supply it with energy. But before the god of the mountain even fully registered what was happening, a dagger appeared on his skull and blasted his energy into pieces. There were two gods in a kingdom war. That's right, Abel had made a swift move with thief god Milton. A fight like this was meaningless anyway. What Abel needed was speed, and he had no idea how long Doff would take against that god of mountain's shadow. Meanwhile, in the dungeon of the Wizard Union's headquarters, the god of the mountain's true body was bound up in mid-air in a room filled with magic patterns. He was a 5 meters tall giant dwarf, and he had been like this for thousands of years. Suddenly, he began to twitch viciously out of instinct. That strand of soul he left over in his kingdom was destroyed. His kingdom was his final hope. He wouldn't mind if he was bound up for another 10,000 years. As long as his kingdom remains, his godhead would be able to return one day and regenerate again. There was no way his body wouldn't struggle, but too bad he was hapless against those ancient god-bounding chains. "What's happening?" A top-ranked legendary wizard frowned. He immediately arrived at the god of the mountain's prison and examined the chains and magic circles. Everything looked normal, but he knew something was wrong by the way the god of the mountain was still struggling. He opened the communication circle and reported to Wizard Smith and Wizard Brennan. Soon, the Wizard Union headquarters went into lockdown, and an investigation conducted by the most powerful wizards began. Ever since Wizard Jules disappeared from the Wizard Union, the elites of the Union have suspected that someone has invaded their headquarters. But of course, they would not admit it to the public, and Abel as the main suspect was too prestigious to investigate. Therefore, if something strange was happening to the god of mountains, the Wizard Union would not take it lightly. Meanwhile, Doff's energy continued to corrode the god of the mountain's golden ball. It could take a while, but this process was creating a red glow on the god of the mountain's kingdom. Every single follower of the god of mountains had their eyes wide open, and they soon turned blood red as well. The 3 holy servants immediately stopped their attacks and began to head back to the temple. As for the 5,000 dwarf knights, they continued their attacks, but this time at a much faster rate. Abel got a feeling. If those dwarfs kept attacking, their bodies would be overloaded and damaged. Doff stopped those servants, Abel commanded. He always wanted to test out Doff's strength. Although those servants were powerful, they were not gods after all. Doff's power was always a question to Abel ever since. He became a god. Although he saw how powerful a god-rank wizard was, Doff's fighting skills were completely different. Immediately after Abel's command, Doff vanished from the spot and appeared in front of the 3 holy servants. God could normally teleport to any place they wanted in their kingdom, since their kingdom was basically an extension to their body. Even during a kingdom war, a god could not teleport freely within their own kingdom and the collision point, although most of them could only fly in the kingdom of the other god. Doff's teleportation skills were built into his body, which allowed him to block the three servants no matter how fast they were. All of a sudden, those servants gained a new target and forgot all about returning to the temple. If they wanted to save their master, they had to go through Doff first. The flaming bull howled, and its horns were engulfed in blinding white flames along with its body. It charged forward in mid-air. Even the dimensions have started burning. The bear behind it also cast 10 lightning hurricanes, and the rat squirted out its poison. Since that rat was kept as a servant, it meant its poison would be effective on gods. At an instant, Doff unleashed his strength and battle instinct. However, he did not unleash his god of war ability because Abel had commanded not to kill those servants. The first to reach him was the lightning, but he did not dodge. Instead, an energy shield of holy texts appeared beside him and lasted for 2 seconds before scattering. Still, it gave Doff enough time to take out a black potion to counteract the poison attack that was coming his way. It was the Dark World's poison antidote, and he would be invincible to any poison for a short period of time. The flaming bull had also arrived. Abel Doff held up his ancient totem, struck towards the horns of the bull. Bang! A thunderous bang erupted. With the accumulative power of his enchantments, his strength was almost 25 times more than normal. Therefore, this ended up as the hardest strike Doff had ever done since he became a god. Although the flaming bull was known for its strength as well, it was still no match to a true god. Not to mention, Doff was equipped with all kinds of gear. The flaming bull was immediately sent into critical condition after that collision. The flames on its body began to fade, and its horns were smashed into pieces of crystals. With a roar, its body fell down from mid-air. Although Doff should take a hit from the rebound as well, the ancient totem's special ability has perfectly absorbed all of it. It was perfect, and Doff vanished from the spot again. He reappeared in front of the bear and struck down again with his totem with no tricks to hide. A giant hammer appeared on the bear's hand, and it made contact with the totem. The bear knew very well there was no way he could dodge a god, so he had to counter it with brute strength. Bang! A big dent was created on the hammer, but it was still intact. That thing was clearly a holy object. Still, all the force was transferred over to the bear, and it blasted out with its lightning sparks remaining on the spot. Golden blood dripped out from its body, and both of its arms were almost turned to mush. Doff, don't go too hard, Abel yelled. Those servants would soon be his assets, so Abel's heart also hurt seeing them get injured. Doff slowed down, but he still turned to the poison rat. This time, he only grabbed the rat by his hand as it kept squirting out poison. Abel then turned to the flaming bull again and noticed the power of holy beings in their kingdom. In just 10 seconds, a new horn grew from its head, and it was fully recovered. It then shook its head. Doff's strike made it feel a little dizzy for a while, but there was more than enough faith in his kingdom. This was the case for the bear as well. The wounds in his arms quickly sealed up with faith, and both servants were ready to strike again. But of course, it was just as useless. Doff held the rat with one hand and continued to let it squirt out poison as he blasted the bull and bear away again and again with his totem. It was almost like a big man playing with children. Those servants were hopeless. Doff loved playing with opponents who could not teleport. Their speed was no match to him, so he was fully in control. Meanwhile, those 5,000 dwarf knights were trying their best to take down the wall of the holy text. Although the damage they caused was still no match to the regeneration speed, more and more dwarves began to come for support from the holes. Abel was glad he created the War of Holy Text. If he really was to fight those dwarves, none of them would be able to survive. Although they could be resurrected in their kingdom, there was still a limit to how much burden a soul could take. Abel was already more than halfway in his process of taking over the golden ball in the temple. Soon, this huge kingdom would go under Doff's sovereignty. Abel let out a long breath of relief. He was not expecting to take over this easily. It seems like he was overprepared. Although thief god Milton was the defying factor, Doff's power was still far greater than what he imagined. Abel didn't know how hard it was to create a god, specialized in war during the era of gods. Every god needed to obtain faith before forming their holy body. Those who specialized in the war were not as popular as gods with special abilities. For example, the god of wealth was loved by merchants because he could bring them wealth, and the goddess of earth was loved by farmers because she could bring them a good harvest. The reason why the god of war was only popular among barbarians was that the barbarians were one of the few races who loved war. Their population was nothing compared to ordinary people, so most of the gods who managed to survive to this day were actually not that strong in battles. Doph was lucky because he fully took advantage of the downfall of the god of war, and he had Abel as an assistant. As Abel was still thinking, everything in the god of the mountain suddenly came to a halt. Even the bear and bull were stunned in mid-air. The poison rat stopped struggling in Doph's hand, and all the dwarf knights dropped to their knees from their goats with an intoxicated face. Their faith has ended, and all of a sudden they have become lost souls. Doph has fully gained control of the golden ball in the temple, and Abel remembered what the goddess of the moon wrote. What happened was a moment of faithlessness in the god of the mountain's kingdom, so Abel quickly took over Doph's soul through the power of faith. Soon, faith began to glow out of his body as his voice reached into the ears of every being. I am the only faith in this world, the nourishment of lives. With me around, you will never be hungry again, never be thirsty again. My faithful followers will live on forever. In their faithless state, Doph's success rate was extremely high. At the same time, Abel sensed large amounts of faith began to drain. Abel was stunned how many followers there were in this kingdom. How come it was draining that much faith? He quickly took out 10 holy crystals for Doph, and they turned into the purest holy power. Although Doph's faith was fully replenished, it was gushing out at an alarming rate again. Abel just couldn't understand. How could a god still have that many followers even after being absent for thousands of years? In a short period of time, Abel has gotten a few million dwarf followers, and that number only kept increasing. By that point, the 3 holy servants have also been reawakened. But since they were now under the ruling of a new god, they immediately dropped to their knees. Abel sensed the faith being drained starting to slow down. He just spent 10 holy crystals, which made Doph extremely attractive as a god. At that moment, large amounts of faith began to gush back into Doph from the 20 million dwarves in the god of the mountain's kingdom. Abel was stunned. Every single soul allowed in a holy kingdom needed to be extremely loyal. 20 million was a stunning number. Abel almost doubted his eyes. If every god had this many followers, they wouldn't need to worry about faith ever again. Even after all those years, the god of mountains had the most followers. This was because the population of dwarves was on par with humans back in the days, and now they are not even comparable to the orcs. They were just a little more populated than the elves. Still, the defying factor was the war between the wizard unions and the gods. The only thing that gave the dwarves a sense of security was their faith in God. Considering how many dwarves have died during the war, each of their loyalty was enough to guide them into their god's kingdom. Of course, the humans have taken a big hit as well during the war, but they have slowly rebuilt themselves with time through the support of the wizard union and the vast amounts of land they gained. A smile emerged on Abel's face. He hit the jackpot. Those dwarves are able to give him a stable supply of holy crystals. Not to mention, the god of the mountain's kingdom was far more powerful than Doph's kingdom, and the holy texts within it basically saved hundreds of years for Doph. Those 3 holy servants were not a small deal as well. They were all a rare find, even though they were not powerful enough to take down Doph. Abel knew very well those servants were not weak. It was just because Doph was too powerful with his gears. Take that rat, for example. Doph wouldn't have been able to hold it down so easily without the Dark World's potion. However, another problem soon occurred to Abel. Should he combine the kingdoms or keep them separate like this? Those dwarves have been living in their kingdom for thousands of years, and their environment was completely different from Doph's kingdom. Also, Abel didn't know if there would be a problem with fully combining kingdoms. Maybe it was better to not do anything. He didn't have that much time anyway. What he needed now was to move the kingdoms back to his territory. He took a brief trip around the god of the mountain's kingdom. since it was already a part of Doff's kingdom. He had the highest authority. It really was a strange place. It was filled with holes. Other than the sun surrounding the temple, the rest of the place was filled with rocks. Abel scanned the structure of those holes. They were like honeycombs with countless tiny tunnels within them. Maybe they were where those dwarves lived. Each dwarf had a tiny private space for themselves. It was no wonder. It was only this way the kingdom could hold 20 million dwarves. Therefore, no way they could do it by creating a sky and land like a normal kingdom. Although those loyal dwarves didn't mind living in such harsh environments, Abel wanted a better life for his followers. Just when he was thinking about a solution, the grounds began to shake. "Master, a kingdom has slammed into us. Another kingdom war is beginning," Doff roared. Abel was caught off guard. The only one who knew the location of this kingdom was the god of fire. Although the goddess of the moon was aware of his actions, she didn't know the exact location. The god of fire had also asked him about the date he would invade, so he was almost certain that it was the god of the fire's doing. He put away his angel body and Doff's 2 bodies, and arrived at the collision point with a flash. That collision point scattered his faith once again, which made his heart hurt a little. At least millions of dwarves were killed on the spot, so he needed to use his faith again to resurrect them. Abel stood on the collision point with Doff's 2 bodies by his side and thief god Milton hiding behind him. This time he was about to face a kingdom with a god, so thief god Milton could not enter causally. On the other side was the old god of fire he knew very well. A smirk emerged on his face, and behind him were 500 flaming elves, a special type of holy being. Although they were not powerful, with each of them only possessing the power of a legend, they had a special ability to regenerate with faith. They were perfect for battle during the era of gods. The only downside was that fire was a key element to their habitat, so only the god of fire could do something like that. "Blue Dragon Abel, we meet again." The god of fire turned to Doff and Abel and smirked. "The god of fire, I definitely did not see you coming." Abel slowly lowered his voice. But in his heart he was furious. The god of fire must be plotting to kill him from the start. If not, he would not have started a kingdom war with him. "Blue Dragon Abel, the god of mountains, is a dwarf god. So of course his followers belong to me." The god of fire laughed, seeing the desperate look on Abel. "The god of fire, why don't you strike before me?" Abel asked coldly. "Haha, I was not powerful enough, so I needed a stupid dragon to strike before me." The god of fire laughed. "Are you sure that makes a difference?" Abel continued to lower his voice. "You know what? The only reason I can move my kingdom here and increase my flaming elves up to 500 was all thanks to your 50 crystals. Sure, that's a bit sad, but I am sure that you and the god of mountains have more." The god of fire laughed with greed. His heart had been burning ever since he saw Abel, which was why he was so willing to take this risk. He knew how many dwarves there were in the god of mountains' kingdom, so he was sure that there would be at least hundreds of holy crystals accumulated after all these years. To be honest, he was not afraid of Abel. Doff was the god of war, but he was still a young god. And he was certain he would take a hit more or less after a battle with the god of mountains' kingdom. "The god of fire, maybe you miscalculated something." Abel smiled coldly and waved his hand. Soon 4 holy servants appeared beside him in mid-air. The 3-headed giant, the flaming bull, the lightning bear, and the poison rat. Afterward, they all roared towards the elves. At that moment, a troop of 5,000 dwarf knights also speeded out on their goats. Night Whale was sitting on the back of a dwarf knight with his speed aura fully unleashed. By the time those dwarf knights came to a halt, he had changed his aura into a healing aura, and the resistance of those dwarfs immediately shot up. Half-God No one also arrived with its flaming aura, enhancing the strength of Doff's 2 bodies. "How is that possible? You not only took over all the god of mountains' servants and his dwarves, but you have a forbidden half-god knight as a summon as well." The god of fire's face sank. He thought Abel was a fool, but in fact he was a fool. He also understood why the kingdom between those two had ended so fast. At first, he thought the problem was on the god of the mountains' side, because no god would leave their kingdom untouched for thousands of years even. They could run on their own once enough faith was established. After Abel showed off all his comrades, he turned to the god of fire's kingdom It truly lived up to its name. The most eye-catching thing was the volcano in the center. The surrounding areas were filled with blacksmith guilds. Since the god of fire's followers were blacksmiths, that kingdom had everything they needed. Luckily, a kingdom could not be blackened by the smoke coming from those guilds. If not, their condition would be horrible. "Abel, do you think you can beat my 500 flaming elves with just 4 servants alone?" the god of fire said with his face twitching. He was about to break down. His elves were of legendary rank at most, and those servants were all half-god rank. Not to mention, there were holy knights and 500 dwarf knights on Abel's side. But still, Doph was still a new god. Even with 2 bodies, all he needed was to beat him down by himself and support his elves. If Abel didn't have so many guards around him, he would have gone after Abel already. After all, Abel was only a legendary wizard who was also a young dragon. He could do nothing to a god. "God of fire, I think you should just surrender. You don't have a chance against me." Abel smiled. "We will see about that." The god of fire roared. His body immediately grew into 10 meters before engulfing in flames. Those were not normal flames. In fact, they were filled with the energy of God, and their power was far greater than any wizard spells. He immediately threw out a fireball towards Doph. There was no way a legendary wizard could withstand something like that. But Abel just couldn't understand what was giving the god of fire that confidence. It was clear that their power was incomparable. Doph's second body lifted up the spirit shield. Since it did not have the ancient totem, Abel gave it a rune sword instead, which was almost just as good. Especially after mastering the barbarian skills, it could swing a sword like a club. Although the god of fire's flame was scary, the spirit shield was nothing to underestimate as well. All it took was a little scratch, and the fireball was diffused. But it was because of that move, a kingdom war was set off. The 3-headed giant began to spin in mid-air. It turned into a hurricane with his axe as he charged towards the flame elves. It was too fast, and a flaming elf screamed in agony before flying back into the volcano in a beam of red light. The other elves began to throw out fireballs and firewalls, and the other 3 holy servants on Abel's side also began to make their move. The flaming bull disregarded the fireballs completely and charged towards the elves. However, the flames on its horn were also useless to the flaming elves, so it could only make physical attacks. The lightning bear was in a better position, as it threw out countless lightning hurricanes towards the elves. However, since it needed to dodge the fireballs, it gave the elves some time to recover. The rat was the most hopeless one, since its poison could not reach that far. It tried to get close, but it was also trying its best to withstand the fireballs, since it did not have fire resistance. The one who did the most damage was the 3-headed giant, but the elves it injured always returned to the volcano to recover. In no time, they have fully healed again. This was why the god of fire was so confident. His elves could get injured, but their regeneration speed was scary as long as he had enough faith. They were perfect for a long fight. As flames and lightning filled the area, Doph appeared next to the god of fire and struck down with his ancient totem. His second body also arrived and struck out with his rune word sword. The 2 bodies corresponded perfectly, just like Abel and his angel body. As Abel's summon, they had been learning from their master through the soul chain. But of course, this was only possible after Doph became a god. He was too stupid before. The god of fire was an old monster who lived for countless years. His fighting experience was nothing to underestimate, as he immediately engulfed Doph's bodies in flame to make them miss their strikes. However, it was at that moment, Doph's second body unleashed a battle cry. This did not give the god of fire vertigo, but it made him pause for a moment. In a split second, Doph's second body jumped out of the flame and appeared above the god of fire. Battle mode unleashed and granted Doph immense defense and increased his elemental attacks. The biggest downside to physical attacks was that they were useless to elements. If the god of fire turned into flames, his strike would be useless again. Abel watched from mid-air but did not join. He knew he would be dead just by sensing that energy the god of mountain was giving out. When he saw the god of fire disregarding physical attacks, he began to frown. Seems like this would be harder than he thought. He was much stronger on paper, but Doph really was too young as a god. Doph was fighting on his own, but the god of fire was basically fighting in one with his kingdom. It was at that moment the god of fire threw out a little flame and turned into a little god of fire. Doff unleashed a strike towards it and blasted it into pieces, but he got himself hurt in the process. In a flash of white light, Abel drew an intoxication spell pattern and injected death Kai into it through his druid soul. He then pointed at the 500 flaming elves. A cursed red cloud then appeared above them. And they were all cursed. Since the god of fire always thought Abel was only a legendary wizard, he never thought he could do curses. He completely neglected him from the picture. Curses were the worst thing to his flaming elves. Although it could not kill them, it always had an impact on the soul. Since those elves were not intelligent beings, they immediately stopped their attack after being intoxicated. This gave the 4 holy servants an opportunity. The 3-headed giant charged into the elves again and swiped their heads clean off. Just like a candle without oxygen, their life force immediately faded, and soul beams began to emerge from the god of fire's kingdom. The flaming bull also arrived, and its horn smashed the elf's body into pieces, sending fire sparkles in all directions. As for the flaming bear's lightning hurricane, it was basically killing an elf per second. Lastly, the rat also finally had a chance to take a shot with its poison. But after 5 seconds, those elves regained themselves. Abel wanted to cast another curse, but those elves saw him coming and immediately stepped back. Only 40 elves were killed. Abel was not planning to use his curse again. He was still too weak to join the fight. He had to stay behind his 500 dwarf knights for protection. The god of fire was furious. His heart hurt from the death of his flaming elves. He spent all 50 holy crystals from Abel on them, besides moving his kingdom. He was willing to sacrifice all faith he had accumulated in this war. Even if Abel was willing to let him go, he would not be able to support his flaming elves. Also, since Doff and his second body went berserk, he could no longer use flame transfer to dodge them. He was so confused. How could a god grasp a professional skill? Every new skill mastered by a god was extremely difficult. Besides what they had naturally, they weren't supposed to be capable of getting barbarian skills. It was unbelievable. The god of fire kept stepping back. Ever since he saw Abel's ability to do curses, he knew he had to drag out his distance. He wanted to move the battle from the collision point into his kingdom, but he knew this would be hard as he kept changing shape to dodge Doff's attack. But Doff was not having a good time either. Flames burned his body as he made his move. Still, the damage was not too bad. The god of fire blasted his flame outward and engulfed Doff again. But this time, a little spark dropped down and continued to burn. Soon, Doff was lured into the god of fire's kingdom. Although the burning flames were damaging the areas around them, the god of fire had no choice. If he didn't make his most powerful moves, he might die. The followers from both sides charged into the collision point, but they were all stopped by the burning flames. Since the god of fire had returned to his kingdom, he kept teleporting, and the battle became easier once again. Despite Doff's speed, he still couldn't catch someone teleporting. At that moment, a wave of holy flames struck down on Doff's second body and injured it badly. Initially, he would be able to regenerate with faith, but he was no longer in the collision point, so he had to take out a purple potion and pour it in. In a purple spark, all his injuries were recovered. Abel kept his eyes on the battle and noticed Doff's weakness. He lacked long-range attacks, and his speed was still not fast enough for someone who could also teleport. As the battle was entering the climax, Abel's worries began to lift as the battle was sliding towards the god of fire's kingdom. His kingdom was still safe, especially since he noticed how much faith the god of fire's kingdom was draining. Even that volcano in the center was burning dimmer. He knew the god of fire did not have much faith stored. Up and 500 flaming elves were just too much for him to support. The god of fire noticed that strange potion Doff just took, and he knew he was in trouble. He thought there was no way a new god could go against an old god, no matter how gifted that new god was, but he did not see Doff's potion coming. The god of fire turned his gaze to Abel, and his heart began to pound. The battle had gone on for 10 minutes, and his flames were starting to dim. The areas he was hit were no longer generating as fast, which meant he was running out of faith. A vicious look emerged on his face as he reached his hand down to grab something. There were countless blacksmith guilds under him, and every object immediately turned into the purest faith and charged towards him. Those were the homes of his followers, and what he was doing could drastically impact their faithfulness. He knew he couldn't do anything too violent to his followers, even in his kingdom. He was supposed to care for them, so they would keep supporting him with faith in return. Once a follower becomes unfaithful, they will cease to exist from his kingdom. But the god of fire had no choice. If he didn't repair his body, he wouldn't be able to continue the fight. He also noticed the flaming elves were regenerating slower, and a few more had died. Abel was starting to see the light of victory as the god of fire kept deconstructing his kingdom to replenish his faith. But at the same time, he felt a little uneasy since those guilds would be his future assets. Although one could create anything by will in a kingdom, the materials needed to be based on the elements of the kingdom. There was a limit to those elements, and they could not regenerate once turned into faith. Therefore, what the god of fire was doing was directly damaging the rewards Abel was going to get. Suddenly, Abel waved his hand, and the 500 dwarf knights charged towards the flaming elves. The only one staying behind was his gray bear. They lifted up their hammer, and a wave of lightning swiped across the elves. A few of them were numbed for a moment, which gave the three-headed giant a chance to take their elves. The flaming elves threw a beam of flame towards the dwarf knights, but most of them were counteracted by their energy shield, and the remaining small amount was compensated by Night Whale's healing aura. At that moment, the unnoticeable rat also engulfed 50 elves in his poison, and their flames began to dim. Poison was the most annoying element after all. Those elves were initially holding on as more faith rushed into them, but as time went on, their sparks have fully faded into the void. All 50 flaming elves were dead, which was the most killed so far. It was just a matter of time until all those elves were dead, and Doff, on the other hand, was basically playing hide and seek with the god of fire. The god of fire would occasionally throw out a flame attack, but they were all useless. He was not at any advantage, his faith was running out, and his elves kept dying. As for his followers, they were all blacksmiths who couldn't fight. What tricks does the god of fire have up his sleeve? Abel thought as he kept his eyes out. Suddenly, he saw a little flame on the ground increasing in size drastically. At the same time, the god of fire's body immediately vanished from mid-air, and Doff missed his strike. It was a special skill of the god of fire. He could transfer his body onto any flames. The little sparks he scattered out a moment ago were for this purpose, and Abel never paid too much attention. It was the god of fire's plan all along to skew the battle towards his kingdom. So once the dwarf knight charged forward, Abel would be left defenseless. Abel never truly got a taste of how powerful those 5,000 dwarf knights were. They were all equipped with the finest gears of the dwarves, and they were basically holy objects when used together. Since they were not holy beings but the most talented followers of a god, they could not only regenerate with faith, but also resurrect themselves. Therefore, even though their attacks were not powerful, their defense was one of the most powerful in the kingdom. There was no way the god of fire could approach Abel with them around, but now he finally could. Blue Dragon Abel die. He roared and fixed his holy energy on Abel as he charged out from the flame. He could not win against Doff, but he knew Abel was the true mastermind, and he would win once he captured him. The god of fire was an old monster who survived in the era of gods. He seemed like he was taking a big risk, but he was actually calculating every step. He deliberately created the illusion that he was running out of faith, even if that meant killing some of his flaming elves. If not, Abel would not have fallen for his trap and sent out his dwarf knights to attack. The god of fire charged forward while fully suppressing Abel, but Abel remained calm. Considering their distance, even half-god no, one couldn't move, let alone protect Abel. The gray bear let out a roar in front of Abel and was also suppressed. The god of fire then swung his hand, and the gray bear was blasted away in flames. Its health immediately began to drain in mid-air and automatically returned to Abel's monster ring. But there was one thing the god of fire did not see coming. The one he suppressed was only Abel's human body. Behind him was a god-rank angel body. When the god of fire was dealing with the gray bear, a shadow flew out from Abel, and the god of fire felt his heart drop. He sensed energy similar to the demon from beyond. Fear sparked in his eyes. It was an instinct when facing a powerful life form. The four wings behind the angel body violently lashed out, and faith rushed in from the crystal angel statue. Suddenly, the angel's body turned 5 meters tall, along with its gears. Abel was the one in control, but he never knew he had this ability to change size. The demon from beyond, no, you are not the demon from beyond, the god of fire gasped. He regained himself from the shock, but he was still stunned looking at the four wings behind it. He knew the demon from beyond only had 2 wings back in the day. Although this angel might not be as powerful, they were the same kind, and it must be even more prestigious. The angel's body did not attack immediately. Instead, he put on the monster ring and put Abel's human body into it. His human body was only legendary rank. It had no chance of surviving under their attacks. Of course, I'm not the demon from beyond, I am Abel, Angel Abel. Abel lowered his voice. It was a kingdom war, and there could only be one survivor, so Abel did not hold back. You traitor, you will be destroyed, the god of fire roared. You are wrong, no one did more damage to the evil kingdom compared to me. I've invaded their temple and stolen many treasures and holy crystals. Do you recognize this sword and shield? I've even got the demon from beyond's armor and portal back. Because of me, it can only fight barehanded once it reawakens. Who else can do something like this? Abel spoke out his secrets at once with confidence. No, you must be working for the demon from beyond, the god of fire roared back. Of course, he recognized that sword and shield. They took the lives of countless powerful figures. Talking to you is useless, let's fight, Abel gazed coldly and said. The god of fire did not strike. Instead, he stepped back immediately. He remembered a way to deal with the demon from beyond. Back in the day was to drag out the distance to avoid the blizzard of chaos. However, the angel's body was much faster than him after the charge enchantment, and it arrived in front of him in an instant. The god of fire threw out a giant fireball to block, but the scary thing about the angel body was its precision. The holy sword's light energy immediately turned the sword into light and penetrated the fireball like a hot knife on butter. The god of fire's flame was enchanted by holy energy, but the light energy was the purest form of energy. It was on a superior rank. The only thing that could go against it was the energy from hell. You could tell this just by looking at Abel's druid soul. His death kai and natural force would be burned by the light energy as soon as Abel decided to unleash them. The god of fire saw his fireball being penetrated and immediately flashed away. Of course, he was not going to enter Abel's kingdom. He wouldn't be able to teleport if he did, so he decided to return to his own kingdom. If he could somehow suppress the angel's energy, he still had a chance. He didn't want to go head-on-head with the angel. He knew recovering from light energy would be very hard. Back in the day, he took a strike from the demon from beyond, and it took him a few hundred years to heal. After seeing the angel's body again, the best thing to do was escape. The angel body did not teleport. Instead, Abel had an idea. Since his body has gotten bigger, does that mean his mount would get bigger as well? His angel body immediately struck back down and summoned back wind from his monster ring. His angel body jumped on and began expanding again. Just as he expected, light energy began to travel down, and black wind also expanded. Soon, even a light shield was created. That light shield could counteract any energy below the rank of the angel body, and all the damage it took could be absorbed by the angel's body. Abel didn't know if his angel body needed a mount, but why not? Black wind could teleport naturally. Since his angel body was always suppressed in the dark world, he never had the chance to do something like this. The god of fire, try running now, Abel laughed. Back in the Holy Continent, he always battled the orcs on Black Wind, and sitting on Black Wind again made him very nostalgic. Black Wind was also very happy. Although the one sitting on him was an angel, he knew it was still his master through the soul chain. Fighting with its master was always what it wanted, especially in the face of a powerful enemy. Black Wind unleashed a move in a flash and appeared where the god of fire was. The god of fire threw out another fireball and disappeared into his kingdom once again. It was a tense battle, but Abel also had another thing in mind. Half of his consciousness was actually on thief god Milton, and thief god Milton had already entered the god of fire's kingdom and was approaching the volcano, which was where the main temple must be. The volcano was actually a magic circle made from holy texts, which was something Abel did not know how to do. The god of mountains library might have something about it, but he did not have time to check yet. Still, even a magic circle made from holy texts could not stop thief god Milton's penetration skill, since he could basically immediately any form he wanted. Abel did not enter the volcano immediately. At the center of the volcano was an empty space with magic cards laid out in a strange order. A special circle, Abel wondered. Everything looked very strange, and this magic circle was giving out a completely different energy. He paused and counted for a moment. There were 600 magic cards. They formed a giant pentagon with smaller pentagons in the center. Those pentagons' energy was connected, and they were all made with light wind iron. Light wind iron was the ingredient for holy objects, so each magic card was a holy object. Abel could just imagine how serious this magic circle was. He never saw so many holy objects in one place. Luckily, this magic circle was not ignited, so Abel could still see the patterns on those cards. Once it was ignited, the only thing visible would be the volcano only. Abel hesitated. This must be the god of fire's final card. He could make a move right now and destroy it, but that would be too obvious. He was in the god of fire's kingdom, so any odd moves would be noticed. Then let's not give the god of fire any time to notice. Abel continued to move in a flash on black wind with his angel body. His angel sword turned into a beam of light and immediately caught up to the god of fire. Doff's second body wanted to help, but Abel commanded him to kill the fire spirits instead. It was basically impossible to capture a teleporting god, so there was no need for Doff to be around. Doff's arrival was putting an end to those elves. He killed an elf with each strike. Since both of Doff's bodies could teleport, those elves had no chance of escaping. Abel's other consciousness kept controlling thief god Milton and appeared by the side of the pentagon magic circle. He reached out his hand and replicated the energy of the circle. Abel was not planning to take away all 600 magic cards with thief god Milton. If he did, he knew he would need to damage them, and the god of fire would definitely notice something going on. Therefore, he reached out his hand with a strand of holy energy that matched the magic card's energy. It was a special skill, altered from the penetration. He could replicate an object with holy text that could be separated from him. A magic card made from holy text appeared on his hand. With a gentle tap, the original magic card on the magic circle went into his portal bag, and he replaced it with his replicate one. The god of fire suddenly noticed a change in energy. But it soon returned to normal again. He shook his head. He just couldn't afford to get distracted, but he knew he had to speed up. Since thief god Milton did not find the main temple in the volcano, he exited and started to search again. He hadn't expected this god of fire to be careful enough to hide his temple away. But Abel had no choice anyway. The flaming elves was soon decreasing to only 100 with Doff around. The god of fire has totally miscalculated Abel's power. If Abel did not have his angel body, he would have won already. But he was the one who picked the fight at the end of the day. He had to take responsibility. The god of fire kept teleportation going while sensing the death of his flaming elves. His heart started to race. So he turned to his volcano. It was where his proudest work was, and it was the reason he gathered so many light wind iron and stayed poor all these years. With a magic circle made up of 600 magic cards, he had created a god-bounding circle. Even if a few gods decided to invade, they would be stopped. Of course, a god-bounding circle was not invincible. Not only was the setup complicated, but the energy wave it created was also a hassle. However, the god of fire saw this coming, so he set it up within his volcano to block out others from noticing its energy. Seeing the god of fire speeding towards his volcano, a strange smile emerged on Abel's face. He knew it, that magic circle really was his final card. Bound, the god of fire yelled as the angel's body appeared in front of him. At an instant, the volcano erupted, and giant flames shot up. Afterward, countless golden beams of holy texts appeared around the angel body, with strange energy suppressing it. However, the angel body was the possessor of light energy, and both energies were clashing violently. Black wind could no longer move in a flash. The god bounding circle locked it up in dimension force. This gave the god of fire a chance. As long as the angle body could not move, he would be able to concentrate all his force on a single blow. Large amounts of holy energy gathered in his body and turned into a sharp blade of flames. He had almost used up half of the energy in him, and he was sure no good could survive something like this. He teleported in front of the angel body and struck out a near distance to maximize its power. But suddenly, his god-bounding circle cracked. It was the work of a merely replicated magic card. Since the god-bounding circle was giving out full power to suppress an angel, every component needed to be perfect to carry out that vast amount of energy. Abel sensed pressure lifted off his body when the flaming blade was inches from him. He knew his angel body would be fine even if it took the strike, but since he was now free, all it took was a little twitch, and the god of fire missed. Violent fire elements that could take down a god then blasted it behind him, and the angel body immediately followed up with a slash with his angel sword and chopped the god of fire's body in half. "Damn you, I'll kill you." The god of fire roared before he even realized what was happening. He wanted to teleport his top half away, but the light energy was burning his wounds. A normal professional would be dead by now, but a god could still survive after losing half of his body. He could have regenerated, but not with the light energy. The bottom half of the god of fire dropped towards the ground lifelessly. With the light energy around, he also could not teleport, so there was no way Abel would miss this chance. He was furious at the god of fire. The god of fire not only betrayed his kind, he even tried to trick him. If he did not see his final card coming, he might be killed. The angel's body unleashed a shield strike on the god of fire's upper body, and he was helplessly struck down. In the god of fire's current state, he was knocked out for a second. The angel body immediately put away its sword and shield as he crazily beat the god of fire up with its bare hands. This was because Abel didn't want to kill the god of fire. If he had killed him without preparation, he would not have gotten his godhead. The god of fire turned into a punching bag for the angel's body. With the enchantments from the four wings, no being would be able to withstand. The god of fire has never felt a burning sensation ever, since he became the master of fire. But the angel body was adding more light energy on him with each strike. The god of fire was burning, and he felt like it was a huge joke. But it was true. The burn created by the light energy was even more vicious than flames, and the god of fire's energy was draining. Abel sensed the god of fire losing the power to resist, but he still wasn't going to let his guard down. He knew a god would always have tricks to do until the last moment. Indeed, the god of fire really was trying another trick. He was trying to connect to the main temple on the outer walls above his kingdom. The reason not many gods would do something like this, as if the collision of a kingdom war happened to be where the main temple was, that God's kingdom would lose control before the war even started. But if it was not destroyed in the process, a temple built out of holy text would be able to unleash ultimate self-destruction. Once it happened, the kingdoms would no longer be able to merge, and no faith would be able to save it. Therefore, if the god of fire made this move, his kingdom would vanish even if he did not make a single scratch on Abel. His train of thought was simple. If he couldn't have it, no one could. He has been planning his whole life. He was not the most powerful god, but he definitely did his best. However, when he was still trying to connect to the main temple, a chain appeared on the angel's body's hand. The chain immediately sensed the god of fire and automatically expanded around the god of fire. Suddenly, he sensed his power of the will being chopped off. "God-bounding chain, how?" the god of fire yelled in shock. Every god who survived knew about the power of a god-bounding chain. They were what the Wizard Union used to chain up the most powerful gods and harvest their energy. The god of fire had lost himself. The faith in his kingdom could no longer enter him, and his power of the will could no longer reach beyond his body. He was a prisoner to Abel. "Bad luck, the Wizard Union has given me this toy." Abel smiled from his angel body. A god-bounding chain was a treasure, but the Wizard Union had to give it to thank Abel for sealing the dimension crack. Abel felt his heart settling after seeing the hopeless God of fire brought wrapped around by the God-bounding chain. He turned to the sky and sensed dangerous energy that had just appeared. Thief god Milton immediately flew upward. Since the god of fire was no longer in control, thief god Milton was even more invincible. But of course, Abel was still the one directing the god of fire. Since the god of fire was trying to connect to his temple, its hidden state was diffused, and thief god Milton soon tracked down its location. However, Abel could sense the scary fire element within the temple, even through thief god Milton's body. The surface of the temple was etched with strange patterns. It was unlike any other temple. Although Abel had not seen many main temples, he knew most of them were made with defense in mind, according to the goddess of the moon. But this one was made for attacking. Abel felt a chill running down his spine. If his angel body did not make a move quicker, he might be in big trouble. But still, he used the penetration spell before smoothly entering the temple. The inside of the temple was completely empty. Not a single collectible could be found, which made sense considering how dangerous this temple was. But in the center of the temple was where the glowing ruling orb was. Thief god Milton changed his scent again and jumped through all the holy text magic circles. They were normally much stronger than magic circles, and even the most powerful magic circles makers could not wrap their heads around their complexity. Maybe there was no one other than thief god Milton who could do something like this. Thief god Milton smoothly arrived in front of the glowing orb and placed his hand on top. At that instant, Doff exited his battle with the flaming elves with a flash. Through Abel's soul chain and the hand of thief god Milton, Doff's soul was carried to the glowing orb. There was a strand of soul left over by the god of fire within the orb, and it immediately turned into a flaming giant when it saw Doff's soul entering. But there was one thing the god of fire's energy did not notice. Thief god Milton's soul had also entered. Unlike Doff's soul, thief god Milton was totally in one with the soul of the orb. During a battle between souls, Doff would be at a huge risk since every damage he took would be permanent. As the god of fire's soul charged towards Doff's soul, a black dagger suddenly appeared in mid-air and penetrated the god of fire's soul. Immediately, it began to fade away. No, the god of fire roared within the god-bounding chain. Although he was expecting to lose, he still couldn't bear the pain when it actually occurred. This was his kingdom, and he had gone through countless struggles to reach where he was from a normal dwarf. He trampled on the corpses of many, laid out countless evil plots, and finally avoided the holy war to become one of the few surviving gods in the era of wizards. However, those things were all history from now on. Abel, I will return to burn you to the ground, the god of fire roared. It was at that moment Doff's soul began to corrode the glowing orb, and a strange bloody red glow appeared above the god of fire's kingdom. It's the dawn of a new kingdom, Abel mumbled calmly. The red glow sent all the dwarves into a frenzy as they picked up their hammers and speeded into the battlefield. The god of fire felt his energy draining. He knew he would soon fall into an eternal slumber. But he was not afraid. He was a god. He still had a godhead. As long as the professions of blacksmith still exist in the dwarves, he would rebuild his body with time, even if it took tens of thousands of years. The red glow soon faded, and Abel sensed that the god of fire's kingdom was now his. The 4 holy servants and the 5,000 dwarf knights stopped their attacks. They've won. The angel's body let out his human form angel and disappeared. The god of fire, you lose, Abel smiled. Yes, Abel, I've lost, but you still can't kill me. The god of fire still retained his pride until the last moment. You are wrong, just wait until I've taken all of your followers, Abel replied with confidence. At that moment, the thunderous voice appeared in mid-air. Follow me, I am your only faith in this world. I am the nutrition to live. With me around, no one will ever be hungry. No one will ever be thirsty. Follow me, my followers will live on until eternity. Those hapless followers were almost defenseless, so they immediately accepted Doff. Abel got a rough idea of how many blacksmiths dwarfs there were in this kingdom. Around 32,000, Abel was stunned. Not because it was too much, but it was too little. The god of fire was a god from the era of God. How come he had so few followers? Little did he know. All of the god of fire's followers were professionals, and professionals tended to be less faithful. The god of fire was already not one of the most respected dwarf gods during the era of God due to how hard it was to be a blacksmith. And since the wizard union took over, many dwarves have given up the blacksmith profession for wizardry. This was why he only had 32,000 followers, but Abel soon discovered something even more shocking. This time was for the better. Within those 32,000 blacksmith dwarves, 5,000 were grandmasters and all the others were masters. The god of fire. I've never seen so many grandmasters before. I'll give you my respect, Abel couldn't help but say. A bittersweet look emerged on the god of fire's face. Each of those grandmasters was his blood and bone. He tried all kinds of tricks to attract Master Blacksmith to become his follower, and this process was more difficult than anything anyone could imagine. But it was also because of their help he could make that god-bounding circle with those 600 holy cards. His kingdom was basically a factory, and he was always able to trade secrets. Therefore, his master blacksmiths had endless amounts of resources and endless amounts of forgery to do, which was how he ended up with 5,000 grandmasters. This was more grandmasters than the dwarves have ever had since the era of God. In order to guarantee each blacksmith in his kingdom could become a grandmaster, he rejected every blacksmith below the master rank from entering. At that moment, all of those efforts were taken away one by one, right in front of him. His heart was in pain. All he wanted was to kill Abel. But at the same time, he knew he had brought it onto himself by being too greedy. The god of fire, you know. I'm a grandmaster blacksmith as well. I'm happy to get so many grandmasters by my side. Abel continued to provoke the god of fire. One day I will take everything back, the god of fire grunt. Doff, let's go home. Abel turned away and said. Yes, master. Doff's voice then emerged beside Abel. Afterward, the three merged kingdoms began to travel in that strange dimension. Since their size has increased, their speed has been noticeably slower. The god of fire, now let's finish our business. Abel then turned back and smiled. There's no way you can kill a god with your rank. The god of fire continued to sound confident. Abel was only a legendary rank. A god could kill him with a finger. Abel smiled and reached out his golden dimension force from his soul. Dimension force, how? The god of fire was stunned. But he was actually exaggerating. His holy body was almost destroyed, so he was betting that Abel didn't know that a god's godhead would be freed once their holy body was fully destroyed. Still, dimension force was something even a god couldn't control, let alone a legend. Although most gods could use dimension force to expand a kingdom or do teleportation, it was a completely different story compared to using it as a weapon. By that point, the god of fire just wanted Abel to hurry up and destroy his body. He didn't want to end up like the other gods and get trapped forever. It was basically worse than death. Abel did not strike the god of fire with his golden dimension force. Instead, he spread it around the area. Abel, I will be back one day and take back everything that belongs to me. The god of fire laughed. No need to hurry. I discovered something interesting when I destroyed the god of war's body. I want to test it out. Abel smiled as he continued to form a net with his dimension force. What did you discover? The god of fire felt his heart drop. The godhead typically escapes through dimension portal once the holy body was destroyed. Have you ever wondered why Doff has two godheads? Abel continued to smile, especially seeing how the god of fire tried to trick him again. The god of fire's face sank. What Abel knew was not documented on any guides. Only the gods who lived through the era of God would know. Where does it come from? The god of fire asked. When I ignited the god of war's holy body, the areas around me were filled with dimension force so it couldn't escape. Abel smiled. Abel, no, I'll sign a contract with you. No. The god of fire immediately realized his fate and cried frantically. He was promised an immortal life. There was nothing scarier than death. He could no longer care about his pride as a god as he cried. The god of fire, how would my heart ever be settled with you around? You've even betrayed your own kind. Abel shook his head. He knew there was no way he would let such a cunning god stay, not even with the power of a contract. For every powerful summon of his, he would make a new soul for them. No, I beg you, the god of fire continued to cry. Abel was not moved by his words, not even a little. He continued to set up his net. Once it was formed, Abel felt like the net was almost a part of himself. "Goodbye, the god of fire," Abel said with respect. At the end of the day, the god of fire was a god, an immensely powerful figure. "Curse you, I will curse you in hell," the god of fire roared with his last bit of energy. Abel couldn't help but laugh. Hell, there was no one in this world who understood hell more than him. Afterward, Abel let loose of the god-bounding chain with his power of the will, and his golden dimension force pressed onto the god of fire like a hot knife on butter. The god of fire was no longer screaming. The outer shell of his body melted by the dimension force. He was defenseless. Although a god might be able to withstand normal dimension force for a while, Abel's dark gold dimension force was a few times more powerful. Throughout this process, Abel had his world stone fully ignited and made sure every step was done perfectly. Even the god of fire's muscles and bones were melted. Although he was still regenerating with faith, the effort was trivial considering how little faith the god of fire had in the first place. Finally, the god of fire had broken down, and his power of the will, his soul, and the final bit of firepower entered the godhead. But since the dimension force was tightly wrapped around it, every time it tried to enter the dimension portal, it was rejected and bounced out again. Just like that, Abel reached out his hand and grabbed the godhead. He could still sense its warmth. He then put away the soul chain. He was not expecting it to come in so handy. Meanwhile, a master blacksmith dwarf, Master Combe, was finishing a battle axe in Furnace City. He took the axe out from the ground fire and struck down with a few young dwarves watching beside him. Suddenly his face twitched, and his hammer struck on the side of the hammer. Just like that, that extremely valuable hammer needed to go to the trash. Considering the quality standard of the dwarves, they couldn't tolerate a single bit of imperfection. Master Combe's students were stunned. Their master missed. However, Master Combe did seem to care. Instead, he dully stared into the ground fire with a hint of sadness. He sensed that something important to him was gone, and tears automatically rolled down his cheeks. "Teacher, are you okay?" his students asked immediately. But Master Combe ignored and continued to stare at the ground fire. He was not the only one. In fact, hundreds of well-known blacksmiths were going through the same thing. Soon the news traveled to the royal palace, and King Dunba's face sank. "King Dunba, what happened?" Wizard Farah was the first law-defying wizard dwarf to be called in, and he asked immediately. 536 holy trauma happened today. King Dunba lowered his voice. Holy trauma, the other dwarves were confused. They were all blacksmiths, and it will take at least 3 days for them to recover. King Dunba continued. Who died? Wizard Farah was stunned. He was one of the most powerful elites of the dwarf. But since the dwarves sided with the wizard union, they were normally neutral towards the god of fire. And Wizard Farah did not know much about him. But still, every race originated from a god, and they had only survived for so long because faith has provided their foundation. Therefore, if someone wanted to pick a fight with the dwarves, they would need to consider the god of fire. There was only one explanation in regards to why the god of fire's followers had holy traumas. Their god had died. The impact of a holy trauma depended on how faithful a follower was. The worst-case scenario was creating a lost soul, but most would be able to recover in a few days. The lack of faith that follows might be a bigger problem for someone who placed their faith in a god for a very long time. That emptiness would destabilize their soul. Should I stop the news? Wizard Farah asked. No need, it is too late. With no god on our side, we will be fully integrated with the wizard union from now on. King Dunba lowered his voice. I heard Blue Dragon Abel's summon has become a god. Do you think this is related? Wizard Banyard added. The palace fell silent, and everyone began to wonder. Those gods have existed for thousands of years, and Abel was the first one to disrupt the system of gods. It was just too much of a coincidence. Call Blue Dragon Abel. Send him our forgery materials with a heavy gift to celebrate the birth of the new god of war. King Dunba gazed around and commanded. All the dwarves understood. Even if Abel was not the one who killed the god of fire, strengthening their relationship with him was a wise move during the weakest time of the dwarves. But if Abel was indeed the one who killed the god of fire, it was none of their business to get involved. As far as they knew, there was no way Abel would pick a fight with an old god. so it must have been the god of fire's wrongdoing. As for how Abel managed to kill the god of fire, it was also none of their business. What they needed to do was to signify their stance. What happened in the dwarfs has quickly spread through the powerful figures, and soon even the gods have gotten the report. The only one who knew a bit more was the goddess of the moon, since Abel asked her for information about kingdom wars. The goddess of the moon knew the god of fire was trying to trick Abel, but Abel just wouldn't listen, and she didn't have enough information to get involved. To her surprise, the god of fire was the one who got killed. But what attracted her the most was how the god of fire died. Holy trauma, they were very rare even in the times of gods. In order to truly kill a god, one must obtain their godhead. But even in the most dangerous circumstances, a godhead could escape through a dimension portal. If Abel really had gotten the god of fire's godhead, he would be able to obtain his ability. Seems like I need to treat Abel even better. The goddess of moon smiled. She was already very happy with the way she interacted with Abel, so she was not afraid of Abel killing her. But on the other hand, the god of wealth was shivering. He did not make a good impression on Abel. If Abel really had the power to kill a god, then underestimating Abel would be the worst mistake he made in his life. Therefore, he decided to call the goddess of the moon to be a middleman. Since Abel liked holy object materials, he began to wonder what he could offer. Abel didn't know about the god of fire's impact on the world. At that time, he was still flying in his kingdom. He began to count the rewards he got. There were only 20 flaming elves left. If Doff did not stop at the last moment, even those last 20 would be dead. Still, even 20 of them were too many for Abel. They all drained his faith. Luckily, there were still the 20 million dwarves he obtained from the god of mountain's kingdom. Besides producing holy crystals, they could also help Doff nourish his kingdom. Considering the condition of gods, no one would be able to keep 24 servants other than Abel. The god of fire only created 50 flaming elves, because he was planning to go all out. Since Abel had 3 kingdoms, he no longer had to worry. He then began to look into the god of fire's collection. They were all materials for holy objects. There was more than 100 kg of pure jewd. Pure jewd was a material found in special mines, but it could be used to make holy objects. However, it was also one of the hardest to control, thus making every holy object with pure jewd priceless. They were best on defense gears, and 100 kg was enough to make a few heavy-duty ones. In reality, the jewds were actually given by the Wizard Union for the god of fire to process to make magic cloaks for their wizards in the ultimate battle. The magic cloak makers in the Wizard Union had studied the gods, and they had mastered the technique to make a lightweight yet strong magic cloak. Those cloaks could withstand elemental attacks with strength equal to heavy armor, and the only ones who could process those pure jewds for their use were the god of fire's grandmaster blacksmiths. Even the dwarves had no hope of doing so in the past thousands of years. Therefore, the god of fire's kingdom has basically become a factory for the Wizard Union. Abel also obtained the god of fire's knowledge. It was the details about flames of all eras. However, this wouldn't be much use to Abel until he fully mastered the elements of fire. His main path was wizardry, and fire wouldn't be much use to Doff either until he absorbed the god of fire's godhead. After a day of flying, the giant 3 in one kingdom finally returned to the Battlecry Plateau. A faithful barbarian died during this time, and his soul was dispersed, so that was a loss for Abel. But still, it was nothing compared to the rewards he got. Abel found a new location to settle his new kingdom, since 2 vice presidents of the Wizard Union and a dragon headmaster saw him creating his old kingdom. Although the dragons wouldn't attack him, he couldn't guarantee what the Wizard Union would do, so he was still cautious. He was about to make a big move with Doff and merge the 3 kingdoms, so he needed faith. By that point, those kingdoms were only connected, and each kingdom still had its own controlling orb. Doff, let's start, Abel commanded. Yes, master. Doff replied, and flashed into the god of mountain's temple. He picked up its controlling orb with his left, and appeared in the god of fire's temple to pick up its controlling orb with his right. He then returned to the sky of the golden castle, and arrived in front of his first controlling orb. First, he let loose of the god of the fire's controlling orb, and it began to merge with Doff's controlling orb. At the same time, Doff's energy also began to strengthen since his kingdom was basically a part of him. The main ingredient to this strengthening was faith and time to make holy texts. Of course, obtaining a developed kingdom could mediate all of these hassles, but the success rate of a kingdom was just too low. Just moving a kingdom was difficult enough, let alone finding another kingdom. That was basically like finding a needle in a field. When the orbs were fully merged, Doff was basically as powerful as the god of fire. In the past, he had no chance because of his age. He only had a natural battle advantage as the god of war. Afterward, he turned to the god of mountain's orb and began to combine again. The increase of Doff's energy sparked a cheer within the Battlecry Plateau. The trees began to grow at an immense speed. Flowers of all colors sprung up from the ground, and fishes grew mysterious in the rivers. The fruit trees planted by barbarians began to get bigger and bigger, and a harvest was getting ready. The sick barbarians began to heal, and professionals were getting guidance to level up. It was almost like the entire Battlecry Plateau was washed over by liveliness. The god of war Doff is becoming powerful. Gold Dragon Kemble was stunned as he watched from the golden castle. How is this possible? He is only a new god. Gold Dragon April also gasped. The development of gods took time, and the dragons knew very well. But Brother Abel is also growing very fast, Gold Dragon Kemble added. Maybe I should ask him about his training, Black Dragon Prog added. Then become his summon. Kemble gazed, and Black Dragon Prog immediately went silent, but still, was it a good idea to be Abel's summon? If he did, maybe Headmaster Eugene would rip his face off. At that moment, the 8 dragons stood on the balcony of the Golden Castle and sensed the godly energy lowering from the sky. It was a mutual gain between the kingdom and the faithful grounds. But of course, normally, this process would take thousands of years. Take the Ervo Forest and the Goddess of the Moon's Kingdom, for example. The changes it underwent in the past few years were almost unnoticeable. But compared to 1,000 years ago, it was much more suitable for elves to live. Doff's kingdom had increased in power drastically in a short time, so it only took a few hours for the Battlecry Plateau to have a night and day transformation. After the merging was complete, Doff began to settle. The battles gave his fighting skills as a god had a huge increase. He would not have achieved something like this even if he had trained for hundreds of years by himself. Too bad the fighting skills of a god couldn't be used in the dark world. The most it would do was make him a little stronger in strength. Meanwhile, Abel let out Doff's second body to alter his kingdom. He named the city under him after the barbarians' Battlecry City. But of course, it looked completely different with modern skyscrapers all around. He then arrived at the god of the mountain's kingdom. He didn't like the look of it. Even if the dwarves preferred to live underground, it still bugged him. He always believed a god's kingdom needed to be unlike anything in the world. After all, it was where his followers would live for eternity. He was planning to turn the 3 kingdoms into a single giant kingdom. Instead, he preferred to keep them separated, with the barbarians on one side and 20 million dwarves on the other. Abel levitated his 20 million dwarves in mid-air. Although this would take a lot of faith, he still did it. Since they had just become Doff's followers, their faithfulness was nothing compared to the barbarians. Using faith was the best way to gain more faith. Of course, those dwarves were no strangers to miracles after living in a god's kingdom for so many years, but it was their first time seeing such a drastic move. As they floated in mid-air, even Abel was stunned at the scene. Their hearts began to move. They couldn't believe the power of their new god, so they automatically began to pray. Abel could clearly sense those dwarves getting more faithful, but levitating the dwarves was the only thing he was going to do. His main goal was to alter the god of the mountain's kingdom. As the master of Doff, his authority was just as high. Reform, Abel yelled as he waved his hand. All the holes began to collapse, but they did not scatter into rocks. Instead, it returned to its original material. The dwarves kept their eyes on the ground, and their spirits were even more impacted. Those holes were the best way to house those dwarves, but due to how many there were, those dwarves never got a taste of just how big their kingdom was. Just like that, the faithfulness of those dwarves had increased once again. It was too bad he couldn't do this every day. He was basically using hundreds of years of faith at once. The most other gods would do was a little tinkering or a little repairing. Abel wanted to rebuild the skyscrapers of his last life, but this time he would make them hundreds of stories high since he could control the sunlight of this place. Of course, this was also because there were way too many dwarves. He had enough space to expand his kingdom, but this process needed time for holy text creation. Therefore, he had to make the most out of what he had currently. Divide. Abel depicted the city he had in mind and called. Soon the materials began to restructure. First, a blue sky was formed above, and skyscrapers began to spring up from the ground, with greenery expanding on each side of the roads. Those skyscrapers all had their own unique characteristics, just like how it was in his past life, but much more fancy. The temple remained as the sun, but the blue sky touched on the deepest memories of the dwarves. They were in awe once again. They love living in holes, but they also don't want to live without the blue sky for eternity. If those dwarves weren't so tough, they would have gone insane already. However, those skyscrapers that followed were also stunning. The dwarves have never seen anything like it. Even the best architects of the dwarves couldn't imagine something like it. But of course, building things in a god's kingdom was much easier than building things in real life. Abel didn't need to think about natural hazards or materials. All he needed was to imagine, and those original materials would be able to match it. I'll call this the Mountain City. You guys will live here from now on. Abel transferred his voice to the dwarves' ears. Afterward, the levitating dwarves began to land. The guide to living a city life was transferred to their minds. Since a city needed to run on electricity, faith would be a perfect replacement. Between the Battle Cry City and the Mountain City was a huge road connecting the two. When it comes to how to house as many people as possible in limited space, Abel's city had already exceeded the buildings of his old world, and those dwarves would soon be living in a much more comfortable place. Each skyscraper had an elevator, and there were cars on the streets. There was even some extra space for him to build a public park. After everything was said, the dwarves' faithfulness was finally matching the barbarians. Abel's effort did not go to waste. The faith he used would be fully recovered in just a few years. He then arrived at the God of Fire's kingdom. This place has taken a big hit after the battle. Most of the lands were destroyed. He had already moved the 30,000 blacksmith's doff to Mountain City, so what he was about to do was simple. He was planning to turn the God of Fire's kingdom into a huge blacksmith guild. He wouldn't have a shabby outdoor one, but an actual industrial factory with neat forgery space and inventory. The only thing that remained the same was the equipment and the utilization of ground fire. The volcano, on the other hand, remained. It was made with a special holy text, so Abel wanted to study it first before he made a move on it. However, he added an elf garden beside the volcano for relaxing. Of course, it was much more beautiful than anything he saw in his past life. With fruit trees, flower beds, peaks, and rivers, the power of God were fully on display, especially with the illumination of a volcano. By that point, the 20 flaming elves have returned to the volcano to slowly regain their strength. With enough faith around, their power could definitely take a level up after 10 more years. Abel happily looked at his good work. Although it was not perfect, he could continue to alter it in the future. After all, not everyone had the privilege to create a world just by imagination, not even a small one. He was not a professional designer. Everything he created was a copy of what he saw, but just like that, Abel stayed in his kingdom for a month and went into the dark world every night. The Battlecry Plague was a dry wasteland. Now sweet water was springing up from the ground. The first river was created. The barbarians called it the Holy River. It was a gift from God. The soil had also undergone a huge change. For the first time, it was nourishing every seed that was planted. Although it was nothing compared to Abel's kingdom, it was still a miracle for the Battlecry Plateau. The Wizard Union, on the other hand, tried to contact Abel many times, but since he was not in the Golden Castle, what happened to the God of Fire and Abel remained a question. The ones who studied gods knew what the changes in the Battlecry Plateau signified. Of course, the Wizard Union was not the only one. The elves, orcs, and dwarves also sent their message to the Golden Castle as well. But they also got no replies. Doff's power has taken a big leap forward in a month. just when Abel needed protection the most. He didn't know what the Wizard Union would do about the death of a god, but he would only return to the Golden Castle once Doff's second body had mastered his new power. The dragons were on his side, but Headmaster Eugene couldn't stay with him all the time. During this month, Abel also kept trying the different ways he could run, especially in regards to the 30,000 blacksmith dwarves. They were making all kinds of gears. He then selected 2 million dwarves from the 30 million who wanted to become blacksmiths and assigned them to study under the blacksmith dwarves. Early next morning, Abel stood on the balcony of the Golden Castle, watching the sunrise with Doff's second body by his side. It has been a long time since he saw the real sun. "Brother Abel, long time no see. Are you okay?" Gold Dragon Kemble appeared by Abel's side and asked. He admired Abel. Abel was only a legend, but Doff behind him was already more powerful than Gold Dragon Kemble. Since the power of a summon was the power of their master, Abel was a god-rank figure. "Brother Kemble, I'm okay," Abel smiled. "Abel, call me when you gotta fight next time." Black Dragon Prague also appeared on the balcony and complained. Afterward, more dragons appeared to see Doss's second body. "Next time I will definitely call you." Abel also smiled, but he knew there was no way he could win against the god of fire. Maybe even all those 8 dragons together wouldn't be much help to Abel. Just a god rank's energy alone could suppress them. Still, Abel valued their kindness. They were here because they wanted to breed their offspring. So they were basically the guardians of the Golden Castle. After breakfast with the dragons, Abel received Wizard Brennan's visiting request from the teleportation circle. They soon met in the hall, but Wizard Smith, who he was not so fond of, was also there. "Greetings, the god of war, Blue Dragon Abel." Wizard Brennan first bowed to Doff and then Abel. Although Doff was Abel's summon, he was still the most powerful. Even as the vice president of the Wizard Union, he knew there was a difference between him and an ancient god rank. Their professions were different, but their energy was similar. He could tell Doff's power. "Wizard Brennan, greetings." Abel smiled and bowed. He then added, "So what brings you here today?" "Blue Dragon Abel, I'm here today to make some orders on behalf of the Wizard Union." Wizard Brennan asked. "Order? You want potions?" Abel was confused. He has already left over a large amount of potion for the elves to sell. He checked the day he came out from his kingdom, and there were still a bunch, so the Wizard Union could just negotiate with the elves. "Blue Dragon Abel, the Wizard Union wants to order 50,000 bursting crossbows and 5 million patterned arrows." Wizard Brennan smiled. Abel gazed forward at Wizard Smith. There didn't seem to be any ill intent, but he couldn't help but wonder if they were testing him. But even if they were, he wouldn't be afraid with Doff's power and the dragon's support. As for the bursting crossbows, they were machine gun-like crossbows exclusive to the dwarves. Abel has only managed to get 100 of them back in the Holy Continent because of his extraordinary relationship with the dwarves. His relationship with the dwarves in the Central Continent was not as close, so he didn't get any from them, but he was growing too powerful for those crossbows. The process of making a burst crossbow was extremely complicated with vast amounts of pattern etching and social material. Only a master blacksmith could achieve making one. In reality, even the dwarves didn't have many. If they needed to make 50,000 of them, it would have taken them tens of years, even if every single dwarf was working on it. As for those 5 million patterned arrows, every single one of their material was extremely valuable as well, and the pattern drawing required a master blacksmith. Although they could be cycled after a battle, each arrow only had one shot, so that number was definitely not exaggerated. The dwarves might not have enough space to fit 5 million even with all their inventory combined. "Wizard Brennan, I can help, but you need to provide me with the material," Abel said blankly. The wizard's eyes immediately began to sparkle. As long as the god of fire's blacksmiths was still working, the Wizard Union couldn't care less who owned them. But Abel's reply also confirmed that he killed the god of fire and took over his kingdom. "The Wizard Union will keep working with you. We can pay you in light gems or holy object material." Wizard Brennan smiled. He knew very well how powerful Abel was. The Wizard Union could no longer constrain him. Wizard Smith might still have a chance if he made a move in the past, But now, it would take at least 3 god ranks from the Wizard Union to give Abel a hard time. Then the dragons would definitely strike back as well, and the whole world would be in chaos. This was not a result anyone wanted, so they had no choice. "I want the holy object materials. Pay me like how you've been paying the god of fire," Abel said clearly. Of course, Wizard Brennan smiled as he tried to hold down his urge to ask more about the god of fire. He was a vice president, but he had no right to get involved in the businesses of the gods. He then negotiated with Abel a little longer about their work and left the Golden Castle. Throughout this time, the god of fire's name never even got mentioned, just like he never existed. Afterward, Abel revived a visiting request from Wizard Hutton through the Lightning clan. By that point, only the Lightnings and the Elves had permission to connect to the Golden Castle. "Blue Dragon Abel, hello." Wizard Hutton bowed respectfully after Abel confirmed his request. "Wizard Hutton, you are Bernie's teacher, so we are a family. No need to be so polite." Abel smiled and bowed back. Wizard Hutton then carefully took a seat. How could he not be nervous? In fact, he was horrified. He knew about the god of fire. Still, knowing Abel was the one who took the god of fire down lifted his heart a little. It was only after Abel personally handed a glass of juice to Wizard Hutton his emotions began to settle. "Blue Dragon Abel, I'm here on behalf of the Dwarf King to congratulate the god of war and bring on our gifts." He then handed a portal ring to Abel. "Wizard Hutton, please say thank you to the king for me. The dwarves are always my greatest friends." Abel smiled as he held the ring in his hand. It was not a small gift, just this portal ring alone was extremely valuable. He could sense the god of the mountain's energy on it. Since the final god of the dwarves has fallen, each holy object was extremely important to them. They could not get any more, yet they were willing to give one of them to Abel. Of course, Abel had a god as a summon, so that ring was not much to him. Doff already had large amounts of holy object materials set aside for him to try making some soon. He had enough faith, so the process should go smoothly. Abel reached his power of the will into the ring and saw 2 portions of white gold and 2 portions of ice-bending rocks. He immediately felt a spark of joy. Those were exactly what he wanted. Other than materials for holy objects, there was not much else that could appeal to a god. "Wizard Hutton, these gifts are amazing," Abel smiled. "Blue Dragon Abel, let me be blunt. We no longer have a single god. We need a powerful god rank as our ally, and you have always been kind to us. I hope you can sign a treaty with our king." Wizard Hutton took a sip of the juice and got himself together. Since the god of fire had a fight with Abel, King Dunba was worried that Abel would go after the dwarves. This was why he went all out on the gifts. "Wizard Hutton, I would love to sign a treaty, but the king has to come to the Golden Castle. I can't go outside." Abel nodded. "So you agree?" Wizard Hutton was almost in disbelief. He was expecting Abel to at least bring up the god of fire, but he just accepted his offer straight away. Of course, the Wizard Union was the iron fist of the world, so Abel wouldn't mind having more forces on his side. The dwarves were not powerful, with their strongest wizard being ranked 25, but every single magic circle, gear, triggers, and construction were done by the dwarves. The dwarves were basically the back-end support of the Wizard Union, so their status should not be underestimated. "Wizard Hutton, we are friends, so I'll be honest with you. The god of fire and Doff, the god of war, had a kingdom war and lost. Please tell the king about this." Abel lowered his voice and said, "Yes, I will not change a single world." Wizard Hutton felt his heart tingle and bowed. Abel has already confirmed his matter with the god of fire to the Wizard Union and personally admitted to the wards. As for the alliance, it was no longer his business. As for Abel, he also didn't want the god of fire's fall to affect his relationship, so he had to make it clear. Wizard Hutton left with a heavy heart. The god of fire always had a strange place in the dwarves. Other than blacksmiths, not many of them actually cared. Especially for professionals, back in the days, the gods were wiped out by the wizards, and their status has fallen from that point on. But it was just that no dwarves were talented enough to become a powerful wizards, so the god of fire was still important to their safety. After hearing Abel admit that he killed the god of fire, he just didn't know how to comprehend. He also didn't know if King Dunba would change his mind and make Abel his enemy. Still, it was none of his business. Meanwhile, Abel took out the god of fire's godhead as he remained sitting in his lounge. He was not planning to give it to Doff. Doff was still mastering his second body, so it was way too early for another one. The process of fully merging with another godhead could take hundreds of years, since the god of fire's habit might still remain. Therefore, it would not be much use to Doff. In fact, it might even undermine his progress. As Abel kept thinking in the lounge, he sensed an energy wave coming from his portal bag. It was the spirit connection circle. He took it out immediately, but he did not ignite it. Instead, he flashed into the star light protection circle before scanning it with his power of the will. To his surprise, it was not only the goddess of moon who appeared, but the goddess of water, the god of death, the god of wealth, and the goddess of earth as well. It was a gathering. Is everyone free today? Abel smiled and bowed at the gods. Blue Dragon Abel, we are here today to invite you to join the God Alliance. The goddess of moon gazed at Doff's body before turning her gaze to Abel. It was just a quick scan, but she truly got a sense of how powerful Doff was. It has only been a month, so she knew exactly what this meant. The god of fire has died in the hands of Abel. What benefit will that bring? Abel smiled, but he was confused. Last time the gods were still making up their mind if they would even let Doff join. However, it was no longer the case with a god dead. In reality, the only powerful gods in the alliance were the goddess of moon, the god of fire, the god of death, and the goddess of water. The god of wealth and the goddess of earth wouldn't last long in battle. With the god of fire dead, 1/4 of the power from the god alliance was taken away, and it could tip their balance with the wizard union. The wizard union has only maintained a mutual relationship with the gods for thousands of years because they still held power, so they needed Abel on their side. They would not seek revenge. After all, it was the god of fire's fault. None of the gods would believe a new god would go around picking fights. At the same time, they knew the god of fire's personality after all these years. The God Alliance is just like its name suggests. We are all gods left over from the ancient times, so we will help each other when needed. We do not hope to make anyone our enemy, but we just want to make some trades from time to time. The goddess of moon smiled. The goddess of moon, but I'm a dragon, wouldn't that be a problem? Abel asked. He asked Gold Dragon Kemble before, and he said the dragons would not interfere with his decision. In fact, they prefer him to form a good relationship with the gods to balance out the power of the wizard union. Blue Dragon Abel, we are just a causal alliance. Just take me for example, I'm a part of the elves. The goddess of moon smiled. Blue Dragon Abel, we just want to maintain our balance with the wizard union so they won't make a move with only 5 of us remaining. The goddess of water smiled. Okay then, I'll join. Abel thought for a moment and nodded. He knew his place even if Wizard Brennan was trying to repair the wizard union's relationship with him. After being tricked by the wizard union so many times, he just couldn't trust them anymore. Especially considering how many wizards were coming out of retreat, the wizard union's attitude could change at any moment. Strengthening his alliance would only make sense. Blue Dragon Abel, welcome. The goddess of moon was very happy, and the other gods smiled as well. Even the god of wealth, who acted cold, was truly happy for Abel to join. As for their contract, their words were the only thing needed since no one could hold a god to justice. Blue Dragon Abel, is your side still able to be a processor? The god of wealth asked in slight embarrassment. The god of fire held an important role in the alliance. Because of his blacksmiths, every god had the ability to process special materials, but that often required a lot of faith, which would be a huge waste to them. So the god of wealth was just wondering if the god of fire's blacksmith was still able to satisfy the wizard union's order. He was worried because, knowing the god of fire's personality, he would have destroyed his kingdom before his enemy got a hold of it. The god of wealth, everything is just the same. Abel smiled. Blue Dragon Abel, I will contact you personally soon. The god of wealth bowed. He was feeling very good about Abel. Abel's power did not originate from himself, but his summon. But it was undeniable that he killed a god and obtained a godhead, which was never heard of before. Blue Dragon Abel, there is confidential information our gods shared. I will send them to you once I've organized them. The goddess of moon smiled. Blue Dragon Abel, I have some holy wisdom about ice that can help you grow as a blue dragon. I'll send them to you soon as well. The goddess of water added. Blue Dragon Abel, I have some holy wisdom about Death Kai to help you do research in life. The god of death also added. Blue Dragon Abel, I sense the changes in the Battle Cry Plateau, and I'm happy to send you some wisdom about. Harvest, the goddess of earth, finally added. Thank you so much, everyone. Don't forget I'm a grandma's alchemist as well, so feel free to ask if you want any help. Abel bowed. The gods were all trying their best to show their kind intent, and Abel also knew he was fully accepted into the God Alliance. In the next few days, Abel got the wisdoms from the gods, and he began to read through them along with the books he got from the God of Mountains. Of course, fully comprehending that wisdom was not something that could be done in a day. Meanwhile, the Dwarves and Wizard Union have also sent over the ores and material they wanted Doff's kingdom to process. The 32,000 master blacksmiths immediately started working. It was a jaw-dropping scene with the glow of furnaces flickering all around. The new blacksmith disciples stood by his side and watched. It was a perfect opportunity to learn. Hearing the sound of iron hammering, a nostalgic feeling arises from Abel's heart. He played around with the god of fire's god head in his hand. One day he would grasp the god of fire's power and truly become the god of blacksmiths. This way, the powerful blacksmiths in the common world would no longer die in vain. He might be able to make the blacksmiths in the Holy Continent live for eternity this way as well. Too bad this might be a long process. His blacksmith teacher, Master Bentham, might not be able to make it to that day. After another few days, Abel was thinking about a glass of juice on the balcony after returning from the dark world. Suddenly, Gold Dragon Kemble appeared in front of him. Brother Abel, I'm having a child, he called in excitement. Brother Kemble, April is pregnant. Abel was also very happy. Yes, this morning she sensed the life of a new being. Gold Dragon Kemble replied with excitement. Forming a child was extremely hard for a giant dragon, especially a powerful one. However, the reason why many dragons choose to have children after they become half-gods was because their blood would be purer. And the purity of dragon blood would dictate a dragon's potential. Of course, this along with the lack of top-level gems was what led to their population problem. However, Gold Dragon Kemble was given the highest quality lightning gems by Abel, so it saved him and his wife thousands of years. At the same time, this meant their speculation was correct. The Golden Castle really could help the dragons get pregnant. Since Green Dragon Balfour decided to stay, many dragons also had their eyes on the Golden Castle. Back in the Dark World, Abel was battling with some frozen horror in the Ancient Paths cave. They were hell creatures made entirely out of ice. Tens of frozen horror kept approaching Abel and his team, but Wizard Tony and Frankenstein held up with their fire spells. As for Mad Knight Bruce, Legendary Night Whale, and Half-God they stood at the very front with their defense aura ignited to counteract the frozen attacks. Behind them were 12 Spirit Guardian Knights and 12 Spirit Guardian Wizards. The Grey Bear was also there to defend. It was a dangerous situation, and Abel did not let his guard down. Since the Dark World always suppressed the powerful, even Half-God one was not much stronger than Legendary Knight Bruce. Abel did not summon Doff's second body since it was too tall for the place. With their current formation, Doff would be useless. After countless battles, Abel was very experienced. With the Spirit Guardian Wizards numbing his enemies and his knights slowing them down, the 3 wizards were able to finish them off. Soon all the frozen horrors were finished. It was the first time they encountered frozen horrors, but it still took a few full recovery potions and Spirit Guardian Knights from Abel. Maintain the formation, Abel called as he cast a few hundred more fireballs to make sure every frozen horror was dead. There were no rewards he could get with those frozen horrors. They all turned into a pile of water once they were dead. As the team kept making their way forward, they did not run into any more hell creatures. Abel felt his heart lift. His experience told him he was soon approaching the exit. Just as expected, the mouth of the cave was right in front of him after a turn. He stepped on a long path. It was clearly built by humans from ancient times, and the approaching sunbeam was making him shiver. When he finally made his way out, some bells sounded behind him, and the cave was shut. Abel was at the peak of a mountain overlooking Harrogath, the highest place of the land. He immediately knew where he was. The peak of Mount Arit, the place the three ancients guarded. There were many legends about the ancients in the dark world. Most claimed that they were gods. But they were wiped out long before the era of the dark world. Abel looked around. The once standing temple was now destroyed. The only thing that remained was the stone podiums that signified the passage of time. Abel stepped out onto the snow, but he could still make out the stone pavement on the ground. He then stepped through a destroyed stone gate of the temple. The coat of arms on its surface has lost its glory long ago. Finally, he arrived at the central shrine. There was a magic circle with 3 statues surrounding it. Abel did not ignite the circle. Instead, he walked in front of the first statue. There's a name engraved on it, Talik. It held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Its muscles were so defined, each one was reflecting an immense power. The second statue was called Madoc, which was holding a double axe. The third was called Corlic, and it was holding a giant axe. Abel continued to look around. Other than the stone podiums, there was no place to hide. He then turned to the far end of the temple. There was a closed stone door filled with magic patterns. Abel took out a long sword and heavily struck it. It has been so many years. Perhaps he didn't even need to fight those 3 ancients to enter. But suddenly, a rune sparked as his sword made contact with the door. It was the 33 Zod rune, which guaranteed its possessed object to be indestructible. This was the case even for the most fragile materials. Abel let out a long breath. It seemed like he still had to ignite the magic circle at the central shrine. However, he soon realized he couldn't even ignite the thing. If there was a problem, then he would be in big trouble. If he could no longer fight the final Diablo behind the door, he could no longer get the final piece of world stone. No way, I've tried this before. Abel tried again, but he soon discovered something new. Was it because of his summons? Soul chains were a bind of another world. It could not be recognized by the shrine of the dark world. If he wanted to pass through, he had to put away all his summons other than the Grey Bear, the Spirit Guardian Wizards, and Spirit Guardian Knights. So he did, and he tried again. This time it reacted. We are the fallen souls, the ancients, the guardian of Mount Arit, where the world's stone is kept. There are not many of us remaining, and even less of us can comprehend. If you want to enter, you must go through us. Suddenly, the statue sounded, and energy began to rush out from the ancient magic circle under Abel. Golden spark began to emerge from the statue, and the 3 ancients were reawakened. Each of them jumped down from their platform. Madoc, the one with the double axe, roared, and a golden beam scattered from his body. It was the battle cry skill. The other ancients also followed, and Abel immediately cast a chain of lightning towards Madoc. With the ability of the lightning, striking one of those ancients could give damage to all of them. But it was at that moment, Talik turned into a red flaming hurricane, and the chain of lightning passed through it like it was nothing. It was the barbarian's hurricane skill, a powerful skill that could dodge any attack for a split moment. The other ancient, Corlic, jumped and dodged the lightning as well. At the same time, a ghostly beam glowed from its axe. Abel instinctively flashed away as his spirit guardian knights held up their shields. With his knight summons, Abel could not take an attack like that head-on. Just when he reappeared again, Madoc was recovered from the lightning and threw an axe towards him. It was the barbarian's double throw skill, and the axe would follow him no matter where he went. It was at that moment the Grey Bear appeared in front of Abel to take the hit. Abel let out a breath of relief, but sounds of bones shattering soon emerged, and he felt something lost from his soul. He gazed forward. Corlic had killed one of his spirit guardian knights. The fight had only started, so Abel could not let his guard down anymore. Although a spirit guardian knight's attack was not strong, their defense was immense. With the level 31 skeleton support and skeleton resurrection, as well as the rune gears, his spirit guardian knights could normally hold up under attacks of most hell creatures. Therefore, Abel could only imagine Madoc's power. He then turned to Corlic, who was having a go at another spirit guardian knight. In one stroke, 2/3 of its health was taken away. His druid soul quickly replenished a full recovery potion for it and told it to stay away. The reason the last spirit guardian knight died was only that Abel was moving in the flash, so his druid soul couldn't do anything. But just when he decided to take extra precautions, he sensed the death of another 2 Spirit Guardian Knights. Talik's hurricane has just brushed against 2 Spirit Guardian Knights, and their shield could not hold up. Abel saw an eerie red glow on Talik's sword and immediately knew why. Damn it, fire enchantment, Abel grunted as he saw Talik approaching the 3rd Spirit Guardian Knight. There was nothing he could do, since fire enchantment could basically kill him in a second. Already 4 Spirit Guardian Knights were dead. So Abel flashed away again and cast a firewall. As his levels in the dark world increased, the suppression on his body was also greater. He couldn't even do double-handed spell casting. Of course, this goes for the hell creatures as well. Abel and his comrades kept flashing to dodge. If it was not because of his gray bear, he would have taken a few hits already. The 3 ancients worked perfectly with each other as a team. Madoc taking care of long-range attacks, Talik's short-term burst with the hurricane, and Korlik's jumping attacks in the mid-range. Abel kept flashing away to dodge the attacks. But suddenly Korlik waved his hand, and a cloud of curse appeared above him. It was a huge one. The entire mountain peak was covered, so there was nowhere Abel could turn. As the red cursed rain poured down, Abel sensed his defense dropped tremendously. Abel's face sank. He knew he could not counteract Talik's fire enchantment. Yet, now with his defense low, he might even counteract the Korlik's ghostly attack. Without his summons, it was a huge hassle, and those ancients worked together perfectly. What else did they have up their sleeves? Abel couldn't tell, but his brain was already starting to hurt. His spells couldn't do much to them, and they clearly mastered the most powerful elemental resistance of hell. All he could do now was to slowly wear them down with spells. He didn't want to get close to them. Just a single strike would take his life. He didn't know what would happen if he summoned his angel body. It was his final card, and he didn't want to risk it. Even much rather use a scroll of the town portal to retreat if he was certain that he failed. With his new tactic, he summoned the mud monster to distract Madoc's flying axe. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, the mud monster's slow-down ability was effective, and all the ancients was slowed down for a second. It was at this moment, a deep white spell pattern appeared on Abel's hand, and bone walls wrapped around the ancients. Korlik and Talik could break a bone wall in a second, but Abel was replenishing the spell at the same speed. Meanwhile, the 8 Spirit Guardian Knights changed to a bow and started shooting. The damage was not much, but it was working. The 12 Spirit Guardian Wizards also cast their chain of lightning on the ancients, and Talik's hurricane came to a halt. Korlik's jumped to drag out his distance with Abel. Back, he was blocked by a bone wall once again and took the lightning strikes head-on. Abel did not join in on the attack. Instead, he summoned the 5 immortal ravens. Their immortality came in handy once again. With their blinding ability, it gave Abel the perfect opportunity to cast an aging curse on Talik and Korlik when they were off guard. At an instant, a white glow of curse appeared on the 2 ancients, and their movements immediately slowed down. Afterward, Abel cast another 10 bone walls and appeared next to Madoc. Throughout this time, his druid soul kept feeding the mud monster recovery potions, but due to his flash, it was immediately killed. Therefore, Abel had no choice but to send out his gray bear to distract Madoc while he attracted the flying axe. With the gray bear's defense, he could take a few strikes without problem as long as there were no fire enchantments. Afterward, Abel changed his spot and cast a blizzard spell towards Talik and Korlik. With the immortal ravens distracting them, Abel's spell landed perfectly. Those ancients are so skilled. Normal hell creatures fought out of instinct, but not those ancients, so they knew how to support each other. It was at this moment Abel turned back to his gray bear, which was still going hand-to-hand with Madoc. Since it lost its long-range attack, its fighting ability had dropped drastically. Just as he expected, Korlik jumped up again, but this time he was heading towards Madoc. Abel did not set up too many bone walls from that direction, since most of them were set to cast between the 2 close-range ancients. Korlik unleashed a hurricane, and the bone wars were immediately shattered. Not good, Abel yelled. He wanted to save his gray beat since Korlik could kill it with a strike, but if he made a move, he too might be in trouble. But before his full recovery potion could even work, it's magic. His gray bear was smashed into critical condition and returned to his monster ring in a beam. Strength was the most important in a battle like this. Even his spirit guardian knights were taking a lot of damage. As for his spirit guardian wizards, they couldn't even distract the ancients. Abel has gotten too arrogant ever since his summons got powerful. He almost forgot he was battling in the dark world. The only thing he could rely on at that moment was his own strength. He was not in the central continent. Suppression of the ranks meant nothing. "I'm a wizard. Let's do it like a wizard," Abel said. He put away his spirit guardian knights and wizards. Afterward, he ignited the world stone and gave over his control. He threw out a frozen ice ball towards Corlic and Talic before flashing away. As the flying axe chased after him, he reappeared in front of Madoc and threw out a firewall. In a gentle twitch, Abel dodged the flying axe again and cast a static field from each hand. All of a sudden, 1/3 of life was taken from Madoc. At that moment, Corlic and Talic recovered, and they started to do their skills at an immense speed again. Abel cast a meteoroid with his right and flashed away. With his left, it looked like he was gambling with his life since those ancients could kill him in one strike, but Abel's heart was at peak clamminess after his world stone was ignited. Everything slowed down around him, and he was confident enough to dodge all attacks. He always played conservatively in the dark world, but he knew he had to let go to let his true power shine. When the ancients missed their strikes, the meteoroids landed from the sky right on time and smashed against their bodies. They paused, and Abel used this time to cast a thunderstorm. With a spell per second, Abel followed up with a frozen ice ball. But Talic and Corlic just took the hit and speeded forward. The flying axe was also coming Abel's way, but he flashed away just in time. Since Talic and Corlic were blocking the sight of Madoc, Abel appeared in front of Madoc and cast a chain of lightning with both hands. Unlike the spirit guardian knights, his bolts of lightning were much more powerful and sent Madoc into a shiver. When Talic and Corlic saw what was going on, they speeded back again. Fighting 3 powerful ancients alone was the craziest thing Abel has done. Corlic and Talic kept chasing after him with countless powerful attacks. But considering Abel's speed on Madoc's long-range attack would be able to do anything. In fact, that flying axe could kill him in an instant. Still, Abel wouldn't give him a chance with his world stone ignited. Just like that, a strange atmosphere dragged on in the battle. Abel kept flashing in a straight line, and Talic and Corlic ran back and forth, chasing after him. His main target was Madoc. With another 2 static fields, a large chunk of life was taken from Madoc once again. Talic and Corlic roared, but there was nothing they could do to protect Madoc. After an hour, 2 hours, and finally, 3 hours with 5 full recovery potions emptied, Madoc's life was finally dropping to critical condition. But those other 2 ancients were not tired at all after trying to chase down Abel for so long. "That's rigged," Abel grunted. He couldn't wait to end Madoc. He knew very well there was no way he would be doing this without the world stone. He cast a final chain of lightning, and Madoc gave out a helpless roar before turning into a beam and returning to his statue. Abel flashed again and dragged out his distance again. With the other 2 ancients, there was no soul, nothing. He killed Madoc and there was not a single reward for him, not even an ability potion. Of course, the ancients were not hell creatures. However, the battle with Talic and Corlic progressed smoothly, with Madoc dead. As long as Abel kept his distance and did not let those strong bodies of the ancients touch him, he would be able to wear them out with his spells bit by bit. But finally, after 12 hours, Abel's body was finally getting tired despite how many full recovery potions he drank. After all, those potions could only help his body, not his soul. He turned to the 2 ancients. Corlic still had 1/4 of life left, and Talic still had 1/3. Abel didn't know if he could keep going anyway. Although he was no stranger to long battles, none of them was near as mentally taxing. He was basically at death's door throughout this time. He could not get distracted, not even a single bit. At the same time, he had already lost 4 spirit guardian knights, and his gray bear was still healing. He couldn't give up. It was at this moment he decided to give his druid soul full control while his main soul took a rest. His druid soul almost became one with the world stone at an instant. Abel knew very well that, once his soul began to fatigue, he would be struck down. Since his druid soul had no consciousness, nothing would be able to distract it. Corlic jumped again, and the druid soul automatically cast a chain of lightning. But one downside of using the druid's soul in the dark world was that he could only cast one spell at a time, so this gave Talix an opportunity to strike. It unleashed an invincible hurricane and speeded towards Abel. Abel's body immediately did a twitch. With the world slowed down, he could clearly see the red swinging saw from within. Just in time, Abel avoided the blade when it was just inches from him. It was the power of the druid's soul. Even Abel himself couldn't do something like it. The hurricane was a top-level skill. A single mistake would cost his life. And it was at that moment, Corlic jumped up again before a chain of lightning struck it down again. Afterward, the energy of a new star sparked from Abel, and lightning elements blasted out from him. He rarely used this spell, since it worked the best in close range. However, his druid soul somehow managed to cast that spell at a rate of 2 times per second, while dodging all of the attacks by stepping back. If Talix was like a mad bull, Abel was the best bullfighter, playing around with it like a toy. After a few attempts at jumping attacks, Talix finally gave up and used its double axe to strike. However, all Abel did was move his body at a bigger motion and keep a larger distance before the strikes were avoided perfectly. Still, the power from each of their strikes sent a scary shock wave through the air. After Abel's main soul rested for 10 minutes, he was no longer fatigued, but he did not take back control of his body. Instead, he preferred how things were going as he watched what was happening. No matter how scary things looked, his druid soul worked with the world stone perfectly, and each move was executed perfectly. He never thought fighting like this was even possible. Since when could a wizard fight at close range like this? That's right, only something without fear and function on pure logic, his druid soul. A normal person would definitely be overloaded with stress and fail to keep calm. Abel was initially expecting the battle to last for another 5 to 6 hours, but it had only taken 20 minutes. First, Corlic let out a great roar, and his body returned to a statue in a beam. Talix then followed, but the last gaze it gave Abel almost looked like it was still alive. Abel took back control of his body and gazed at the statue with a sigh. The ancients did not leave any spoils for him. Suddenly, the giant magic circle below him began to glow, and he sensed his body tense up and dragged up to the sky. The strange thing was that he did not sense any danger from his intuition. He wanted to struggle, but the forces around him were far greater. Afterward, a golden beam emerged from Madoc's statue, and energy was transferred into the circle before landing on Abel. It was an energy that had the scent of ancient times. It was made up of the power of law and some other forces Abel could not comprehend, but it was extremely pure. It charged into the 3-rank 26 wizard patterns in Abel's soul. Abel felt his heart drop. The wizard patterns were his core. If they were damaged, even a full recovery potion could repair them. However, his struggles were futile. Suddenly, his soul let out a roar. The power of law within his 3-rank 26 wizard pattern immediately shot up. Almost at an instant, his wizard patterns were fulfilled. This process could take years, but that ancient scent was giving him the energy he needed in no time. Abel fixed his power of the will onto the changes in his soul. He heard the sound of waves. It was the ancient energy transforming into magical power. Abel never experienced anything like it. The 3-rank 26 wizard patterns in his soul were growing without him even doing anything. Maybe it was the rewards he deserved for winning against the ancients. It has been 10,000 years since the last person challenged the ancients, so the amount of energy accumulated in the circle was even greater. Abel's rank 26 patterns were fulfilled at an instant, but it did not stop. Another strange energy rushed into Abel's soul and connected to Abel's power of the will and directly fused it with the power of law. The rank 26 bottleneck Abel was supposed to experience was completely neglected, and the scent of leveling up immediately shot up from Abel. His soul and body began to grow, and the elements around him bonded even closer. His body began to grow transparent once again as energy brushed against him. Even after the strengthening of the Dragon Temple, his body continued to grow. The familiar pain he sensed in level-ups emerged again, but his pain tolerance has also grown since then. Ever since he went to the Dragon Temple, he was already many times stronger than normal humans. His body was initially 55% energy, but bit by bit, It was becoming 60%. With the support of that strange energy, rank 17 wizard patterns automatically formed in his soul. Just like that, tens of years of progress for Abel in the dark world was complete in an instant, and Madoc's statue finally stopped glowing. Abel thought this might be all the reward he would get for this fight. But suddenly, Corlic's statue also began to glow and strange energy madly charged into him again through the magic circle. His rank 27 wizard patterns were quickly filled up again. Indeed, this was only possible not only because there were large amounts of energy accumulated. In the circle, Abel's rank was also much lower than any other who challenged the ancients. Abel has only won because his powerful gears, his full recovery potion, his druid soul, and his world stone have worked seamlessly with each other. Although summons was not allowed in the challenge of the ancients, Abel's druid soul and the world stone were not the case. Therefore, the rewards he could have were beyond his imagination. He did not even need to do anything. All he did was watch his soul fill up by the seconds. In just a few minutes, his rank 27 wizard patterns were fully fulfilled. Was he dreaming? This process could take a wizard hundreds of years. The scent of leveling up shot up from him again. Abel held down the vicious pain of leveling up with joy. After all, there was only one reason for his hard work. There was only one reason he went into advanced day and night, level up as a professional. His body was becoming 65% energy, and the rank 27 patterns automatically morphed into rank 28 wizard patterns through the power of law, just like how his rank 26 wizard's patterns did a moment ago. Corlic's statue kept going, and his rank 28 wizard patterns continued to fill up until the peak before it finally stopped. There was no bottleneck, and another level up was about to take place. Abel was almost numbed by this point. Did he just level up 3 times in a row? He did not expect too much from the ancients. He was only expecting 3 ability potions at most, but this was beyond what he hoped for. The Dark World was a special world with energy that suppressed professionals. Even a rank 40 god rank professional could only reflect the power of a normal professional. What mattered more in the Dark World was gears. And that's why Abel loved exploring this place. Not to mention, he was the only professional in this long-abandoned world, so the level of his gears was at its peak. If Abel was fighting the ancients with his own ability, he might not be able to even leave a scratch on them. Since any professional below rank 30 was considered low level in the Dark World, he was enjoying the rewards from winning against forces many ranks above him. When Abel's body reached 70% energy, and he was slowly becoming rank 30. Rank 30 was the pinnacle of the legendary rank. A huge chance would take place to fully turn his body into energy. Since he was also a druid, he had an extra 5% energy compared to other wizards, which saved him a few hundred years of retreat. It was at that moment Talik's statue began to glow and energy charged into his rank 29 wizard patterns. Abel was stunned. Was he really becoming rank 30? That would sure be amazing, but just when he was a hair away from fully fulfilling his rank 29 wizard pattern, the energy stopped, and the magic pattern below him vanished from sight. His body was lowered to the ground again, and a white beam shot out from the center shrine towards the entrance to the passage at the end. The metal door that stopped Abel was opened. However, Abel no longer had the energy to continue. After leveling up so many times, his soul was aching. What he needed was some rest, reorganize his team, and resummon the knights who got killed. He stood up and bowed towards the statues. The last gaze Talik gave him was still in his mind. It almost felt like Talik was still conscious, but no matter what, they still gave him more rewards than he wanted. He had to pay his respect. Abel then ignited a scroll of the town portal and returned to Harrogate before teleporting back to the rogue encampment. He did not stay there. Instead, he walked through the portal and directly appeared in the Golden Castle. Without even looking at the time, he jumped on his bed and fell straight to sleep until the sun beamed upon his face the next morning. It was almost a long-forgotten feeling. It has been many years since he had a good night of sleep. Abel reopened his eyes and looked out the window. It was already noon. He took a shower and then headed to the Golden Castle's balcony. It was the place where the dragons normally hang out together. At that moment, a few dragons were enjoying some red wine, and they all smiled at him. "Brother Abel, your energy feels a little different today," Gold Dragon Kemble's eyes sparked and asked. Although Abel did not let out his scent, some still managed to sift out since he had just leveled up. Yeah, I feel it too. Black Dragon Prog began to gaze up and down at Abel. Abel merely smiled and kept quiet, but this made the dragons even more curious. Abel gazed out at the landscape. The Battlecry Plateau was covered in green. This place could rarely grow a tree initially. But it was the changes his kingdom brought. The place was no longer looking like a slum, and he was so proud as the master. He then let out his heart and began to sense the sounds of nature. Abel's behavior was making Gold Dragon Kemble very confused. Abel was never the type to show too much emotion, but at that moment he was letting his heart out, and there was a joyous look on his face. Gold Dragon Kemble did not know Abel was already a rank 29 wizard. If he did, all of this would make total sense. Abel needed an opportunity to get enlightened to level up. When Black Dragon Prog was about to say something, Gold Dragon Kemble stopped him. They all knew something was up with Abel, so they lowered their glass and retracted their energy. Suddenly, the scent of level up blasted out from Abel and engulfed him. Help him, Gold Dragon Kemble lowered his voice. However, before he even made a move, Abel automatically took out a giant mana gathering circle, as well as 1,000 top-level ice gems, 1,000 top-level fire gems, 1,000 top-level lighting gems, and 1,000 light gems. It was all done automatically by his druid soul. Unlike the ancient's magic circle, there was no need for assistance from external energy. Abel had more than enough himself. Wait, this doesn't feel like a rank 26 or rank 27 legend. Gold Dragon Kemble was stunned. As a half-god dragon, he knew this was the energy of a rank 29 becoming a rank 30. Wasn't Abel still a rank 26 wizard? Was wizardry really that easy? When it comes to easy, no training was easier than the dragons. All they needed was to sleep. That's why those 8 dragons in the Golden Castle were all 10,000 years old at the least. They were all in their prime. If the Golden Castle wasn't so good for their offspring, there was no way they would even live there. But after all, breeding was more important than protecting the ocean. On the other hand, a successful professional needs talent, resources, and luck. Every year there were countless people embarking on the path of wizardry, but becoming an official wizard was 1 in a million. And the ones who climbed up the ranks were even rarer. Abel had become rank 30 without anyone even noticing. That was too unbelievable even for the dragons. Blue Dragon Abel is too rich, Gold Dragon April sighed. Ever since she got pregnant, her desire for top-level gems was even greater. And her gaze was fully fixed on the 3,000 gems. She was not the only one. Black Dragon Kinsey also had her gaze fixed. But of course, they were not going to steal from Abel. I heard some legendary wizards in the Wizard Union have troubled Blue Dragon Abel because of his speedy level up. Green Dragon Balfour suddenly added, "No matter what, he is our friend. We need to protect him." Gold Dragon Kemble lowered his voice. The other dragons nodded and surrounded Abel. Meanwhile, Abel sensed that unbearable pain once again. Luckily, he had a good night of sleep not long ago. Still, he focused his power of the will on his 3-rank 29 wizard patterns and began to fuse it with the power of law. They soon began to melt. It was painful, his muscles and bones were trembling. But he held it down and began to draw out the rank 30 wizard patterns. When all 3 rank 3 wizard patterns were drawn, the scent of leveling up faded from him. As for those gems, Abel's body quickly began to absorb their energy. Normal wizards would spend this period in the Wizard Union's retreat instead of using their own top-level gems. But Abel was no ordinary wizard. He would not go into the Wizard Union even if they supplied him with the resources needed. After all, they might use that opportunity to lock him up. Abel's body was 75% energy. A top-rank legend, the same as Wizard Miles. A long, arduous process was about to come. When his body slowly became 90% energy, he would become a half-god. The higher the percentage, the more likely one would successfully become a half-god, so even top-rank legends would try their best to turn their body into energy. This was exactly what Wizard Miles was trying to do, since the failure rate of becoming a half-god was extremely high. You can just tell by looking at how few half-god wizards there were even after thousands of years. Once a wizard became half-god, they would basically become immortal as long as they didn't do anything too stupid with their lives. With an energy body and one's own territory, a half-god wizard was almost like an actual god. But the key word is almost. A half-god did not have a godhead, so they could still be killed in a battle. As for god-rank wizards, they could also leave a trace of life in their world, which could use larger amounts of resources to regenerate a new body if they got killed. However, it was not as simple as a god with a godhead, since a resurrected god-rank wizard needed to start from rank 1 again, all over again. Still, their experience could allow them to bypass all bottlenecks. When Abel's soul settled, he opened his eyes and looked around. Thanks everyone. He put away his magic circle and said to the dragons, "Brother Abel, no need to thank me. I was not expecting you to become a half-god without relying on your dragon blood," Gold Dragon Kemble said helplessly. Every being with dragon blood as dense as Abel would choose the path of dragons, but Abel somehow preferred wizardry. The half-god rank was the most challenging rank for a wizard, but Abel had already done so at such a young age. Every dragon in the Golden Castle lived for a very long time, and it was the first time they saw a genius like Abel. "I did not forget my dragon blood training. When I became a blue dragon, I've already got 1,000 years of power," Abel added. Gold Dragon Kemble was speechless. Abel was only 22 years old, and he was already as powerful as 1,000-year-old dragon. Not to mention, Abel's dragon form was strengthened by the Dragon Temple. He might be at the top even among 1,000-year-old dragons. Still, a 1,000-year-old dragon could not go against a rank 30 wizard, which was why Abel rarely used his dragon form to fight, especially since he got many powerful summons to do so. "Okay, let's have a celebration," Blue Dragon Hurley added. No matter what, Abel was still a blue dragon. A talented blue dragon like this deserved a celebration. It was lunchtime. They cheered in the hall with amazing food and drinks by the side. By the afternoon, Abel returned to his giant teleportation circle and changed into his elf Bennett form. His body shrunk, and he arrived at the elves. Compared to his wizard Abel identity, his elf identity was more convenient. "I, Bennett, request teleportation." Abel connected to the giant teleportation circle with his power of the will and sent request to the goddess of the Moon Temple. Of course, he had Doff's second body in his monster ring for safety. As a rank 30 wizard with a god by his side, he should be able to escape even if he was attacked. He didn't want any trouble, so he did not go through the lightning since that would attract the Wizard Union. After all, they've been on bad terms recently. Directly teleporting to the goddess of Moon Temple was much safer since that did not need to go through the Wizard Union's network. Soon, the goddess of the Moon Temple confirmed his request, and he arrived at the Elves' Bay Lost City. In a flash of white light, Abel's body appeared in the goddess of the Moon Temple's teleportation circle. "Welcome," he saw Lorraine with her gentle smile. She had never been this happy ever since Grandmaster Bennett left the elves. Big Druid Lucia was beside her, and she was also smiling. After all, only the headmaster and Lorraine knew about Abel's identity as Blue Dragon Abel in the temple. "Lorraine," Abel said with a gentle voice. "Grandmaster Bennett, the headmaster is waiting for you in the hall." Big Druid Lucia bowed and added, "Big Druid Lucia, if that's the case then I'll go see him now." Abel smiled. He teleported to the hall, but the moment he stepped, golden beam shot out from the goddess of Moon statue, followed by intense energy. The great goddess, Big Druid Lucia, immediately dropped to her knees. Lorraine and the other elves also followed. Bennett Bow, Lorraine saw Abel was still standing, so she gazed at Abel. Compared to all the elves on their knees, Abel was definitely standing out. Even with his prestigious Grandmaster status, the elves just couldn't tolerate him disrespecting their god, so they looked at him with distaste. "Grandmaster Bennett, welcome to my temple." A familiar voice suddenly emerged from the statue. The goddess of the moon, sorry for the late notice. Abel bowed with a smile, and the elves were stunned. They were talking as though they were friends. "Since you are here today, I won't do any godsend to greet you," the goddess of moon said and turned to Lorraine. "Lorraine, treat Grandmaster Bennett well." Abel then replied, "My goddess, I will call you once I've settled everything." "Grandmaster Bennett, I will wait." The goddess of the moon sounded happy. She knew forming a good relationship with Abel was crucial. Since Ervo Forest was her faithful ground, she immediately knew when Abel entered. Although the elves were a little confused, Abel's identity was very special, with a god-rank summon. Therefore, it was the goddess of the moon's duty to treat him well. Her relationship with Abel was already much closer than the others in the god alliance. Especially since Abel took down the god of fire, his status was even higher. There were many ways a god could interact with the world. The most common was through godsend on an ambassador with special ability, which could be used in battles as well. The most lavish was using a second holy body like Doph, but getting a second godhead was extremely hard. Oracle was also a common method, but only small amounts of followers could receive it. And finally, there was what the goddess of the moon had done, transferring her energy on a statue to make her voice heard. This method was almost like the goddess of the moon directly lowering her grace on the world without being able to move or fight. Still, it was much more intimate, and doing a godsend on Lorraine would be awkward considering her relationship with Abel. My followers, he is a great being. You must treat him with the utmost respect on par with me. The goddess of moon's voice sounded again before adding, Grandmaster Bennett, see you soon. The goddess of the moon's energy then faded, and she returned to her kingdom. All of a sudden, the temple fell silent. What just happened? A Grandmaster was prestigious, but there was no way he could be on par with a god. The great Grandmaster Bennett, please forgive me for not greeting you. The headmaster stood up and bowed. He was the most prestigious person in the elves before Lorraine became an adult elf. He thought he was already giving Abel a lot of respect for waiting in the hall, but what the goddess of the moon said made him feel very uneasy. Headmaster, don't say that, just take good care of Lorraine. Abel smiled. Lorraine also turned to Abel with confusion. The goddess of the moon was already the top of her world, but Abel was on par with her. What did Abel do? The great Grandmaster Bennett, I think I should let the saint treat you. The headmaster saw Lorraine's face and remembered what the goddess of the moon said, so he bowed and stepped off. All the elves also bowed and stepped out. Abel, what did you do? Lorraine asked in a whisper. Doph became a god, Abel smiled. Ah, Lorraine gasped. She was trained as a saint, so she knew more about gods than other people. It finally made sense to her why the goddess of the moon decided to treat Abel as an equal. The power of a summon belonged to its master. Abel, I was very worried the last time you left the elves, but no matter what, please stay safe. Lorraine was stunned that Doph had become a god, but she still added. Lorraine, the Golden Castle is now above the Battlecry Plateau. It is Doph's faithful ground, but you can visit any time you want from now on. I'll introduce you to my dragon friends as well. Abel waved and said, Really, I would love to meet your friends. Lorraine smiled. She was always worried about Abel, but since she was not powerful, she was always worried that calling Abel would give him trouble. Especially since she heard about Abel's affair with the legendary knights and wizards from the elves' report. Still, she knew Abel would contact her once he was safe, and the stable supply of potions coming into the temple proved that. Hearing Abel talk about the Golden Castle's safety soothed her heart even more. Don't worry. Those dragons will love to be your friend as well, Abel smiled. Since they were the only ones left in the hall, their words have gotten even more intimate. Abel did not keep many secrets from Lorraine, other things that would put her at risk. Of course, a kingdom war with the god of fire was included. Lorraine kept smiling as she held down her worries. What Abel had done was set in stone, but she still blamed herself for not being around Abel when he departed from the elves. Abel, am I useless? She whispered after hearing what Abel went through. No, Lorraine. I only had the confidence to face my enemy because of you. When you come of age, I will ask the goddess of moon to let you be my wife. Abel gazed into the eyes of Lorraine and said. He promised Lorraine, and saying it again only affirmed his determination. But I have to stay in the temple as a saint even after becoming your wife. I can't stay by your side, Lorraine said in embarrassment. Don't worry, I'll stay with you. Abel placed his hand on Lorraine's forehead and said, I will start training the next saint as soon as I become an official saint so I can return to your side sooner. Lorraine's eyes began to sparkle. She then quickly looked around. Luckily, there were no other elves. After all, it was quite rude to start thinking about retirement before she even got the job. Abel had no choice as well. He just wanted a good life for Lorraine, and the times he spent in the elves was his only peaceful times. Even with a god-rank status, his safety was not guaranteed. With his current wealth, Doff's kingdom could attract many unknown threats. Lorraine would be the safest in the goddess of the moon's temple for now. But maybe by the time Lorraine finally came of age, he would truly be powerful enough, and he was confident the goddess of the moon would not reject. Lorraine, the goddess of moon, won't blame you. Abel smiled. Abel, can I decorate a room in the golden castle? Lorraine suddenly asked in excitement. She had this idea ever since she heard about Abel's dragon friends. She formed a little fist with her hand. Her instincts told her she needed to show them that she was the queen of the golden castle. Lorraine, you can decorate any room you please. Abel laughed after seeing Lorraine's reaction. Abel rarely interacted with any females his age, especially one that was as powerful as Lorraine. His love for Lorraine was true. Not because of Lorraine's beauty, but because of her pure soul. After all, they met before Abel had a god as summon. Or Lorraine was chosen as a saint. Abel did not dwell too long in the goddess temple. After having a rare opportunity to talk to Lorraine, he teleported to the Tree of Life Valley. The great Grandmaster Bennett, welcome. Big Druid Lando bowed in front of Abel the moment he appeared. Druid Lando, why are you here? Abel asked and bowed back. The royal palace has received an oracle from the goddess, and the queen ordered me to come here and serve you, Big Druid said with the utmost respect. The prestige of Grandmaster Bennett was now on par with the goddess of the moon. This stunned the entire royal palace, and the news soon spread through the elves. Therefore, serving Abel in the Tree of Life Valley was a must. Since the royal palace knew Big Druid Lando was Abel's old friend, he was the perfect candidate. Druid Lando, no need for all the respect, we are friends. Abel smiled. Grandmaster, how have you been lately? Big Druid Lando put back on his old attitude and laughed. Still, he felt useless that the elves couldn't help Grandmaster Bennett when he most needed help. Abel's enemies were all legendary rank and above. They were not something the elves could go against. And Abel departed because he didn't want to bring war into this beautiful Ervo forest. I've settled down. Abel smiled with confetti. 3. His information was top secret in the Wizard Union. Only half-god wizards knew about it. Grandmaster Bennett, if you need any help from the royal palace, just ask. Big Druid Lando knew Abel's status and how useless they were, but he still muttered. Take care of my followers and servants in the Potion Maker Union. Abel smiled. You can count on the royal palace to do their best, Druid Lando replied with confidence. Also tell them I will send some training resources to the goddess temple from time to time. I hope they can level up quicker, Abel added. The Potion Maker Union was a place he missed the most. Other than Lorraine, his followers and servants served him for many years, but considering his current situation, it was best for them to stay in the elves. Afterward, Abel stepped into the Tree of Life Valley when Druid Lando stayed behind. Immediately, he sensed a joyous atmosphere. The Tree of Life, I need to bother you again. Abel placed his hand on a branch and ignited his soul speaker ability. A joyous sensation transferred to Abel, meaning the Tree of Life was happy to see him. For the past few months, the Tree of Life sensed a lot of danger. First was the scent of hell from the dimension crack. That scent was nightmarish, and it was directly targeted towards this world. Other than some high-ranking forces, no one really understood how serious that situation was. But since Abel was soul-bound to the Tree of Life, it knew Abel was the one who resolved the crisis. Therefore, it couldn't wait to thank Abel. The Tree of Life, I want to level up as a druid, Abel asked. The Tree of Life transferred a number to Abel, 5,000 top-level green gems, but Abel was expecting this number after leveling up to a rank 30 wizard. Abel placed the gems in front of the Tree of Life, and it dragged them down with its root. Afterward, 2 branches lifted Abel up, and a sea of energy began to gush in his body. His rank 26 druid energy quickly started to grow. Although Big Druid Lando did not go into the valley with Abel, he knew it was time for him to protect Abel. But at the same time, the leveling up of energy made him a little jealous. A rank 26 legend was growing at such a crazy rate, he just couldn't help but turn to look. My goddess, is Grandmaster Bennett leveling up again? He mumbled. He knew the Tree of Life could help fulfill Druid's level up, but he always thought they were only rumors, that the Tree of Life could directly help a Druid boost their ranks. What was happening in front of him was unbelievable. The energy of a legendary Druid was scary, and he sensed his soul tensing up even from outside the valley. However, Grandmaster Bennett's energy only grew larger as he saw green sparkles entering Grandmaster Bennett's body. Even the most stupid person could tell the Tree of Life was directly boosting Abel's power. Under the stunned face of Big Druid Lando, a level-up energy shot up from Abel. A rank 26 Druid was leveling up. He has been training for countless years, and he was still a big Druid. He really was useless. Meanwhile, Abel felt a little strange that this level was not painful at all. In fact, it was a little comforting, like he was in a warm bath. Indeed, the Tree of Life was using its ability to purify the energy for Abel. Without any trouble, he was a rank 27 Druid. As for Big Druid Lando, he was going through one of the most arduous times of his life. That intense energy of Abel was unbearable. Soon it began to fade, and he knew Grandmaster Bennett had successfully leveled up. Finally, he let out a breath of relief and began to smile. But not so fast. Before he even got the chance to recover, another leveling up energy shot up. He turned to Grandmaster Bennett again. He was still being held up by the branches, and green sparkles gushed into his body once again. That's Big Druid Lando didn't know what to think anymore. Even the legendary rank was beyond the reach for Druids, but what comes after? Abel's body became 80% energy, so there was still room for the Tree of Life's assistance. Don't underestimate that 5% increase. It was the pinnacle of the legendary rank. Normally, a legend would only be at 70% when they reach rank 30. The resources and time it needed to increase a single percent was scary. Abel was not lacking in resources, but he was in a constant battle with time. He had to get powerful in 100 years, so taking shortcuts was a must. His Druid profession was basically entirely dependent on the Tree of Life's help. In fact, he never even did any Druid training since he became an official Druid. Even his Druid soul was leveling up because of the Tree of Life. If anyone was going to talk to him about Druid training, he would have no idea what to say. Saying he was the most un-Druid-like Druid would be an understatement. Once again, Abel has reached a fulfilled state, and the scent of leveling up painless life emerged on him again. Soon, he was a rank 28 Druid, and his body was 85% energy. Big Druid Lando was sitting on the ground, no longer looking like himself. He felt the urge to beg Grandmaster Bennett to help him level up through the Tree of Life, but considering what the Goddess of the Moon said, it only made sense that Abel had special treatment. His mind was blank as another level up was about to take place for Abel. Actually, Big Druid Lando was overthinking it. If Abel did not reach rank 30 as a wizard and set a good foundation with his body, there was no way the Tree of Life could do what it did. Becoming rank 29 was just as breezy, and his body reached 90% energy. He was more than qualified to try becoming a half-god. As large amounts of energy continued to rush in, he was approaching rank 30. Leveling up at such a short period of time would corrupt any normal legends, even with the purest energy. But the Tree of Life's precision was nothing to underestimate. Just a single level up from a rank 29 wizard to a rank 30 wizard took Abel 3,000 light gems in the Golden Castle. It would only make sense that leveling up from a rank 26 Druid to a rank 30 Druid would take even more. However, what the Tree of Life did was similar to the ancient circle. Although it could not directly inject energy into Abel to force a level up, it could still do the same for his Druid profession. Another level up was about to take place, and his body was now 95% energy. At the last moment, a little green ball flew out from the Tree of Life and entered Abel's Druid soul. Although it was not entering his main soul, Abel still felt a little uneasy that something unknown was entering his soul. The Tree of Life sent Abel a message explaining what that green ball was. It was a little reward for saving the world. Ever since Abel first bonded with the Tree of Life, he gained the power to summon tree men. However, he just never got the chance to do it since that required a large amount of life force. He could only summon a single tree man even if he drained all the life force in him, and tree men were only powerful because of their number. which was where that green ball came in handy. From now on, if Abel wanted to summon tree men, he could withdraw energy from the ball. Each time, the green ball could summon 1,000 tree men, and he could fully replenish the energy with 1,000 top-level green gems. Each gem was equivalent for a tree man. Actually, that green ball was cut from the call of the Tree of Life. It was the best storage device for life force. Although it would take the Tree of Life a long time to recover, it was already calculated in the 5,000 top-level green gems it took from Abel. Still, there was no way it would give Abel such a valuable gift if he did not save the world from hell. Abel sensed the green tree core in his druid soul. After all, maybe he was the only one in this world capable of replenishing it after summoning 1,000 tree men. The scary thing about tree men was how it was to kill them with their regeneration ability. Their strength was dictated by their age, but there were still not endless amounts of thousand-years-old trees in the central continent. The Dark World, on the other hand, since the Dark World was freed from the destruction of humans for countless years with the corrosion of hell, plants were growing extremely well. 10,000-years-old trees were almost everywhere. If he brought them into the Battlecry Plateau, he could definitely form a powerful barrier. The Tree of Life slowly let loose of Abel, and his body remained to levitate in mid-air. With 95% energy, all of his stats have taken a leg up. He would be able to regenerate quickly, even if he was badly injured in the central continent. Still, this did not mean much to Abel since his Dark World potions could basically do the same. This was why the Wizard Union had taken his potion so seriously to the point where they would make a move on him. After all, those potions had already become a crucial part of the Wizard Union's tactic. Thank you, the Tree of Life. Abel bowed as his foot touched the ground before walking away. He could fly ever since he became a legend, but he still preferred walking after fighting in the Dark World for so long. Big Druid Lando, what's happening to you? Abel saw Big Druid Lando sitting down as soon as he walked out of the valley. Grandmaster, please excuse me. Big Druid Lando immediately stood back up and bowed. His face was burning, and his heart was a mess. Even a royal druid could not stand looking at something leveling up so many times at once. I'm going to go now, if the elves need any help. Tell the goddess temple to call me, Abel bowed. Afterward, Abel directly returned to the Golden Castle after transiting through the goddess temple. This trip to the elves proved that his Grandmaster Bennett identity was still alive and well, and the goddess of Moon's oracle almost made the Wizard Union certain that Grandmaster Bennett and Blue Dragon Abel were the same people. Actually, the top-rank officials of the Wizard Union had already started to suspect him, ever since Wizard Smith saw the Golden Castle in his attack. There was no way this world could have two golden castles. The goddess of the moon was fully aware of this when she made the oracle, but she also believed Abel was powerful enough to handle it with his power. Not even a god rank would invade the Golden Castle, especially after Abel had taken down the god of fire. Fighting with a god rank in his territory was a task doomed to fail. But of course, if the dragons did not back up Abel, a group of god rank wizards might team up and wipe out the Battlecry Plateau. The news of Abel leveling with the Tree of Life again somehow did not spread like wildfire like last time. Little did he know, the elves have actually ordered all the big druids other than Big Druid Lando to stay in the defense fortress. Therefore, Big Druid Lando was the only one who saw what happened, and he immediately went into retreat when he returned to Bay Lost City. He needed to reorganize his thoughts. If he didn't, he might lose control. This normally would not happen to a big druid, but the impact Big Druid Lando took was way too big. The existential crisis he went through was making the natural force in him extremely unstable. Therefore, he just had to self-isolate himself for a while. Just like that, Abel had leveled up almost without anyone noticing. After 10 days of getting used to his newly gained power, Abel went into the Dark World again. His 95% energy body not only increased his healing rate, but also strengthened his soul and power of the will. His power of the will range has reached 3,000 meters 7 without the mysterious crown. It was just that top-level battles in the Dark World were a different story. A single mistake could take his life if he didn't master his power. Of course, this was also because a difference in rank would only make his spells and resistance a little stronger. Throughout those 10 days, Abel mastered 3 new spells. He was definitely the most powerful wizard in the legendary rank. Still, this did not change his status too much since he was already recognized as a god-rank being. No matter how powerful he got, he was still embarrassingly weaker than Doph. After having a meal with the dragons, Abel returned to the Dark World. But other than resuming his battle, he decided to try out the Tree Men's summoning. He chose the Cuirass Dock because there were many 10,000 years old trees there. He teleported to the Spider Forest, and he soon found himself in a sea of old trees. The environment around him was perfect for tree grows. With endless mana and water supply, it was basically tree heaven. Abel was not planning to summon 1,000 tree men at once, since he couldn't guarantee if they could survive in the Battlecry Plateau. Therefore, he decided to just pick one as a test subject. If he failed, he would quickly use a full recovery potion and send it back to the forest. Due to his bond with the Tree of Life and the oak tree, he developed a lot for old trees, and he didn't want them to get hurt. Every single one of them had a level of spirit, and that spirit was like a spark of intelligence. Abel picked out a thick old tree from the bunch and placed his hand on it. The Tree Men's summoning was about to begin, so he ignited his soul speaker ability. The sensation of this old tree was much more vibrant than any tree he talked to in the central continent. Abel wanted to ask it some complicated question, but the spirit of a tree could only do smile calculations at the most. Doing complicated thoughts was almost impossible. Therefore, there was no way for him to understand if this tree wanted to be summoned by him. Still, he connected with its core, and a magic pattern appeared on his hand. In the name of the Tree of Life, I will summon the slumbering trees to guard against the enemy's offnature. The children of the Tree of Life awake from your slumber, Abel chanted. As Abel chanted, a little strand of energy reached into the summoning magic patterns from the tree core. The Tree Men's summoning pattern began to glow in green, and the trees around him began to shake. They instinctively wanted the cleansing from that green energy. But Abel focused all his attention on a single tree. Since he had only done this spell with the Tree of Life support, he could not afford to get distracted. After all, it was one of the hardest spells he knew. But of course, he would only have to do it once, as his skill tree would be able to memorize it. Finally, the green energy reached a threshold, and a green beam shot towards that ancient tree. The beam directly entered its core. Those trees were all occupied instantly, so it immediately went silent, but after a second, the ancient tree in front of him began to move. First, the branches began to fuse and formed 2 arms, followed by a layer of armor. Afterward, the roots reached out from the soil and formed 2 legs. Finally, 2 close eyes were formed on the trunk, followed by a nose and a mouth. It seemed this tree man could control its own height as well, but it was normally around 10 meters. The extra tree branches turned into a giant helmet and wrapped around its head. Abel could sense that it was at least a few times more powerful than the tree men he summoned before, even without seeing it fight. Suddenly, the tree man opened its eyes. It looked lively, unlike the dull ones in the Ervo forest. It was a truly intelligent being. Tree Men Commander, you granted me sentience. According to the ancient law, I will forever follow your command. The ancient tree men kneeled on one knee and said with a low, raspy voice. Abel was stunned. This tree man really was unlike any tree men he saw. He suddenly remembered a document he read about. Ancient trees in the Elf Royal Library. Tree Men Commander was a profession that roamed around with normal tree men to find water. When needed, they would act as a commander in battle for tree men. Also, tree men commanders were the most powerful beings in this world, as they could command a sea of tree men to unleash a war. Since each tree possessed immense defense and regeneration ability, they were almost invincible. This was basically like this role in the last tree men's summoning. Since tree men did not have any intelligence, they needed a commander. But this tree man in front of him was absorbing energy from the environment to maintain an energy balance. This meant these tree men had no need to return to a tree form. My ancient tree, you are my first summoned tree man. Can you tell me your abilities? Abel asked. Tree Men Commander, I can use powerful force to strike and use branches for long-range attacks. We can also use our fluids to defend against fire and replenish our damage. I can also affect any plants 1,000 meters around me to grow, purify water, and nourish soils. The tree men lowered its voice. I will take you away from here. Are you willing to do that? Abel asked again. Since he was the one who summoned the tree men, he had a special bond with it, and he could withdraw the summon any time. Although he could just directly bring the tree men away, he decided to give it some respect considering its intelligence. My will is to do it according to your command, the tree men replied. Abel nodded, but he did not take out the monster ring. Soon, he walked towards the little teleport circle. He wanted to see the way this tree man moved, since there were too many unknown factors. The tree men followed behind Abel, but the roots that formed its legs kept changing shape as it walked. Therefore, even being 10 meters tall, not a single tree along the way was damaged by it. Abel stood on the teleportation circle and opened his monster ring. My ancient tree, come in. I will bring you away, Abel said. The tree man followed and entered the black portal. Afterward, Abel reappeared in the rogue encampment and returned to the gold castle. He did not let the tree men out immediately. Instead, he headed down the mountain peak of the golden castle. The areas around were already filled with flowers since the Battlecry Plateau's transformation, but making trees grow would still take some more time. Abel found a flat area and let the tree men out, and it soon began to float. At first, it was a little confused as it tried its best to control its movement, but Abel immediately knew what was going on. This tree man was beyond the legendary rank, so it could fly in this world. After some time, it finally mastered its movement, and it landed. Commander, I sense an unknown energy affecting the soil here. The tree man's body gently tapped the ground and said, My ancient tree, the place you came from was suppressed, and you are forbidden to talk about it to anyone. Abel said, as he didn't want anyone else to know about the dark world. Commander, I will not mention it to any other being, the tree man replied. My ancient tree, do you think you can thrive in this environment? Abel pointed around and asked. Commander, it is a better environment, but the energy is nowhere as dense. I can survive her, but I won't be able to continue my growth. The tree man lowered its voice. Abel saw it coming. The mana of the Battlecry Plateau was nothing compared to the dark world. It was a pity. Then follow me. Abel then wrapped the tree men in his power of the will and disappeared in a flash. They then reappeared in Doff's kingdom. How about here? Abel asked again. The tree men reached out its branches to sense the environment, but this time it took much longer. Commander, I am very confused. I feel like I am being corroded by a strange energy, and I will change to another form of being if I continue to live here, the tree man said. Abel was caught off guard. What does that mean? Three-headed giant, come here. Abel saw the three-headed giant passing by above him and called. The three-headed giant immediately took a turn and landed before bowing on one knee. Tree men, is that from you being talked about similar to this? Abel pointed at the three-headed giant and asked. The tree men reached out its branch towards the almost similar height giant. The three-headed giant did not reject. Yes, my commander, I will become like this if I stay here long enough. The tree men retracted and said. Abel finally got a vague understanding, so he asked, My tree men, do you want to become a holy being? Although a tree man could live for a long time, it was still not immortal like a holy being. However, a sacrifice that came with being a holy being was freedom. They could only serve a single kingdom, and they were forbidden to leave it. Therefore, Abel wanted to respect the decision of another intelligent life form, not just for this tree man, but the future ones he summoned as well. Still, Abel was only planning to keep one tree man in his kingdom, since they all needed faith to survive. Doff's kingdom already had 4 half-god rank holy beings and 20 legendary rank flaming elves. It was already more than necessary. As far as he knew, a god would only keep 1 or 2 holy beings in their kingdom. Commander, I prefer to live on the actual land. It makes me feel more connected to the world. The tree man lowered his voice. Okay then, let's go. Abel smiled and returned to the valley below the golden castle. He found an area beside a stream, and the tree man spread out its root and merged into the ground again. However, its upper half remained in the tree man form. There was one thing the tree of life did not tell Abel. The tree man's summoning spell was actually created for ancient spiritual trees. Considering how powerful beings of the past were, summoning normal tree men would not do much in a battle. As the years went by, ancient trees were slowly chopped down by different races, and they began to disappear with the change in environment. Therefore, you could probably count the amount of 10,000 years old trees in this world with one hand. Therefore, the Tree of Life did not tell Abel about this, because it was not expecting Abel to find a 10,000 years old tree. "Commander, I will be on your command." After the tree man was grounded, he said to Abel. However, Abel did not stop. Instead, he took out a giant mana gathering circle and 5 top-level mana gems. This should be able to provide 10 years of energy for the tree man. The tree man was feeling very good. It could finally grow again. But maybe it was the only tree in this world who could enjoy something like this. Even a normal wizard would not be able to obtain a giant mana gathering circle. Abel had been feeling good ever since he returned from the dark world in the morning. He also brought back some fruit from Blood Moor and gave them to his puppet chefs to make a fruit salad for breakfast. He even took out a few more bottles of wine for the 8 dragons. Normally, he would only take out 1 bottle, but the dragons would not ask for more because they knew how valuable they were. "Brother Abel, something good happened," Gold Dragon Kemble asked as he took a sip of wine and took a bite of the salad. "What gave you that idea?" Abel looked around and replied. "Haha, Blue Dragon Abel. Anyone can tell by looking at the breakfast." Black Dragon Prog laughed as he pointed at the food and wine. "Prog, so do you prefer a simpler food?" Abel asked. All of a sudden, eyes turned towards Black Dragon Prog, especially his wife. Since she was pregnant, she has been very moody lately. "Of course not, this is amazing." Black Dragon Prog quickly waved and changed the topic. Abel smiled and also kept quiet. But of course, he indeed was in a good mood. Those fruits were grown by the High Elves next to the Dark World's Tree of Life. The mana they possessed was incomparable to anything in the Central Continent. Even the Elves' Tree of Life couldn't produce it. Of course, this was also due to the Tree of Life Valley's size, and the Elves did not have the adequate resources for nourishment. The reason Abel was so happy was that he finally got his first high-rank rune in the Dark World. In fact, the highest-rank rune, the 33 Zod. After passing the challenge of the Ancients, he killed some Black Souls on the first level. Black Souls were scary hell creatures with lightning attacks, so it took Abel quite a long time to kill them. Still, with the aura of his 3 holy knights, his elemental resistance minimized the chance of anyone getting an instant kill. He normally wouldn't bother cleaning up after a battle, but somehow he decided to flick through the remaining scattered crystals of those Black Souls. To his surprise, he discovered a 33 Zod rune from within. So, how powerful was that rune? He could create an indestructible rune word gear with it. Still, the most powerful rune word gear required more than a single 33 Zod rune, and he didn't have time to slowly wait for the Inferno flames to forge, so he decided to apply it as soon as possible. He used a replica 33 Zod rune before on a mana cannon so it wouldn't fall apart after each shot. But since his enemies reached God ranks, a mana cannon could no longer achieve an instant kill. Especially since each shot of a mana cannon needed a few seconds to prepare. This was more than enough time for a powerful figure to escape. Therefore, it would be a waste to use this actual 33 Zod rune on a mana cannon. It was a struggle. What could he do with it? Maybe he could create an even more powerful version of the mana cannon. 1. Since he had the 33 Zod rune, he did not have to worry about finding a strong material as a base. In fact, he could allow it to accumulate as much energy as it could. He was also not planning to use mana gems as fuel. They were powerful, but they just took too long to ignite. So the only suitable option was the Golden Castle's energy. With its 5-star magic circle from Hell, it would be able to regenerate in a single second. Since there were countless top-level gems stored up in the Golden Castle, there was nothing he needed to worry about. Even those stone throwers from Hell could hurt him. What would happen if he maximized their power by the thousands or even 10,000? Even with the dragons as support, he couldn't guarantee the friendliness of wizards. Wizard Smith was a prime example. Therefore, he needed a defense that could take down gods. If he did not have the dark gold dimension force to counteract Wizard Smith's world, his golden castle might be smashed to pieces by the world of a god. Afterward, Abel began to analyze the structure of a monocannon with help from his druid soul. Still, it took him 3 days to even come up with a draft. The monocannon was clearly from another world, and there were large amounts of patterns he could not comprehend, so he just directly copied them. But of course, he knew what abilities each pattern possessed. After all, a builder did not have to understand the mechanism behind the tools they used. Abel let out a breath of relief as he looked at the draft he created in 3 days, but he was not going to be the one who made it. There were more than 32,000 blacksmiths in Doff's kingdom, including 5,000 grandmasters. They were perfect as long as they had enough resources. With a bit of faith, he divided the draft into 32,000 copies as he arrived at the blacksmith guild of Doff's kingdom. "Everyone, take a look at this when you have time and give me some feedback," Abel called. At the same time, the copies of his draft floated towards the hand of each blacksmith. There was no one in this world more knowledgeable than the dwarves when it came to ancient patterns, but those patterns Abel drew up were still too complicated for most of them to give feedback. Still, the blacksmiths in Doff's kingdom were the finest of the finest, and 300 of them had access to the more secretive knowledge of the dwarves that allowed them to understand the mechanism behind the patterns. They did not discuss it with Abel immediately, since Abel was basically a being on par with God to them, so they got together and chatted among themselves. Every single one of them was extremely prestigious in any circumstances, and it was normally very hard for them to agree with one another. But in that situation, they were all on the same boat with a single purpose: to serve God. After rounds of debate and questioning, agreements began to form, and joyful looks emerged on their faces. Finally, the perfected draft was delivered by the oldest blacksmith to Abel. Abel held the new draft in his hand and began to look through it. It was almost indistinguishable from his old version. Even the outer shell was totally different. "One, you are right," Abel smiled respectfully at the old blacksmith. Since his authority was on par with the god of war, he could see the identity of his followers with a single look. "My great lord, it is my honor that you know my name," Blacksmith Eder bowed. "I see there are 12 energy transferring patterns in this new draft. My old one only had 2, why is that?" Abel asked. "My great lord, the amount of energy pattern needs to match the size of this weapon to create a stable flow. 12 is the minimum." Blacksmith Eder bowed again. He then continued to point out the changes they made and explained them to Abel one by one. Abel finally nodded. He knew he made the right choice for trusting the blacksmiths, because his old draft might not even be able to output half of the power he wanted. After all, once he installed the 33 Zod rune, there would be no return. At the same time, he also realized how much more knowledgeable his blacksmiths were compared to the ones in the dwarves. It was too bad he was no longer interested in furthering his forgery skills. If not, this many grandmasters by his side would be an amazing guide. At that moment, Abel was becoming a little embarrassed. If he knew how powerful those blacksmiths were earlier, he wouldn't even need to spend 3 days to come up with his draft. He could just directly say his demands and let the blacksmiths do their work. "1. Eder, I am very happy with this," Abel smiled. He then waved, and 300 strands of faith rushed into the bodies of every grandmaster blacksmith who was involved in there. Their bodies were strengthened at an instant as Blacksmith Eder left the guild with a joyous look on his face. Next, they had to start putting the things together. Since the draws had delivered on their processed materials, Abel was not lacking in any kind. When it came to making giant objects, the dwarves would normally divide them into parts before putting them all together. Abel's super cannon was 10 meters long and 1 meter wide, and this improved version had a square barrel instead of a circular one. At the end of the barrel was a giant base filled with magic circles for generating energy and minimizing shocks. It was basically a dream compared to the cannon of Abel's past life. So Abel could only blame himself for not having any talent for designing. After all, it was all the good works of his grandmasters. But when it comes to making the thing, Abel had a better method than the dwarves. He returned to the Dark World and took out the Horadric Malice in the rogue encampment. He then dumped out the materials from his holy portal bag onto the ground. After everything was set, he summoned his angel body. Its wings expanded as soon as it appeared, and it only stopped when it reached 10 meters tall. Since Abel's body was 95% energy, he could finally control his size. When he reached 100% energy, he could even control his form. But of course, normal god ranks would not expand their body like this, because it would increase their chance of getting hit, and the energy it took was no joke as well. The angel body began to glow, and the crystal angel statue in his druid soul began to transform light energy into faith. Abel interacted with many gods, but they all needed to sacrifice faith in exchange for energy. His angel body, on the other hand, had no followers, but it managed to survive to this day with this method. His angel body grabbed the Horadric malice with its power of the will, and it flew towards its hand. During the process, that tiny malice also expanded to suit the angel body's 10 meters tall figure. With 2 waves, it mastered its movements. After all, Abel was a grandmaster blacksmith, and the angel body possessed his consciousness. The angel body then arrived at the volcano. Since the forgery he was about to make was too big, a normal furnace would not do the trick. Since his angel body had a high fire resistance, and Abel had the highest authority in Doff's kingdom, nothing could hurt him. The angel body stepped onto the volcano, and the lava wrapped around it, but it had zero effect on it. These were the good things of being in a god's kingdom. As long as you are willing to sacrifice faith, anything is possible. As the angel body walked towards the peak of the volcano, the 20 flaming elves flew out. He was about to make one of the most powerful weapons in this world on a volcano, with 20 flaming elves flying above him. It was a scene he couldn't imagine even in his dreams. Meanwhile, a blacksmith dwarf from afar caught sight of that giant angel body standing on top of the volcano. It was originally none of his business, but he couldn't help but pause after noticing the Horadric malice. The Horadric malice looked nothing like a normal blacksmith hammer, but for a blacksmith who did forgery for his entire life, he was certain that it was a blacksmith hammer. What is it about to do? He thought to himself as a burning passion ignited from his heart. The angel's body waved, and faith began to gather into a giant blacksmith bench that suited its body. Afterward, the materials Abel dumped out appeared in mid-air in front of it. As the flames from the volcano intensified, lava shot out from the ground, and the flaming elves also spit out their flames as support. Soon, those special materials in mid-air began to soften and merge together into a glowing red blob. Abel then controlled with his power of the will, and the blob landed on the bench. He lifted up the Horadric malice and heavily slammed down. Bang! Our great god is a grandmaster blacksmith, the dwarves gasped. The god of fire was the god of blacksmiths, but he could not do forgery. At least the blacksmiths in the kingdom never saw him do so. However, their new god was doing forgery with the skill of a grandmaster. It was not something that could be faked. For grandmasters who have been doing forgery non-stop ever since they arrived at this kingdom, no one could understand how precise that strike was more than them. The bang traveled to the ears of more blacksmiths, and more of them stopped out of their guild. But Abel did not care. He was giving his forgery his full concentration. Since this forgery process needed skills from a grandmaster alchemist as well, he kept connecting to his human body, who stood far away from the volcano. The Horadric malice kept changing the size of his hand to shape the details. Soon, a 10 meters long square barrel was formed. He then ignited his alchemy power, and metallurgy materials appeared in front of him. The reason he did not make the cannon entirely out of metallurgy material was that he was about to use the 33 Zod rune, so that would be a waste, even for a wealthy man like himself. With its indestructible attribute, the strength of the material was not a problem. The metallurgy material wrapped around the barrel with gold sparks. Our great god is a master alchemist as well, another blacksmith dwarf gasped. You are wrong. Only a grandmaster alchemist is capable of such great alchemy power. Another blacksmith dwarf shook his head. Since the profession of blacksmith needed to work with alchemists, he knew Abel's power was definitely not as simple as it looked. After the barrel was done, Abel finished the base and the supporting circles with no hassle as well. Finally, he waved his hand, and everything vanished from the volcano and appeared beside Abel's human body. His angel body followed and shrunk into its normal size before entering back into Abel's human body. Abel's human grabbed the Horadric Malice and began to put away the things he made. Suddenly, he noticed his blacksmith dwarves had gotten a lot more faithful to the point, even comparable to the barbarians. Abel turned towards the guilds and saw a bunch of blacksmith dwarves with a stunned look on their faces. For those who spent a lifetime in forgery, what Abel did was too shocking. They just couldn't help but increase their faith. Abel smiled. Well, that was a surprise. Doing forgery with his angel body was so much fun. The next tasks were no longer his business. Although the dwarves could help, a better candidate would be the magic circle spirit. Abel returned to the golden castle and arrived at the balcony and let out the parts of his cannon since they were too big for his storage room. "Brother Abel, what's that?" Gold Dragon Kemble asked in confusion. "A weapon I made," Abel replied as he connected to the magic circle spirit and transferred the instructions. "What for? Hitting people?" Black Dragon Prague saw the barrel and said. After all, it looked like a giant rod. "Prague, it's still not finished yet," Abel said. "With the power of a giant dragon. Black Dragon Prague might break the thing if he played with it before he installed the 33 Zod rune. After all, it only had a thin layer of metallurgy material on the surface." Blue Dragon Abel, "Then I'll play with it once you are finished." Black Dragon Prague turned away and said. Abel smiled. Maybe Black Dragon Prague would change his mind once he saw the power of the final product. Afterward, he summoned 10 worker puppets, and they began to etch magic circles on the parts. They were even more efficient than master magic circle makers, since they could use their body energy to ignite the circles. The dragons watched from the side and side. Those things were even more skillful than the dwarves. As magic circles appeared on the parts, scary energy began to emerge. Just imagine how scary a functioning 10 meters long barrel looked. As the puppets finished their jobs one by one, Abel ignited the circles on the balcony, and the shape of the base was formed. It included countless communication and energy circles. Once they were connected to the golden castle, they could not only stabilize the thing, but it could also quickly allow the cannon to withdraw energy from the countless Inferno 5-star magic circles in the golden castle. The dragons kept watching on the balcony, and they were shocked once again by Abel's strength to move those parts. Abel looked like a human, but he was moving those giant iron parts with his power of the will and smoothly put them in place. After all, he did memorize the model of the cannon, and soon the work was complete. A true destroyer would soon be born, but for now, it was just for show. After all, this thing had less metallurgy material than the single-use mana cannon. It would fall about as soon as energy began to travel inside it. Blue Dragon Abel, "Can we use this weapon now?" Black Dragon Prague saw how cool the cannon looked, but he wondered. "Not yet." Abel shook his head as he scanned the cannon with his world stone. Through the analysis, the cannon was recognized by the law as a single object, which was great news because it meant the parts had merged successfully. If not, he might only be able to use the 33 Zod on the barrel only and make the other parts all over again. Afterward, he took out the Horadric Malice again and looked towards the giant cannon and began heavily striking it on the surface. It had been 30 days since Horadric Malice had used its socket opening ability, but all he needed was one socket anyway. A dark gold beam sparks, and a socket emerges on the surface. The face of the dragons immediately changed. What Abel had done looked nothing like the things they saw. That Horadric Malice was definitely no ordinary hammer. It was a holy object. Not because they sensed the power of God on it, but because they just couldn't comprehend what it was as a half-god. At the same time, they were also very curious about what that socket was, but they kept their mouths shut because it might be Abel's secret. Even the outspoken Black Dragon Prague did not say a word. But special forgery technique did not mean much in the central continent anyway. Even the most powerful blacksmith would not get too much respect from the Wizard Union, since the cost of making a high-rank magic staff was too big. However, this was not the case for the 32,000 blacksmiths, including 5,000 grandmasters in Doff's kingdom. That scale could create weapons that even threaten high-rank professionals. Abel did not explain to the dragons not because he was afraid of exposing his power. After all, this wasn't too big of a deal. Instead, it was because he was fully focusing on the attribute of the Horadric Malice. Something strange happened during his strike. It seemed like an extra bit of energy had entered it. He focused on his world stone and discovered a new ability on his Horadric Malice. One random generated ability socket with every 500 sockets. Did the Horadric Malice level up? He couldn't remember how many times he used the Horadric Malice, but he was basically putting a socket on something once every 30 days in the Dark World to keep the energy stable and create more blanks to create rune word gears in the future. To his surprise, his effort caused a level up, and a special ability was given to his super cannon. But if he knew this earlier, would he even save this attribute for the super cannon? After all, it did take him a few years to get here. He focused his attention on the super cannon and saw its new attribute. It was the Blessed Aim. The Blessed Aim was an aura ability. Once ignited, there was no way for a lower rank to dodge it, so what rank was his cannon? Who knows, this thing was made with a combination of technology from the Dark World and the Central Continent. Still, it could be worse if the Horadric Malice granted it another Hell ability, since Hell ability was often used at enchantments for the body, useless to weapons. Anyway, he decided to look into this later in the rogue encampment as he put the Horadric Malice back into his portal bag. Afterward, he took out the 3 Zod rune and immediately attracted the dragons. The energy it possessed was immensely scary. Although there was a rune system in this world, it was very lacking. Things like rune cards were only used by low-rank professionals, and all the ones Abel saw in the Central Continent were extremely weak. The dragons also knew about this, but what Abel took out was completely different. Indeed, the runes in the Dark World were extremely stable. It could only be used unless placed into a socket. Abel carefully installed the 33 Zod into the socket and a golden glow spreader throughout the cannon. Prague want to try attacking it, Abel smiled. Blue Dragon Abel, is it dangerous? Are you going to force me to pay for it if I broke it? Black Dragon Prague said with a suspicious look. He was no dummy, but he also knew this thing was definitely not ordinary after seeing what Abel had done to it. On top of that, he sensed a little bit of unknown danger, almost like the cannon could swallow him. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. If it is, Kinsey won't let me live. Abel smiled. Black Dragon Kinsey looked just as emotionless as always, even after Abel's joke. And you are really not going to make me pay for it if I broke it? Black Dragon Prague asked again, but this time with more excitement. Of course, just attack. Abel waved his hand. Black Dragon Prague immediately flashed on top of the cannon base. With perfect precision, he struck down. He thought the base might not be worth as much as the barrel even if he damaged it, but suddenly, an energy shield emerged. Hey Blue Dragon Abel, you can't bring the Golden Castle's energy shield into this. That's not fair. You know I can't break that shield even with all my might. Black Dragon Prague shook his head in irritation. Haha, I'm sorry. Abel apologized as he turned off the cannon's protection. He did not mean to mess with the dragon. He just forgot that the cannon would automatically share a defense system with the Golden Castle once connected. The Golden Castle's energy shield was no longer what it was. With the 5-star magic circles from Hell, even God rank would have a hard time breaking it. Black Dragon Prague then quickly waved his hand towards the cannon base again. Bang! To his surprise, not a single scratch was made. Prague, are you too weak or too worried that Brother Abel will make you pay? Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. Black Dragon Prague did not laugh. Although he did not use his full force, his power in his human form was still not something normal metal could withstand. He immediately put on a serious face and struck out with his fist again. But this time, he decided to unleash his giant dragon energy, and his fist turned into a dragon claw before the impact. Iskayar. Black Dragon Prague did not check on the cannon base immediately. Instead, he turned to his hand. He was certain that he unleashed his true dragon power, and he might damage his dragon claw by smashing it on something indestructible. How is that possible? Gold Dragon Kemble gasped. He clearly saw what happened, and he knew Black Dragon Prague was a half-god black dragon. Let me try. Blue Dragon Hurley was also curious, so he stopped up. But he did not use his body. Instead, he unleashed his ice elemental attack. A stream of ice shot out from his hand towards the cannon base. Not only did the ice cause no damage, but even the frozen ability also was not working. But it was at that moment Abel and the dragons saw a faint magic pattern appearing on the base's surface to counteract the strike that just happened. It was the 33 Zod rune. The dragons immediately knew it was what was protecting the cannon base. "Brother Abel, can you find more of that rune?" Gold Dragon Kemble asked curiously. "Brother Kemble, I think you should forget about it. I've found it with pure luck, so I'm afraid finding another one will be impossible." Abel shook his head with a pity smile. Indeed, Abel would never have found this rune if he had never looked through the hell creatures he killed. If he wanted to create a 33 Zod by himself, it would take 100 years of combining lower-rank runes. But even if he were to do so, there were other rune words he would want to make first. For example, the Maze armor. It could increase defense drastically, and the wearer would be able to move in a flash indefinitely. This would be perfect for his angel body on Black Wind. The rune word Unlimited was also a great option since it could decrease enemy lightning resistance by 55%, and it came with a preaching aura. This would be perfect for Abel's human wizard form to maximize his numbing effect. There were countless more examples, such as Phoenix and Banished. They could take him countless years to complete before making a rune world with a 33 Zod. "Too bad, I thought this rune can finally make me a useful weapon," Gold Dragon Kemble complained. But in reality, there was no need for dragons to have weapons. Their body was the most powerful thing. Still, there were some extremely complicated weapons they could use. "Blue Dragon Abel, let's test out the power of this cannon." Black Dragon Prog asked curiously again. "Not here. I don't want to destroy this place." Abel looked around and shook his head. "Brother Abel, is this thing really that powerful?" Gold Dragon Kemble asked. Abel spent almost no time making this thing. How powerful was it really? As the atmosphere in the Golden Castle was getting more excited, a wizard stood above the sky far away, looking down at an island in the middle of the ocean. The island was filled with little green algae. If you look closely, they were actually not resting on soil but bird poop. But of course, the algae and bird poop were not what the wizard was interested in. In fact, it was the base of the island. This wizard had his eye on this island long ago. But he never dared to get close because there was a god-rank sea monster living around. God-rank sea monsters were the most powerful beings of the ocean. They signed a contract with the dragons stating they would not mess with the land, and the land would not mess with them. This was because even the most powerful dragon would not want to fight with god-rank sea monsters. With countless resources in the ocean, god-rank sea monsters would be able to use the most powerful attacks and regenerate indefinitely. But the scariest thing would be their ability to control sea monsters to unleash an all-out attack. The dragons had countless wars with them throughout history, which finally led to the creation of their treaty. Anyway, that wizard above the sky was named Bradford. He was a god-rank wizard who mastered fire and ice. And what makes this island so special? Because it was slowly forged out of the corpses of a special coral called spirit coral. In ancient times, spirit coral had been harvested to extinction, but their corpses were the best resources for a god-rank's world. A god-rank's world was called a world, but they were actually just a manifestation of one's power of law and energy. Although a god-rank professional denied it, their training methods were actually influenced by the gods. After all, their bases were very similar. The only difference was the utilization of faith. Something the dead spirit corals could do was deepen a god-rank's world with the actual world, and thus strengthening it in the process. Even a small piece would make a god rank go crazy for it, let alone a whole island. Wizard Bradford first discovered this island when two god-rank sea monsters were fighting with each other. Oh, he had to leave, even though he sensed the presence of spirit corals. But it was because of this he did not return or report to the Wizard Union. Instead, he dwelled in the nearest barrier circle for the last few hundred years. During that time, he had to hold back his energy to the smallest, so he could not even do training. It was pure suffering. Just imagine the loneliness he felt. But finally, his day to come out has arrived. The god-rank sea monster who lived around the area was a sea dragon, and one day it received a letter and set off somewhere. Sea dragon was not a real dragon with dragon blood recognized by the dragons, but as a god rank, its blood was extremely valuable as well. Sea dragons were descended from the 9-headed serpent. It was the most powerful being of the ocean, with a status on par with the dragon god, an almighty ruler of ancient times. Wizard Bradford's body was shaking as he approached the island, not out of fear but excitement. There were levels to the god rank as well. Once he strengthened his world, he would be very powerful. According to legends, the pinnacles of the god rank could create a world exactly like the real world with their world, and intelligent life forms would be able to flourish within. The impact Abel sensed in the front line that day was the energy of a top-level god rank with its actual world. Wizard Bradford was only a beginner god rank. His world was 2,000 years old, and its progress had been plateauing for a long time. This was because there was no guidance for god rank. Their worlds would have some differences, more or less. Therefore, breakthroughs could only be made through one's trial and error. Wizard Balfour knew that Island of Spirit Coral was a great opportunity to level up his game. His world and his strength did not grow a single bit in the past hundreds of years, since he was basically sitting still all this time. Wizard Bradford reached out his power of the will towards the island, but to his surprise, he noticed a thin layer of power of the will wrapping it. It was not for protection, but a trigger alert for the god rank sea dragon. Wizard Bradford hesitated. If he kept going, he might need to fight the most powerful sea dragon around. Still, the dead spirit corals were too alluring. It was worth a risk. He had waited hundreds of years for this moment. As a god, a prodigy of his age, he knew his condition very well. Breaking through was basically a process of defeating one's own demon, and he would regret it if he gave up now. Therefore, he waved his hand, and his world appeared. It looked just like the real world with sunlight, mountains, and water, but there was no life. The only laws within it were fire and ice. Everything else was replaced. His world moved forward and made contact with the layer of power of the will. Immediately, an alert was sent out. The reason he used his most powerful move, to smash that layer of power of the will, was hoping that he could swallow it whole so the sea dragon would not notice him. However, he had underestimated the sea dragon or overestimated himself. Although most of the power of the will was swallowed up by his world, a small part managed to escape in half a second. Don't underestimate that half a second. It was more than enough for the power of the will layer to alert its owner with a chilling howl. But Wizard Bradford was expecting this, so he quickly swallowed up the leftover power of the will with his world and waved his hand. Soon, a hurricane emerged from his world. It was the scariest thing about a god rank. Normally, he could only use fire spells and ice spells, but after taking out his world, he could create any element from within his world. Wind was an attribute exclusive to druids, but Wizard Bradford could replicate it from within his world and guide it out to affect the real world. But of course, he would rarely use this technique in an actual battle, since it tends to be weaker as it was. Not supported by the power of law. The reason he did so was to blow away all the algae and bird poop on top of the island, to expose the dead spirit coral. Soon, a half-transparent crystal emerged in front of him. It was bigger than Wizard Bradford expected, and its beauty was intoxicating. He finally realized this coral was covered in algae and bird poop, because this thing was way too gorgeous. But he soon realized something odd. How come such a big spirit coral only possessed faint energy? At first, he thought it was because it was covered in algae and bird poop. But what was in front made him wonder if this spirit coral was fake. He sacrificed hundreds of years for this moment. He couldn't even imagine taking a loss, so he lowered his body towards that gorgeous island of spirit coral. Soon, his heart began to settle. The intoxicating aura that the island was giving out definitely belonged to a spirit coral. The spirit corals had a special attribute of being elusive. As the ocean waves slammed against the shore, it disappeared and reappeared from sight. There was not a single thing in the world like it. Wizard Bradford reached out his hand to touch, but another energy shield emerged. This time it was a dark gold one. He felt his heart drop. The dark gold color clearly reflected the power of its owner. Wizard Bradford took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The owner was nowhere to be found, and he might be able to break this shield during this time. At the same time, he realized this energy shield was why kept the spirit coral's energy from leaking out. Actually, this place was the training ground for the sea dragons, so no other sea monsters dared to enter. Due to how helpful the energy of spirit corals was. Even god-rank sea dragons would benefit from it. But due to their lack of skills to make magic circles, they could only set up simple power of the will shields to monitor if there were anyone coming after their coral. The dark gold color signified that it was set up by a powerful sea dragon headmaster. But Wizard Bradford knew what he had to do, so he unleashed his world again to approach the dark gold shield. But this time, he had to be much more careful to avoid damaging the spirit coral. As his world slowly began to swallow, he suddenly felt like his soul was struck by a hammer. It was the heavy energy of Sea Dragon gazing at him from within the shield. His face immediately turned white, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly took out an ancient wooden card from his portal bag and crushed it. At an instant, all the damage his soul took was transferred to the card. It was a pity. That thing was a priceless lifesaver he found in his adventures. Still, it was better than dying, and it would all be worth it as long as he got that dead spirit coral. Wizard Bradford unleashed his world again, and easily broke the dark gold shield since it had used up all its energy in that soul strike. However, the hassles did not stop. The scattered pieces of the shield turned into a strange dark gold pattern in mid-air and charged towards him. Wizard Bradford flashed away without even thinking, but that dark gold pattern almost followed him away instantly. By the time he reappeared 1,000 meters away, that pattern was already right beside him. It was too late to dodge, and that dark gold pattern entered his body. Wizard Bradford quickly scanned the damage, but he didn't notice anything different. No way, he quickly took off his shirt and looked down. To his surprise, that dark gold pattern had merged with his chest, almost like a tattoo. Wizard Bradford touched his skill. It did not feel any different, but he could clearly see that pattern with his eyes. Is that a curse or something else? He thought it himself, but he knew it was definitely a big hassle. Still, it was too late to turn back now, so he put his shirts back on and turned back towards the Spirit Coral Island. This time he fully unleashed his power of the will and put the entire Spirit Coral Island in his world. He could feel the benefit almost at an instant. Although the changes were not fast, his world was indeed changing for the better. For a god-rank wizard, time was not a problem, even if it took him millions of years to fully absorb the thing. His eyes began to tear up. It had been thousands of years since his world even had a small bit of level up. Everything he had been through was totally worth it. Roar! Suddenly he noticed a giant sea dragon was flying towards him in mid-air. Wizard Bradford quickly regained him, but with a smirk on his face. What in this world could be faster than a god-rank wizard when it came to escaping? He flashed away from the spot and quickly disappeared from sight. The god-rank sea dragon just came back from a god-rank sea monster gathering. Events like that would happen once every few hundreds for the god-rank sea monsters to exchange their gains. It was the best way for them to get resources, so most would not miss their chance. But of course, the sea dragon was only willing to join so carelessly because the last 1,000 years had been relatively peaceful, so he thought being gone for half a day would be fine. Little did he know, his most valuable training treasure was stolen. Seeing a man disappearing from sight like that, he immediately knew it was a wizard. "I Cornelius swear I will hunt you down no matter where you go," the god-rank sea dragon roared. After all, wizards were some of the fastest beings of this world, and he knew there was no way he could catch up. Instead, sea dragon Cornelius began to make a grunting sound, and the sea creatures from below began to move. A strange red glow emerged from their eyes as they began to swim towards the central continent. Sea dragon Cornelius continued to grunt as he flew forward. Just like that, more and more sea creatures began to emerge. Sea monsters also began to emerge, and they automatically became the leaders of those sea creatures. They formed into organized trams with a few legendary rank sea monsters flying in the sky. Sea Dragon Cornelius could clearly sense the energy from the magic pattern on Wizard Balford. It was created by the Sea Dragon Headmaster. Only a few times more powerful beings would be able to break it. As far as Sea Dragon Cornelius knew, this only included the Dragon God and 9-headed serpent. Therefore, he was not desperate as he gathered as many sea monsters as possible before teaching that wizard thief a lesson. Since he was still in the outer ocean beyond the territory of the dragons, he could take as long as he wanted. Sea Dragon Cornelius was a prodigy, but it was his duty and pride to take back what he lost, so he did not report to his tribe. Of course, he was also confident since it was the central continent that picked the fight. If the dragons wanted to stop him, he would gather all the sea dragons and unleash a war. After all, the sea monsters needed to show their strength after staying low for so long. As more and more sea monsters gathered, the number of legendary ranks reached 100. The ocean was much bigger than the land, with much more resources. Therefore, it only made sense that sea dragon Cornelius could summon a huge troop. Meanwhile, a two-legged dragon was flying in the sky near the shore of the central continent. They were a type of pseudo-dragon serving the giant dragons. Considering how few giant dragons there were, they needed lower intelligence dragons like that to do patrol for them. Just when that two-legged dragon thought today would be another ordinary day, waves with the height of 10 meters began to emerge from afar. It was immediately stunned because it saw the countless sea monsters from within those waves. Their energy was intense, and fear immediately penetrated its bones. A two-legged dragon was still a dragon at the end of the day. Feeling such intense fear was very uncommon. It did not retreat. Instead, it spit out a mouthful of pure dragon blood and formed a blood-red pattern in mid-air with it. As it roared, the pattern began to flash and expand. Soon, a blue giant dragon speeded out from within the pattern, but he was quickly stunned by the scene as well. He gazed back at the two-legged dragon. It was not in good condition, so he threw a drop of dragon blood in its mouth. That two-legged dragon has used a forbidden spell by summoning him through teleportation with its blood. And it was because of this. Half of that two-legged dragon's lifespan was taken away. Still, this could only teleport the closest giant dragons. Considering how serious the situation was, it was still best for the blue dragon to save that two-legged dragon. It was the principle of dragons to treat the ones who helped them. Afterward, that blue dragon turned back forward. "A god rank," he gasped. Without even thinking, he took out a communication circle and reached his power of the will within it before unleashing a dragon call towards the sea monsters. Of course, this effort was futile, considering how many sea monsters there were. Even the weakest ones were unaffected. He just wanted to let them know that they were approaching a dragon territory. "Just stop here." Suddenly, a low voice emerged, and the waves paused in mid-air, completely defying the physics of water. Those sea monsters from within with red glowing eyes also did not move, and a giant sea dragon stepped out from the sea of sea monsters. It was sea dragon Cornelius. He was confident, but he was not planning to fight. He just wanted to force the dragons to give out the sea dragon's treasure. Having an all-out war was not something anyone wanted, and it would be the last resort. "Little guy, call a god-ranked dragon here." Sea dragon Cornelius lowered his voice on that blue dragon. That blue dragon was only a legendary rank. Their differences in strength were too big to even talk about. "My name is Blue Dragon Bart, so don't call me little guy. I will call a powerful dragon here now." Blue Dragon Bart stood his ground. A flash of murder sparked in sea dragon Cornelius' eyes, but he kept his calm. He was in a dragon's territory after all. It was not worth it. Blue Dragon Bart was also not in a good situation. There were countless legendary sea monsters in front of him. There were even 5 half-god ranks. The murderous intent of sea dragon Cornelius sent a chill down his spine. Still, he had to stand his ground for the pride of the dragons. "Sea dragon Cornelius, what are you doing with so many sea monsters?" A voice suddenly appeared as a shadow flew towards them at immense speed. Since they were in the dragon's territory, it wouldn't take long for a god rank to arrive from the nearest teleportation circle, and Blue Dragon Bart immediately felt his heart lift. "Headmaster Eugene," he bowed. "Bart, you did a good job." Headmaster Eugene stopped beside Blue Dragon Bart and turned to the two-legged dragon in the back. "You did a good job as well. I will grant you a bottle of dragon blood potion once you get back." The two-legged dragon could not speak, but it immediately nodded its head to show gratitude. Dragon blood potion was a special potion exclusive to the dragons for pseudo-dragons to level up their blood. It was a huge reward. Some pseudo-dragons even became a young dragon after taking a bottle. It was similar to the combined blood Abel gave flying flame back in the days. But a dragon potion maker would definitely go crazy if they knew Abel was wasting such high-level blood on flying flame. The dragon blood potions made by the dragons had no effect on giant dragons because they could only benefit the weaker ones. If they wanted to create a dragon blood potion that would benefit giant dragons, they would need the blood of holy dragons. "See, Dragon Cornelius, tell me, why are you doing this?" Headmaster Eugene asked again. "Eugene, a human wizard, stole a sea dragon treasure. So the dragons better hand out the man and my treasure." "See," Dragon Cornelius said bluntly. "Why if we refuse?" Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice after hearing that attitude. "Then my sea monsters and I will start a war with the dragons, or if you want, just let us through and we will hunt down the wizard ourselves." Sea Dragon Cornelius laughed. "See, Dragon Cornelius, why are you so sure that it was a wizard?" Headmaster Eugene asked again. "Because our headmaster personally left a marking on the treasure. It is already in the central continent now." Sea Dragon Cornelius lowered his voice. "Damn that bastard," Headmaster Eugene grunted. Of course, he was talking about that human wizard. The dragons and sea dragons have finally managed to sign a peace treaty after countless bloodshed, and that human wizard was ruining it. "Headmaster Eugene, considering the treaty, it is still best for you dragons to do the work for me. If you can't, a sea dragons will do anything, even summoning the nine-headed master." Sea Dragon Cornelius continued. "I don't care what treasure it is, but it is also your mistake for letting that human wizard take it so easily. I can let him know that you want your treasure back. But do you think it is reasonable to demand his life as well?" Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see my treasure until then, us sea dragons will make a move ourselves. I will hunt that wizard down even if it costs my life," Sea Dragon Cornelius said with fury. 3 days are not enough, 10 days and I'll give you a reply," Headmaster Eugene replied. "You heard me, 3 days and I will drag the central continent to hell with me," Sea Dragon Cornelius said with certainty. Headmaster Eugene was speechless. He didn't know what the sea dragons were missing. But it was definitely very important. The sea dragons had one of the most prestigious bloodlines among the sea monsters. An all-out war with them might cause other sea monsters to make a move as well. There would be no winner, especially considering the decline of the dragons. The population crisis of the dragons was finally seeing the light with Abel's golden castle, but Headmaster Eugene was the only god-ranked dragon around, and summoning another god-ranked dragon would take at least 3 days. There was nothing Headmaster Eugene could do other than to comply. After all, the dragons had been at peace for too long. "Okay, I will take care of this with the Wizard Union. But I need to know where to find that wizard." Headmaster Eugene nodded. "Just follow this scent." Sea Dragon Cornelius took out a cloud of energy and said, "If a single sea monster steps foot in the dragon territory during this time, then it is war." Headmaster Eugene gazed at Sea Dragon Cornelius and then the countless sea monsters behind him. At the same time, Headmaster Eugene waved his hand, and a stream of ice flew out from within his world. At an instant, the waves in front of him were frozen into an ice wall. But due to the powerful ice element within that move, that ice wall was even harder than steel. Sea Dragon Cornelius felt his heart drop a little after seeing that move. This headmaster was definitely on his level. "Headmaster Eugene, I keep my words." Sea Dragon Cornelius lowered his voice. Headmaster Eugene nodded. But he was still worried about what would happen with so many powerful sea monsters around when he left. Headmaster Eugene began to wonder where he could find some powerful dragons to look after this place. Of course, the first candidates were the 8 half-god dragons in the Golden Castle. Even if the 3 pregnant dragons could not join the fight, 5 of them would be able to join. Of course, Blue Dragon Abel was a god rank as well. The ice wall Headmaster Eugene created was no ordinary ice wall. He injected a strand of his power of the will into it. He would know as soon as someone was trying to break it. Therefore, there shouldn't be a problem, at least for now. In a short moment, he gazed at Sea Dragon Cornelius and vanished into a beam with a bang. The leftover blue dragon also became less worried, as he flew with the still injured 2-legged dragon above the ice wall. As for Sea Dragon Cornelius, he returned back to the waves and disappeared as well. Things have settled, but who knows, this might be the start of a war. Headmaster Eugene arrived at the closest teleportation circle and returned to the Dragon Island, where he could transit to the Golden Castle without the Wizard Union's network. Meanwhile, Abel was chatting to the dragon about the super cannon, and where were they going to test it out. Headmaster Eugene, Abel paused and suddenly smiled. Not only did the Golden Castle's teleportation circle alert him, but Doph had also noticed through the soul chain. Since they were in Doph's territory, any god rank who arrived would be spotted immediately. Soon, Headmaster Eugene appeared on the balcony as well. Headmasters Eugene, the 8 dragons bowed. Kemble, Prague, Hurley, Balfour, come here. Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. He did it to ask the green dragon Evelyn, because he sensed that she was getting pregnant as well. She had to be extremely careful, so she couldn't take any risk. Yes, Headmaster, Gold Dragon Kemble bowed. Father, what happened? Blue Dragon Hurley asked. But Headmaster Eugene ignored him and turned to Abel. Blue Dragon Abel, a god-rank sea dragon with destructive amounts of sea monsters, is seeking revenge from a wizard who stole their treasure. The situation is very serious, so I hope you and the god of war can help. Headmaster Eugene, no problem, but shouldn't the Wizard Union be the one resolving the situation? Abel asked. That sea dragon only gave me 3 days, so we don't have much time. We cannot let those sea monsters approach the continent. Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. I will bring the Golden Castle there. The females can return to the Dragon Island. Abel turned to the dragons. As a dragon, there was no way he would reject a dragon's request, especially considering how much the dragons helped him. He also trusted Headmaster Eugene. If there was a better way to resolve the situation, he would not ask this favor. After all, even a god-rank sea dragon would not be able to break the Golden Castle's defense, no matter how many sea monsters it had. Blue Dragon Abel, that sea dragon will not make a move in 3 days, but you still need to keep an eye on him to not enter the dragon territory. If he did, it would be war. But I still doubt that he will take that risk. Headmaster Eugene also felt uneasy about asking Abel. Abel was still young, after all. After everything was set, Headmaster Eugene returned to the teleportation circle and arrived at the Wizard Union headquarters. Blue Dragon Abel, I don't want to return to the Dragon Island. Gold Dragon April immediately added after Headmaster Eugene was gone. She then turned to Gold Dragon Kemble, nudging him to convince Abel as well. But the Gold Dragon Kemble did not say a word. He knew a god-rank battle was extremely risky. As fathers, none of the male dragons would allow their wives and child to go to war. Therefore, Gold Dragon April still returned to the Dragon Island at the end. Afterward, Abel and the 4 male dragons flew out of the Golden Castle. With a wave, his power of the will covered the Golden Castle, and it was put into his holy portal bag without even using the mysterious crown. He then flashed with the dragons towards the Battlecry Temple's teleportation circle and transited to the ocean. There was no need for guidance. Abel immediately sensed immense energy as soon as he appeared. Abel and the Gold Dragon Kemble exchanged gaze. Before moving forward, Brother Abel, we are in big trouble. Gold Dragon Kemble saw the countless sea monsters in the waves in front of them and said in a serious tone. Mr. Kemble, Blue Dragon Bart saw the dragons emerging, so he quickly turned into his human form and bowed. This is Blue Dragon Abel. You should give him respect first. He is just as powerful as Headmaster Eugene. Gold Dragon Kemble nodded and said. Blue Dragon Bart greets Mr. Blue Dragon Abel. Blue Dragon Bart was immediately affected. He was a lower-ranked dragon, so he did not know about Abel, but he knew what Gold Dragon Kemble was suggesting. He let out a breath of relief, but at the same time, he sensed that this Blue Dragon Abel was only a legendary rank. Thank you, Blue Dragon Bart. Abel bowed back and turned his gaze back to the sea monsters. He knew how powerful sea monsters were through his adventures. One with the ability to freeze waves had to be immensely powerful. With a wave, he summoned Doph's second body. Since Headmaster Eugene wanted him here, he had to show some effort. As soon as Doph's second body appeared, the energy of God lasted out towards the waves, clashing towards the energy of sea dragon Cornelius. After the merging with 2 kingdoms, Doph's power has been increasing ever since, and the second body corresponded as well. As far as Abel could sense, it was at least 2 times more powerful than the god of fire. After all, Doph was the god of war. Doph's energy incorporated the characteristics of a beeman, and it carried a strong thirst for destruction. But sea dragon Cornelius' energy was nothing to mess with as well. With the bloodline of the nine-headed serpent, was far superior than what Doff initially was. Doff, keep it down, Abel immediately called, seeing the energy clash. My mighty God, my name is Sea Dragon Cornelius. Why are you getting involved with the dragons? Sea Dragon Cornelius re-emerged from the waves again and lowered his voice. He did not pay too much attention to Abel at first because he was only a legendary rank, but Abel's command somehow made a god retract his energy without a single concern. At the same time, Sea Dragon Cornelius knew Doff's energy would get him injured if he continued. Sea Dragon Cornelius, this is my assistant, Doff the god of war. I'm here to make sure you don't step foot in the dragon's territory in the next 3 days, Abel said. Interesting, a legendary dragon with a powerful god as an assistant. My mighty god, don't you feel humiliated? Sea Dragon Cornelius smirked with a provoking tone. Sea Dragon Cornelius, you better not pick a fight. Can't you see this is only Doff's second body? Abel also smirked. Sea Dragon Cornelius' face immediately changed. He didn't know much about gods, but he never saw one with 2 bodies. 3 days, I will kill you if I don't see my treasure. Sea Dragon Cornelius turned to Abel and said coldly before disappearing in the eaves again. Abel smirked, such an arrogant god rank. Those sea monsters might not even be able to consume all the energy in his golden castle. Even if they could, he had hundreds thousands more top-level gems in his holy portal bag. After all, he had more gems to sustain his kingdom for countless years. He then reached his power of the will into his portal bag and took out the golden castle. No matter what, those dragons needed a place to live. Even as half-gods, the god-rank sea dragons could limit their movements with his energy. Those dragons stood no chance. This was what Headmaster Eugene had in mind as well. Doff, the god of war vs. Sea Dragon Cornelius, the other dragons vs. the sea monsters. Blue Dragon Bart was stunned when he saw the golden castle, but he soon entered with that 2-legged dragon. Are you injured? Abel saw that 2-legged dragon on the platform and said with a friendly voice. Mr. Abel, it sacrificed its blood to notify me when the sea monsters were emerging. Blue Dragon Bart bowed. Then take these. Abel took out 2 super healing potions and transferred them forward. Blue Dragon Bart held the potion in his hand and poured it in that 2-legged dragon's mouth with an oddly confused look. In an instant, all the injuries of that 2-legged dragon were healed. Even its blood was revived. Brother Abel, your potion is effective on dragons. Gold Dragon Kemble was stunned. How could he not be? The dragons were born superior when it came to power and lifespan. However, this also meant they would take much longer to recover when badly injured. It was also because of this, normal potions would be ineffective on them unless they were extremely weak. After all, most dragons who died were because of physical injuries. Brother Kemble, the dragons never tried my potions. Abel was caught off guard for a moment. No, because most healing potions are useless to us dragons. Gold Dragon Kemble shook his head. Bother, I'm a Grandmaster Alchemist. My potions are different, Abel explained. Of course, he wasn't going to say his potions were from the dark world, so his Grandmaster identity was a perfect cover-up. Brother Abel, you know, Grandmaster Alchemist existed in Headmaster Eugene's time as well. Gold Dragon Kemble asked Abel with a weird smile. Abel felt his face heat up. He had been using this excuse for so long he almost forgot how old some dragons were. I am special and that's it. My potions are effective on any species or rank. Abel waved his hand. He no longer wanted to explain. Gold Dragon Kemble gazed at Abel, and a sharp dragon claw appeared with a flash on his left finger. Without hesitation, he slashed his right arm open. He controlled his body so his blood did not spill out, but the cut was so deep there was no way he could heal it with his own power. Abel shook his head and took out 2 super healing potions for him. Gold Dragon Kemble smiled and poured the first one down. To his surprise, the wound was healed in less than 3 seconds. He was in disbelief as he touched his skin. There was not even a single scar. This was not possible even for minor cuts. Brother Abel, how many more potions do you have? Gold Dragon Kemble asked with excitement. I normally give the central continent a stable supply. If the dragons want, I can give out an extra 500 bottles, but no more than that. Abel thought for a moment and said, "After all, he still has a limit of how many potions he could make, even with the countless ingredients in Bloodmoor." "Brother Abel, you are doing us a great favor." Gold Dragon Kemble smiled. The other dragons were also excited. The most famous potion in the central continent was useful on the dragons as well, and it could drastically decrease their death rate. "You can blame me. I should have figured this out when you cured Balfour's poison." Gold Dragon Kemble sighed. Afterward, Abel handed 10 bottles of super healing potions to each dragon. Meanwhile, Headmaster Eugene requested a visit to the Wizard Union headquarters, and the wizards in charge were immediately stunned. There were only 3 god ranks in the Wizard Union at that moment, and 2 of them had just come out of a retreat, Wizard McPhee and Wizard Mosley. Therefore, the visit request from a god-rank dragon was making the atmosphere very intense as they waited in the hall. Soon, Headmaster Eugene stepped into the headquarters with a sunken face. The wizard who led the way couldn't even breathe after sensing his energy, and when Headmaster Eugene finally arrived in the hall, those wizards ran off like they were about to die. "Headmaster Eugene, please excuse us." Wizard Mosley lowered his voice sarcastically after seeing the way those wizards ran off. The Wizard Union was the ruler of the land, and dragons were the ruler of the inner oceans. Both parties were not supposed to get involved with each other's business. So Wizard Mosley was very irritated when he found out the dragons had gotten a god on their side and gained territory in the Battlecry Plateau during his time in retreat. Still, this Headmaster Eugene still had the guts to use his energy on a wizard. "Wizard Mosley, I am not in a good mood today, so I'm not here to negotiate. If you're not satisfied with me, then let's fight it out." Headmaster Eugene gazed forward. Wizard Mosley jumped up, but Wizard McPhee beside him immediately stopped him. "Headmaster Eugene, I know you are not here to pick a fight, so what happened?" Wizard McPhee then smiled. "I'm here to let the Wizard Union know that a god-rank wizard has stolen a god-rank sea dragon's treasure, and they demanded to have it returned. A wave of sea monsters are ready to strike as we speak." Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. "Which god-rank wizard?" Wizard McPhee asked again with his hand still in front of Wizard Mosley. It was at that moment Wizard Mosley realized his bad manners, so he began to settle down. He was still fresh out of retreat. After all, it was normal for his emotions to be unstable. Still, he was not going to apologize to Headmaster Eugene. "Wizard McPhee, the sea dragon gave me a scent to track down, but they only gave me a 3 days limit." Headmaster Eugene did not care about Wizard Mosley as he continued. "Smith Mosley, let's help Headmaster Eugene out. A wave of sea monsters is not something any of us want." Wizard McPhee gazed around at the 2 other god-rank wizards and said, "Okay." Wizard Smith nodded. "Sure." Wizard Mosley followed. Headmaster Eugene then began to sense the energy and pointed to a direction 2,000 miles from here. "Bradford," Wizard McPhee gasped. Where Headmaster Eugene pointed was a private magic tower that belonged to Wizard Bradford. The god-rank wizard's magic tower was no ordinary magic tower. Cost aside, just power and defense alone was unlike anything. "Bradford, is that bastard insane?" Headmaster Eugene grunted. There were not many god ranks in this world, so they all knew each other. "Let's head to the nearest city," Wizard McPhee suggested. Afterward, the wizards stepped on their teleportation circle and arrived at a city 50 miles from Wizard Bradford's magic tower. But this distance was nothing for god ranks. Headmaster Eugene soon pointed forward. That's where the scent was recorded. Headmaster Eugene pointed forward and said again, after seeing a magic tower emerging. "Headmaster Eugene, let us do the talking." Wizard McPhee turned and said. If Headmaster Eugene was the one doing the talking, it would be very awkward. Wizard McPhee flashed above the magic tower, and his energy blasted outward. "Bradford, my old friend, let's have a chat," he yelled. The shock wave of his voice slammed towards the magic tower, and an energy shield appeared. Still, his voice managed to get in. It was a little trick used by the powerful to get their voice heard beyond a barrier. Soon, Wizard Bradford's voice emerged. "McPhee, I'm training, don't disturb me." "Bradford, did you steal a sea dragon's treasure?" Wizard McPhee yelled again. "None of your business." Wizard Bradford immediately knew what he was talking about and yelled as well. Wizard Bradford then scanned with his magic tower and noticed 4 god tanks around. He immediately ignited his magic rifles, and a golden pattern appeared on the surface of his magic tower. They were all capable of increasing a wizard's attack. But in order to apply such things to a magic tower, Wizard Bradford constructed it entirely out of ancient materials. He was expecting this since he got the Dead Spirit Coral Island, and there was no place safer than his magic tower. Even another god rank would have a hard time breaking in. His magic tower could increase the range of his attack. Any god rank on the same level would not be able to get to him. His magic tower could also increase the power of his attack by 150%, so any wizard who was struck would not have a good time. Since a god rank's attacks were all derived from there, well, they were extremely scary on their own, let alone with a 150% increase. By that point, Wizard McPhee and the others were almost certain that Wizard Bradford had stolen the treasure. So the wizards surrounded the magic tower. None of the god rank wizards wanted to fight each other. It was much better to negotiate. However, the three wizards from the Wizard Union had to make a move, seeing the way Wizard Bradford reacted. And things only went downhill from there. McPhee, Mosley, Smith, if all of you are here to take my stuff, then let's fight to the death. I've waited hundreds of years for this, no way I will give it up, Wizard Bradford yelled. Bradford, you know the thing you stole is a sea dragon treasure, right? A wave of sea monsters are unleashed. If you don't return the thing, the entire central continent will suffer because of you, Wizard McPhee replied. That's none of my business too. I want to see someone come after me when I get even more powerful, Wizard Bradford replied loudly. The wizards exchanged gaze, and it seemed like there was no way they could negotiate. But little did they know, Wizard Bradford had gotten an island of dead spirit coral, and he had waited hundreds of years for it. The benefits he sensed already were splendid, so giving it up was a definite no. Smith, what should we do? We can't let Headmaster Eugene watch and laugh at us, Wizard McPhee asked. He and Wizard Smith were the highest status wizards on the spot, but that was only status. It didn't do much since god rank wizards didn't conform to authorities anyway. As long as you are a god rank wizard, you would not be treated with less benefit even if you are not a vice president like those wizards. But Wizard McPhee just couldn't make up his mind of what to do. Bradford, I command you in the name of the Wizard Union to return the sea dragon's treasure, and I will let you pick any treasure in the Union inventory as compensation. Wizard Smith lowered his voice. There were not many god rank wizards, so they could not have a civil war. Compensating was the most he could do. There was a special inventory in the Wizard Union. God rank resources, so there must be something that caught Wizard Bradford's eyes. Smith, talking to you is useless. There is no way I will return it. If you want it, then come and get it, Wizard Bradford laughed. Afterward, giant ice bowls blasted out from his magic tower. It was the top-level frozen bolt, and its power was scary after the magic tower's enchantments. Step back, Wizard Smith sensed that power, and he knew he could not take a hit. He flashed and reappeared 1,000 beyond, but he realized the ice balls was still flying towards him. Those ice balls were not fast, but he still had to flash back 4 times to reach a safe distance. The other 2 wizards also followed and appeared 4,000 meters outward. With such distance, there was no way they could attack the magic tower. An awkward atmosphere soon fell, and the wizards didn't know what to do. This was even worse, since Headmaster Eugene was still watching from the side. After all, it was the wizards who suggested that they could negotiate with Wizard Bradford. They totally did not expect Wizard Bradford to strike first. Lock up this place, don't let him escape, Wizard Smith lowered his voice. He then waved his hand, and his world appeared above him. It was huge. The other 2 wizards also followed, and their worlds formed a triangle. Each of their worlds was 10,000 meters in diameter, so it was more than enough to surround Wizard Bradford's magic tower. By doing so, it creates an area that forbids any wizard to move in a flash. It was the best way to trap a wizard. But of course, this required at least 3 god ranks to make a move at the same time. Compress, Wizard Smith yelled again, and he flew forward. As the world began to compress, Wizard Bradford's attack began to emerge again. First were rounds of frozen bolts, followed by flaming meteoroids. Wizard Smith grabbed his world, and also threw out rounds of frozen bolts to counteract. The frozen bolts clashed, and Wizard Bradford's ones made it through and continued forward, but Wizard Smith kept his calm. He summoned more frozen bolts, and this time they were all counteracted. Still, he was stunned that Wizard Bradford's frozen bolts were 2 times stronger. It was a 3 vs 1 situation, so those wizards should be fine unless Wizard Bradford was 3 times more powerful. As for the meteoroid spells, Wizard Brad did not expect much damage. He just wanted to show his confidence. Meteoroids was some of the most powerful attacks, but they often worked best on slower enemies. And wizards were definitely not one of them. The 3 wizards also cast their own meteoroid spells to counteract and continued to move forward again. This was normally how a fight between wizards goes down, casting the same spells to counteract each other. Of course, unless they were lightning spells that were so fast, the others could not even react. Therefore, the victory would always end up on the one with the most powerful spell. So Wizard Smith would definitely not take on this magic tower if he did not have 2 other god ranks with him. Since Wizard Bradford wanted to make things hard, he had to give it to him. He was not going to kill Wizard Bradford. He just wanted him to calm down and actually consider the consequences. Bradford, you are a part of the continents. You can't be this selfish. If the sea monsters actually invade, our forces will take a big hit and might no longer have the power to fight the demon from beyond when it reawakens in 100 years. Wizard Smith said as he moved. Bradford, you know professionals are not supposed to mess with the ocean. The Wizard Union has signed a treaty with the dragons. Wizard McPhee also tried to convince Wizard Bradford. Just shut up. I would like to see you try to take it from me, Wizard Bradford yelled back. The God Ranks world was now 3,000 meters from the magic circle, and they nodded to each other. Afterward, they started to summon their spells from their world again, but this time at a much faster rate. This not only counteracted all of Wizard Bradford's spells, a few even managed to land on his magic tower. This was only possible after their long years of working together, and Wizard Bradford had totally overestimated his magic tower. More and more fire and ice spells slammed onto his magic tower's energy shield, and elements were blasting everywhere. A crazy look emerged on Wizard Bradford's face. He, too, did not hold back and unleashed more spells towards the wizards. He was sacrificing energy from the core of his world, but he knew he would still make a profit if he was able to keep the dead spirit coral. Wizard Smith sensed a spark of danger, so he immediately stepped back as a giant fire wall appeared in front of him. A fire wall normally would not do much to him, but the energy of the one in front of him was making him stunned on the spot. It was at least 3 times as powerful as the ones he could make. That bastard is going all in, Wizard Smith hesitated. He was never planning to hurt Wizard Bradford. But that Bradford was going all in. Wizard Smith was lucky. But Wizard McPhee already sensed something wrong when he noticed the speed and energy of that frozen bolt. He instinctively blocked with his real world, but it was still too slow. The frozen bolt slammed against his frozen armor and scattered it. The frozen bolt continued towards Wizard McPhee's body, and he quickly protected his head with his arms and legs like a ball. In a flash of white light, he cast an energy shield, but his mana was drained at an instant. Crack, he sensed his arms and legs getting smashed like they were being hit by a giant hammer. Afterward, blue light surrounded his body, and he was covered in frost. Still, Wizard McPhee was a wizard who survived countless battles. He quickly ignited a move in a flash scroll and disappeared. A few of his bones were fractures, and his skins were burned by frost. Almost half of his life was taken away, so he immediately entered into his world to heal. He took out a healing potion with his power of the will and poured it in. It was a natural life potion that made it the water of life, a top-level healing potion. And soon his wounds began to heal. He followed up with a second bottle, but this one was not as effective. It was the downside of potions from continents. Using it continually would have a diminishing return. Still, it was necessary considering his injuries. He hesitated. Maybe he should try out those super healing potions he heard about. Since he was given 20 bottles by the Wizard Union, he took 1 bottle and poured it down without expecting much. But to his surprise, his burning wounds were soothed at an instant. He quickly followed up with another bottle, and even more wounds were healed. He also felt an itch in his bones, and he knew it was his bones fusing back together. The second bottle was just as effective as the first one. After another 2 bottles, his body was fully healed. He knew how badly he was hurt, and he returned to top condition with just 4 bottles of potions. He was stunned. I will definitely force that Grandmaster Alchemist to work for the Wizard Union when I return, he thought to himself. But he still had business. If Wizard Bradford damaged his world, no potion would be able to help. Wizard McPhee flashed out of his world again. If there were no bloodstains on his cloak, no one would be able to tell that he almost died. Wizard Bradford was planning to sacrifice a little world. Energy to injured Wizard McPhee so the other wizards would retreat. He was expecting Wizard McPhee to stop fighting by now, but Wizard McPhee was coming out of his world again. "Bradford, you madman," Wizard McPhee roared. He knew he had to resolve the situation. As a god rank, the harshest punishment given out normally was reducing resources, but it would be a different story if they badly injured or killed another god rank wizard. They still might not kill them, but they would definitely lock them up like those gods in the Wizard Union. "Go away now or die with me," Wizard Bradford roared back. He just sacrificed 1/5 of his world's energy on the spells he did, and his world has shrunk because of it. "Bradford, you will pay for what you did today." A cold spark flashed in Wizard McPhee's eyes. Not only did Wizard Bradford refuse to comply with the Wizard Union's commands, but he would also have killed Wizard McPhee if Wizard McPhee did not use a move in a flash scroll fast enough. How could Wizard McPhee not be furious? "How are you not injured?" Wizard Bradford continued to roar. He sensed Wizard McPhee more closely and noticed he was actually in top condition again. He knew for a fact that he broke the arms and legs, as well as badly damaging many of the internals of Wizard McPhee a moment ago. "Bradford, bad luck," Wizard McPhee smirked. He then turned to the other 2 wizards and said, "I was almost killed. The seriousness of the situation has increased." "Agree." Wizard Mosley saw the blood stain on Wizard McPhee's cloak and nodded. "Bradford, this is your last chance. Give out the Sea Dragon's treasure and go back into retreat, or we will drag you back to the Wizard Union with us," Wizard Smith said with all his strength. "Try and I will destroy the treasure. If I can't have it, no one can." Wizard Bradford sounded extremely certain as he spoke. A disappointed look emerged on Wizard Smith. Wizard Bradford really has gone mad. "Bradford, I would like to see you try." Wizard McPhee lowered his voice. Since he realized the power of those super healing potions, he might have a chance of breaking into the magic tower. "Wait," Headmaster Eugene suddenly interrupted. "Headmaster Eugene, this is the Wizard Union's affairs. It's best for you to stay out of it." Wizard McPhee gazed and said aggressively, "I really don't care if you guys fight, but we can't let anything happen to that treasure. The dragons just don't want to fight the sea dragons because of the Wizard Union." Headmaster Eugene waved his hand. "McPhee, let's take a break and decide." Wizard Smith gazed at Wizard McPhee and then at Wizard Mosley. Afterward, the 3 god ranks stepped back, and Wizard Bradford also did not make a move. Still, he was extremely baffled by the fact that Wizard McPhee had recovered so quickly. He had no choice. He could not hurt those wizards unless he made an instant kill. The 3 wizards surrounded the magic tower once again. "Headmaster Eugene, as you can see, it is not easy to get Bradford to give out the treasure," Wizard Smith added. "So Bradford have any close friends in the Wizard Union we can ask for help?" Headmaster Eugene asked. "No, Bradford is kind of a weirdo, and it is very hard for us god ranks to form good relationships." Wizard Smith shook his head. "Then no need to talk, we just need to kill Bradford," Wizard McPhee added in a fury. "No matter what, just make sure that treasure is safe. A wave of sea monsters can send the continents into chaos. I'm sure none of us want to return to the ruthless battles back in the days." Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. In reality, Headmaster Eugene should be the angriest one. It was the Wizard Union's problem, yet the dragons had to be dragged into it. If that treasure was destroyed, the entire continent would need to pay. There was no way the dragons could stop all of them. Although there were similar amounts of top-rank sea monsters and top-rank professionals, there were way more sea monsters in total. We need more god-rank wizards to help us take down Wizard Bradford in order to make sure he doesn't destroy the treasure. But it will take more than 3 days to summon them, Wizard McPhee suggested. "Yeah, we will need to stay on guard here to make sure Bradford doesn't escape, but we'll see if the Wizard Union can ask any other god ranks to help. Wizard Mosley added. Where are you going to find a god rank free enough to do this? The gods are not trustworthy enough. Headmaster Eugene shook his head. The best way to deal with a crazy god rank wizard was gathering more god ranks to take him down. However, there were still many problems considering the demon from beyond soon reawakening. For a powerful god rank, 100 years was a very short time, so most of them would not interfere with the affairs of the continents. Power in the common world was a hassle to them since they were not interested in their resources. All they needed was to exist, and the Wizard Union would be able to stay in power. The 3 god rank wizards were only summoned for one reason, the demon from beyond. And there would only be more god rank wizards summoned as the demon from beyond showed more sign of reawakening. Summoning more god ranks at this very moment would break their schedule, and this was the case for the dragons as well. The most carefree god ranks in the continents were the gods, but both Headmaster Eugene and the wizards knew they were not powerful, and there was no way they would give it their all to take down a wizard that had nothing to do with them. Headmaster Eugene, can the dragons send another god rank over? I think 5 god ranks might be able to do the trick, Wizard Smith asked. It was quite rude for him to ask, but he had no choice considering the situation. Us dragons have a god rank keeping an eye on the sea dragon in the ocean. I can ask him if you want. Headmaster Eugene thought for a moment and said, Of course, it was Abel. That's a waste. If the sea dragon was planning to make a move in these 3 days, they would have done so already. Just ask him to come here. Wizard McPhee felt his heart lift. Headmaster Eugene, are you talking about him? Wizard Smith's face suddenly sank. Yeah, Blue Dragon, Abel's Doff, the god of war. Headmaster Eugene nodded. Abel had some conflict with Wizard Smith. Although it was resolved, the tension still remained. Fighting together might be a problem. No matter who it is, we have no choice, Wizard McPhee said desperately. Okay, Headmaster Eugene, call Blue Dragon Abel here. Wizard Smith lowered his voice. It had been thousands of years since a war with the sea monsters had broken out, and it was safe to assume that their power had grown. The continents just could not afford to take any losses. For top-rank sea monsters, lower-rank sea monsters were just replaceable tools considering their resources, but each professional in the continents needed to struggle for success. Therefore, each of them also had the potential to become powerful. Having a sea monster invasion was the last thing the continents wanted. This is especially the case considering the threats from the Holy Kingdom. Even if they had enough wizards to stop the sea monsters, they could not send all of them away. Everything just happened too suddenly, and the continents were not prepared to fight 2 battles at once. Headmaster Eugene flashed away. He had to personally invite Abel to join. As for the wizards, they remained on the spot with their worlds, making sure Wizard Bradford could not escape. Meanwhile, Abel was chatting casually with the other 4 dragons, holding glasses of juice and wine in their hands as they sat on the Golden Castle's balcony. It was a perfect juxtaposition with the horror outside. After many trials, those dragons truly witnessed how powerful the Golden Castle was. So there was nothing to worry about, even though sea monsters' energy could not affect them. Abel gazed outside. He felt the urge to test out his new super cannon, but he knew it would not be a wise move. Headmaster Eugene is here, Gold Dragon Kemble said, seeing a body approaching. In no time, Headmaster Eugene appeared on the balcony as well, since he was not stopped by the Golden Castle's defense. Headmaster Eugene, did you track down that wizard? Abel smiled as he handed over a glass of wine. Blue Dragon Abel, this is why I'm here. That wizard refused to give out the treasures. Headmaster Eugene took a sip of the wine. He sensed a soothing feeling washed over his stresses and continued. 3 god-rank wizards from the Wizard Union are surrounding his magic tower, but we need at least 5 god ranks to take him down, so I hope Doff the god of war can help. Headmaster Eugene, then who's going to stay on guard here if I go with you? Abel nodded and asked. It will be fine, they can stay here. Headmaster Eugene said and turned to the other dragons. Kemble. Retreat if the sea monsters make a move. This thing is created by the Wizard Union, and there are 3 god rank wizards out here right now, so the worst case scenario shouldn't be too bad. In reality, Headmaster Eugene knew the first round of sea monster invasion shouldn't be too bad with 3 god-rank wizards around. There will only be a problem if more sea monsters decide to join. Brother Kemble, then stay here with the Golden Castle. I'll grant you the authority to the magic circle spirit. If the god rank decides to attack, command it to use the super cannon. Abel thought for a moment and said. Even without testing its power, Abel was confident that it could take down a god rank, and it should be simple to use with the magic circle spirit around. After all, the gold dragon Kemble was still a half-god no matter how fast he was. He would be affected by the sea dragon's energy, so they needed the golden castle. Blue dragon Abel, thanks for caring about their safety. Doing this might put the golden castle at risk. Headmaster Eugene added in gratitude before they headed back. Especially since Blue Dragon Hurley was his son. Headmaster Eugene felt a warmth in his heart. We are all friends. A single god rank cannot break the Golden Castle's defense. Abel smiled. As they flew forward, Headmaster Eugene began to explain to Abel about the situation. After a few teleportations and some more flying, they were back at the magic tower, surrounded by 3 huge worlds. Headmaster Eugene, why did you bring a little guy here? Wizard McPhee saw Abel and complained. It was supposed to be a god-rank battle. A weak dragon would get killed in an instant, and they would not have the right to join. Wizard McPhee, Wizard Mosley, let me introduce. This is Blue Dragon Abel. Doff the god of war is his summon. Headmaster Eugene gazed forward and said. If he didn't make it clear, Abel would not be recognized. Oh sorry, Blue Dragon Abel. I heard about you, but I'm just not expecting you to be so young. Wizard McPhee added in embarrassment. With a god as summon, he had to show respect no matter how weak Abel was. Abel smiled and bowed. Blue Dragon Abel, are you the one who took over the Battlecry Plateau? Wizard Mosley said in disbelief, since he was very against a dragon taking a part of the land. But since this drama was created by the wizard Union and they needed help from Abel, he had to put his feelings aside. Still, he was stunned by Abel's age. Blue Dragon Abel, thank you, Wizard Smith added blankly. But soon, he was stunned with his eyes wide open as well. Blue Dragon Abel, you're rank 30 now, he asked. Headmaster Eugene was feeling very good seeing the stunned look on Wizard Smith. After all, Abel was only rank 26 the last time they met. It was just that they never had a good time to chat about it, considering their situation. Smith, it's weird for a dragon to study wizardry, but what's so shocking about being rank 30? Wizard Mosley asked. In fact, he thought rank 30 was quite low for the master of a god. Blue Dragon Abel, you were only rank 26 the last time we met a few months ago, right? Wizard Smith ignored Wizard Mosley and asked. Yeah, Abel smiled without holding back. How is that possible? Not only Wizard Mosley, but even Wizard McPhee was also stunned again. Those wizards have been through the legendary ranks as well. Although they were not as long as the half-god ranks, those ranks were definitely more important, since a wizard would no longer age after their body had taken the form of energy as a half-god. Blue Dragon Abel, what's your training secret? Wizard Mosley asked curiously. Wizard Mosley, you better mind your manners. That's Blue Dragon Abel's secret. He does not need to give you an explanation. Headmaster Eugene said in irritation. If Abel was willing to tell people about it, he would have told the dragons already. Wizard Mosley, my methods for leveling up is not replicable. Abel smiled. Abel sounded extremely honest, and those old wizards could tell after existing for so long. Mosley, just keep quiet. That's Blue Dragon Abel's luck. We are all lucky in our own ways anyway. Wizard Smith interrupted. Soon everyone went silent. Every god rank had secrets. This was the case for Headmaster Eugene as well, which was what allowed him to become a god-rank dragon, while most other dragons remained at the half-god rank. Headmaster Eugene, Blue Dragon Abel, we have locked up the area around the magic tower so Bradford cannot sense anything beyond it. Let's go through the plan. All of us make an all-out attack together, break the magic tower's defense, and badly injure Bradford. Then we should be able to solve the problem, Wizard Smith said. They were all god-rank wizards of the same union, so he knew how powerful Bradford was. There was no way Bradford could notice what they were doing, unless he leveled up. But before he even completed his sentence, he saw a sound coming from Bradford. Smith, you really don't know what treasure I got, don't you? It is strengthening my world at the moment. Who is that stranger? His energy is so powerful even I am a little scared. Oh well, I might just destroy the treasure, Wizard Bradford yelled. He was insane, and everyone's face sank. Damn it, what treasure did he get? Wizard Mosley lowered his voice. But at least it made more sense why Wizard Bradford refused to give it up. He might risk his life for it as well if he was in a similar situation, but it was not worth it to put the entire continent at risk. Now what? Wizard McPhee turned to Wizard Smith. Let's see if we can negotiate with Bradford again, Wizard Smith added helplessly. They still had 3 days. If they make a move too fast and Wizard Bradford destroyed the treasure, he would be responsible for the damage. A battle of this scale would cause billions of deaths. Headmaster Eugene was helpless as well. They might be able to injure Wizard Bradford, but Wizard Bradford still had the chance to destroy the treasure before they achieved their goal. All of a sudden, everyone was speechless. Time slowly passed. Even after a day, none of them had any food ideas. Hard power would only backfire on a crazy god rank. Abel was initially not planning to care too much as he was only there for support, but seeing the current situation, he might need to do something. He was a human, an elf, a dragon, and someone with barbarian connections at the same time. The affairs of the continent were his affairs. Let me give this a try. Abel broke the silence. The god ranks immediately turned their gaze on him. Blue Dragon Abel, you got an idea? Wizard Smith's eyes sparked. Blue Dragon Abel. The entire continent will be in debt to you if you can resolve the problem, Wizard McPhee added. Headmaster Eugene, on the other hand, was not looking too good. If Abel failed and Wizard Bradford destroyed the treasure, the blame would go on the dragons instead of the Wizard Union. Blue Dragon Abel, we are taking a big risk, let's not. He tried to speak his mind while keeping an eye on the wizards. Those wizards were too keen to push the responsibility to Abel. Headmaster Eugene, I know I am risking our name for this, but we are running out of time. If the sea dragon gets desperate and unleashes an attack, earlier, we will no longer be able to stop them, even if we kill Wizard Bradford. Abel lowered his voice. His words made the wizards embarrassed. They all cared too much about their names, and it undermined their actions. Blue Dragon Abel, if you are confident, the Wizard Union will take full responsibility even if you fail. This entire thing is sparked by Bradford anyway, Wizard Smith said sincerely. Even after all this time, they did not have a single idea, but this young blue dragon seemed to be full of mystery. Thanks, Abel nodded to Wizard Smith. It was a very brave thing to say. Blue Dragon Abel, we will give you all the support you need, just tell us your plan. Wizard Smith added. Smith, but I want to make something clear. If I killed Wizard Bradford by myself, I would take over all his belongings beside that treasure. Abel lowered his voice. That's sure. Wizard Smith was a little off guard, but since the other wizards did not have anything to say, he nodded nevertheless. Actually, both Wizard Smith and Wizard Mosley never wanted to kill Wizard Bradford. Each god-rank wizard needed resources, talent, and most importantly, luck. They needed to go through countless challenges to reach their level. Even with the Wizard Union trying their best to cultivate god-rank wizards, there was just not enough luck to go around. If the god ranks could not live forever, there might not even be a single god-rank wizard left over. But for a crazy god-rank Wizard Union who disobey the commands and values of the Wizard Union, he would be as good as dead. Therefore, Wizard Smith still agreed after some hesitation. Although they didn't know what Abel was about to do, Abel must be confident if he mentioned killing Wizard Bradford. Especially since Wizard Smith recalled that Abel had killed the god of fire, even though it had not been officially recognized. Also another thing, I hope you can keep what you are about to see a secret, Abel added. That's for sure, you can count on us to not say a word. The 3 wizards nodded. Wizard Smith was very curious. Was Abel going to expose his elf Bennett identity? After all, only the top ranks knew about his golden castle. However, Abel causally threw out a barrier circle and entered it with Headmaster Eugene and the wizards, while their worlds remained on the spot. Blue Dragon Abel. Bradford's world is strengthened by the treasure, so this barrier circle will be noticed if we make a big move, Wizard Smith reminded. Thanks for the reminder. Abel smiled and continued, please keep calm everyone. Haha, don't worry, There's nothing us god ranks have not seen. Headmaster Eugene smiled, seeing Abel was about to expose a secret. Thief god Milton, come out. Abel then lowered his voice. A black hole opened up from his monster ring, and thief god Milton jumped out. It immediately received a command from Abel's soul chain to use the invisible spell, and his energy was unnoticeable. It was extremely confusing for the god rank, because they could clearly see thief god Milton. Still, there was no need to explain. Thief god Milton was one of the few gods recognized by the Wizard Union who survived since the era of gods. Blue Dragon Abel, you have two gods working for you. Is thief god Milton your summon as well? Wizard Smith almost felt a little numb. He heard that Abel had gotten large amounts of holy crystals from thief god Milton, and the Wizard Union already suspected that they had an extraordinarily close relationship. But they just never guessed that thief god Milton was Abel's summon. Thief god Milton was not like Doff, who became a god from Beeman summoned by Abel. He was an old monster from the era of God. Even though he was not powerful in fighting, he had many mysterious tricks up his sleeves. And it was because of those tricks that allowed him to escape the grasp of the Wizard Union. Of course, thief god Milton's name was clean ever since the Wizard Union recognized his work in the Holy Kingdom's central temple, and he could show himself again. Headmaster Eugene was stunned and excited at the same time. Although thief god Milton was not strong in battle, he was good nevertheless, a god that belonged to the dragons, most important. Thief god Milton was recognized by the Wizard Union, so this identity couldn't be challenged. Blue Dragon Abel, are you thinking of letting thief god Milton sneak in the magic tower? Headmaster Eugene asked, since he couldn't even sense thief god Milton. Yeah, thief god Milton is talented when it comes to this. Abel nah. But as far as I know, thief god Milton is not powerful enough to take down Wizard Bradford even if he successfully sneaked in. That's why I will put Doff in a portal bag and let thief god Milton sneak in with it. Doff is skilled in close battles, so our success rate is very high. Abel smiled. Thief god Milton was the perfect assassin, but in situations like this, he definitely needed more power. Doff, the god of war, was perfect support. Headmaster Eugene shook his head. Putting a god in a monster bag was something only Abel could do. Respect aside, going into a special dimension such as a monster bag was basically like handing over your life to someone. Once the monster bag was damaged, the energy within it would go into chaos and thus kill the beings inside it. Therefore, the beings inside a portal bag needed to have full trust in the person holding the portal bag. For a mighty being like a god, it would be very hard to trust another person, let alone another god. After all, a way at which gods get powerful throughout history was by swallowing other gods. However, both thief god Milton and Doff were Abel's summons. They were extremely close, to the point they would even die for each other. At the same time, Wizard Smith also recalled Wizard Jules, who disappeared in the Wizard Union headquarters. It was an extremely baffling incident. How could a rank 28 wizard disappear without a trace? Some suspected Grandmaster Bennett, but they just didn't have any evidence. Or maybe Wizard Jules just got too scared, so he went into hiding. But after seeing thief god Milton, everything suddenly made sense. Just the fact that not even a legendary light had emerged upon the death of Wizard Jules sent a chill down Wizard Smith's spine. The Wizard Union has always neglected thief god Milton because he was a coward. After all, he did go into hiding after all these years and did not cause any trouble. But the thief god Milton today has changed. He was someone who stole from the Holy Kingdom without thinking and took out a rank 28 wizard in the Wizard Union headquarters. This change was all because of Abel. Still, Wizard Smith was not planning to bring up the Wizard Jules incident. Blue Dragon Abel was no longer the Grandmaster Bennett which the Wizard Union could go against. Especially since Doff, the god of war, had taken over the god of fire's status, and Abel was extremely prestigious on all fronts in the central continent. Just the fact that he was the first one Headmaster Eugene thought about in this mission explains it. Blue Dragon Abel, do you need our help? Wizard Smith asked. Wizard Smith, of course. Please lock down this area and keep chatting among each other to distract Wizard Bradford. Thief god Milton can still be noticed if Wizard Bradford tried hard enough. Abel smiled. Of course, let's work together. Wizard Smith thought about tricking thief god Milton, but considering their situation, no one would win if thief god Milton was killed. Not to mention, even though he might be able to trick Abel, he could not do much with Headmaster Eugene around. Therefore, Wizard Smith stopped his urge. Abel waved. Doff's second body entered an empty monster bag. He then handed it to thief god Milton, and its scent also disappeared when they made contact. A chill ran down the spine of those god ranks again. All of a sudden, Wizard Smith was glad that his conflict with Abel was resolved with Headmaster Eugene. At that time, he only thought about the power of the dragons, but now he realized Abel alone was scary enough. Just how many more tricks did Abel have up his sleeve? God rank couldn't just take down the future generations, who pose a threat to them forever. Thief god Milton alone might not do much, but with Doff, the god of war, no god would underestimate their power. Everyone get ready. Abel lowered his voice, and thief god Milton jumped forward while igniting his invisibility spells. His body vanished from sight. Even the power of the will could not detect him. But of course, as soon as thief god Milton showed a small intent of murder, a god rank would be able to tell. Afterward, the 3 god rank wizards on the spot began to wonder how they could deal with thief god Milton in the future. Thief Milton's invisible spells were a god's ability. Other than a power of the will from the same rank, nothing else could notice him. The wizards exchanged gaze, and worries emerged from their hearts. Even a god rank could not scan from night to day. Still, this gave them more confidence in taking down Wizard Bradford. All they needed to do was to maintain a good relationship with Abel so he wouldn't sneak into the Wizard Union headquarters again. After Abel put away the barrier circle, Wizard Smith yelled again. Bradford, just think it through again. This will put the entire central continent at risk. He had given up trying to convince Wizard Bradford long ago, so he was just trying to distract him. Smith, I know you are just trying to buy sometimes, since one of your god rank is gone. Don't even bother. I will destroy everything as soon as another one gets close. Wizard Bradford lowered his voice after noticing that Doff, the god of war, was gone. But he just did not expect him to get put in a monster bag. Bradford, just think about it. Your disciples will also suffer because of the sea monster invasion. Wizard Smith spoke again. Haha, my disciples, how many generations has it been? I can't even be bothered. Wizard Bradford laughed. It was very hard to create bonds for someone immortal. If they got too attached, they would only hurt themselves when their disciples died. Most god-rank wizards were not cold-blooded. They just didn't want to get attached to the common world and endure suffering as a result. Wizard Smith knew about this too, but he was still trying to distract Wizard Bradford. Abel controlled thief god Milton through the soul chain, since thief god Milton himself was not smart enough to do this. He could make thief god Milton smarter by creating a kingdom for him, but by doing so would forever bound thief god Milton in his kingdom. At least by that point, Abel still needed thief god Milton's help. Thief god Milton slowly flew close to the ground and approached the magic tower. Abel was no stranger to magic towers. Although he never saw a god-rank wizard's magic tower, their structure should be the same. Normally, magic towers had 2 monitoring circles. One was responsible for activity in the sky, and the other was responsible for activities on the ground. The area in between would be detected by both circles. But it was because the circles would mutually affect one another and make things less noticeable. Abel didn't know how powerful the monitoring circle of this magic tower was, but the path he chose was the safest one. Of course, thief god Milton's penetration spell also worked wonderfully. Still, he was very careful since a single mistake would be devastating. Finally, he was approaching the magic tower. The material used on its surface was the familiar ancient material, but they were not as high quality as his battle forts. Still, they were commonly used on ancient structures. It was the first time Abel saw a magic tower built out of it. Abel finally controlled thief god Milton to the side of the magic tower. He did not scan with his power of the will. Instead, he just looked with his eyes. According to tradition, a rank 36 wizard should have a 36 stories magic tower and live on the top level, but the one in front of him only had 18 stories. Little did Abel know, even god-rank wizard had a limited amount of ancient material, and Wizard Bradford had already accumulated for many years to build this. Wizards in the central continent did not care too much about magic towers, but Abel grew up in the Holy Continent. A good magic tower was every wizard's dream. As far as they knew, only a wizard with a magic tower could be counted as an actual wizard. Just recall how much trouble Abel has caused by bringing a powerful magic tower to Harry Castle. Although he did not make it public, it was one of the most thrilling experiences he had. Therefore, he immediately fell in love when he saw this magic tower in front of him. He would definitely take it after he killed Wizard Bradford. He sped up with thief god Milton. He needed the wizards to distract Wizard Bradford so that he would not be able to scan around with his power of the will. Wizard Bradford would definitely not let his guard down. Like this in a normal battle. But there were many monitoring circles doing the job for him in his magic tower. Especially since it has been a day and the god-rank wizards still had not made a move yet. The magic tower was his home and his training ground. It was the result of all his hard work. But normally, he would be living alone since he did not cultivate any disciples. Even food was teleported to him from different towns every day. Thief god Milton flew up against the walls, and he stopped next to a window on the 16th floor. He did not go higher because the energy would be too strong. And Wizard Bradford might notice him. The windows of a magic tower were built with magic circles. When fresh air was needed, the tower spirit would automatically open it. Still, even in that state, no one would be able to enter it. Of course, this did not apply to thief god Milton. With a gentle tap, he completely replicated the energy of the magic circle, and the trigger for the window was opened. Meanwhile, Wizard Smith continued to chat with Wizard Bradford, but he suddenly paused with shock when he saw the window on the 16th floor open. He was not the only one. Even Headmaster Eugene was stunned. God-rank magic tower was the #1 in defense, but it was penetrated without a sound just like that. The scariest thing of all was that Wizard Bradford did not even notice it as he continued to chat. That's too scary, the god ranks thought to themselves. Wizard Mosley began to recall his interaction with Abel and wondered if he appeared rude in any way. It shouldn't be too bad, so he let out a long breath of relief. It was not wise to make enemies with someone like Abel. Power was not everything. Take the demon from beyond, for example. He could be taken down by the Wizard Union once reawakened. But an invisible enemy could strike at any moment without notice. Abel did not know what the wizards thought as he closed the window once again. If he left it open, Wizard Bradford would immediately notice something wrong when he looked outside. There were countless strange magic circles to create a mana-dense environment and strengthen security in the magic tower. It would be a nightmare going through them for a normal person, but it was more like a walk in the park for thief god Milton. Almost like every magic circle was listening to his command. Finally, he arrived at the tower center and seized control of the tower spirit. This was what thief god Milton did when he invaded the Golden Castle. Even the proudest work of the dwarves was no match for him. There was no way the Golden Castle's security could be weaker than this magic tower. Just spirits alone, Abel had 3 of them. Abel then controlled thief god Milton to float upward from the stairs. He kept looking around as he floated, but it soon became clear to him that Wizard Bradford did not care too much about these levels. Other than some decorations, the place was basically completely empty. A normal wizard would never have enough space in their magic tower, since every level was occupied by some facilities such as accommodation for disciples, training room, storage room. They all needed their own space, which was why the wizards in the Holy Continent needed so many stories in the magic tower. Although Abel didn't know what was in the 16 stories below him, he guessed that Wizard Bradford might rarely use them as well. If Wizard Bradford had disciples, he would definitely put his favorite ones on the 16th floor, but he didn't. Thief god Milton kept changing energy with his penetration and invisible spells. He was very careful as he went through the magic circles. He did not even use a teleportation circle since that would attract Wizard Bradford. When he arrived on the 17th floor, he realized it was a stand-alone storage space without walls. He could see everything at a glance, and they looked interesting, but he did not stay. All those things would soon belong to him anyway. Those things were mostly collectibles, such as weapons and gears, Wizard Bradford gathered from the enemies he killed. Thief god Milton continued to make his way upward. Without making a sound, even though the magic circles were getting more complicated, they did not stop thief god Milton. Finally, he arrived at the 18th floor, where he suspected Wizard Bradford to be. He stopped at the last surveillance circle and reached his energy inside. But this time he did not alter the motion surveillance circle. Instead, he let it continue. After the surveillance circle scanned the entire floor, he would be able to tell where Wizard Bradford was. Just as he expected, Wizard Bradford really was on the 18th floor, a little far from the entrance. However, as the surveillance circle continued, he realized something was wrong. The 18th floor was much bigger than he expected, so the curious thief god Milton finally stepped through the rifle and entered the floor. Suddenly, his eyes were wide open. This place used a dimension circle to expand its size. The floor was originally only 50 square meters, but with that circle, it became a 3,000 meters wide oval. Above was a huge illumination circle, and there was even a garden by the side. Since the walls of the magic tower used a special material, the internals and the garden almost looked like it was floating in mid-air. There was a little stream running down the garden with dense mana, making the plants in the garden especially vibrant. Abel flew up with thief god Milton to get a better glimpse of the view. There was a 3-story wooden building on top of the garden. It should be where Wizard Bradford was living. That's very creative, Abel sighed. Abel was not someone lacking in resources, but he would never be able to think of something like this with his imagination. But he did not have time to admire the plants, statues, or fountains of the garden. Instead, he turned to the building and carefully approached it. It was built out of a strange kind of wood. And Abel could sense thief god Milton relaxing as he approached. Abel could not identify what kind of tree this wood belonged to, even as a grandmaster alchemist, which meant they had to be extremely precious. Little did he know, Wizard Bradford was actually fully aware of his bad temper, so he constructed this garden and paid a good fortune for those lovely moon wood to build that house. Still, a crazy person would be true to their nature. It was not something materialistic things could resolve. After all, any normal wizard would give up after so many god ranks have tried to negotiate with him. The madness of Wizard Bradford was on a whole new level. Thief god Milton began to slow down his speed. However, he did not look up since making direct eye contact with a god-rank wizard would be noticed. As for murderous intent, Abel was also able to control it very well since his actual body was with Headmaster Eugene. He would be fine even the moment before thief god Milton made a move. Instead, he admired the luxury of the wood. He could tell they had the style of elves with one look. Since this place was the personal space of Wizard Bradford, the only magic circles around were the ones holding up the wood. There was not even a surveillance circle. Soon, he heard the voice of Wizard Bradford talking to a magic circle that transferred his voice outside of the magic tower. Seemed like Wizard Smith did a great job of distracting him, which made sense considering he was the vice president of the Wizard Union and he knew Wizard Bradford very well. Abel finally caught a glimpse of Wizard Balfour from the corner of thief god Milton's eyes. Wizard Bradford was on the 3rd floor of that wooden building with many control circles around him. He also saw the core of the tower spirit. There were many benefits to putting the tower spirit next to the owner since they could directly connect through the power of the will and there would be no delay. For a god rank, every single second could dictate life and death. Abel kept going with thief god Milton with a straight face. He not only did not make eye contact with Wizard Bradford, but his mind was also at total peace to avoid creating any energy waves as he approached Wizard Bradford. Even with his invisible spells on full power, getting so close to a god rank still ran a risk. Most importantly, he just could not give Wizard Bradford a single chance to destroy the treasure. War with the sea dragons would push a lot of burden on Abel. Even with Wizard Smith's guarantee, he knew it wouldn't change the reality. He had only stood up because the wizards had no idea even after a day. Still, this mission was much safer than sealing the dimension crack. Thief god Milton stopped 10 meters from Wizard Bradford. It was a safe distance, so he took a weapon with low damage from his portal bag so it wouldn't trigger any threatening sense. The Dark World's Kelpie snare, it was what he used to kill Wizard Jules last time. He chose it again because of the 75% slow-down attribute. It was perfect for surprise attacks since it could strike again even if he made a mistake. At an instant, Thief God Milton unleashed a speed spell without hesitation and arrived next to Wizard Balfour without even making a sound. However, it was at that moment Wizard Bradford realized something was up. Since Thief God Milton sacrificed power for speed, the Kelpie snare gently struck out as Wizard Bradford added a frozen armor on himself before the magic protection gears on him were triggered. There were no ordinary things on a god-rank wizard. They were all brought back from ancient sites, and Wizard Bradford had put on many of them in preparation for this. He had reacted so fast, Abel almost had no idea how he cast frozen armor at such speed. However, those things could only protect his body, not his soul. The Kelpie snare struck upon the Amur. Since it was so weak, it did not trigger any rebound effect. And the damage it gave Wizard Bradford was almost unnoticeable. However, the real impact was yet to come. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the Kelpie snare and entered Wizard Bradford's body. Wizard Bradford instinctively wanted to flash away, but his movement somehow turned very slow, and he kept failing the spell drawing process. A god rank couldn't even draw a move in a flash spell. What a joke. Wizard Bradford also realized his mind was moving slower, only 1/4 of his normal speed. Even his process of taking out his world was the case. It was at that moment a black hole appeared and a giant arm reached out. Chaotic energy blasted out, almost like a mountain landing on Wizard Bradford. Although that energy was the same rank as Wizard Bradford, he was caught completely off guard, and his mind was slowed down. All of a sudden, he didn't know what to do. That giant arm got even bigger with a holy crystal, and it grabbed Wizard Bradford with a golden glow. The protection shields on him all scattered like thin pieces of paper. Even his frozen armor did not have enough time to generate frozen bolts to strike back. Little did Wizard Bradford know that weak little blade from the dark world had slowed him down by 75% and got him in this situation. He did not even have enough time to reach his power of the will into his portal bag, to ignite a move in a flash scroll, or take out his war puppet. Everything was too late. That giant golden arm squeezed his neck. As a powerful god of war who merged 2 other kingdoms, Abel couldn't even tell how powerful Doff was. Of course, Abel was only a rank 30 wizard after all. Still, he was certain that even the most powerful wizard would not be able to go against his physical attacks when slowed down. Powerful holy energy completely restricted Wizard Bradford's movement, and Abel did not give him a single chance to survive. Although Abel didn't know how the Wizard Union would treat a convicted god rank, he knew Wizard Bradford would definitely try to hunt him down if he did not kill him on the spot. Doff's second body squeezed with his giant hand from the black hole, and Wizard Bradford was like a helpless baby going against a man. Crack, his neck snapped, but his still emerging world finally gathered enough force for an attack. Although it was a little late, a destructive amount of power and lies still charged towards Doff's hand. His hand was destroyed in an instant, and the energy continued to travel towards his body through his destroyed arm. Seemed like Wizard Bradford wanted to drag Doff to hell with him. However, Doff has inherited the battle instant of a beeman, and he immediately chopped off his own arm without even thinking. But it was because of this, and the fact that Wizard Bradford was dying, that huge energy lost a target to attack. Wizard Bradford was not a powerful god rank, and he dwelled in the ocean for way too long, so he did not leave a life seed in his world. Once his body has disintegrated, he would lose control of his world and die. Wizard Bradford knew the importance of a life seed, but he always procrastinated, considering how peaceful it had been and how much effort it would take. By the time he started to regret it, it was already too late. The ownerless world penetrated the ceiling of the magic tower and continued to fly up towards the sky. Bradford is dead, Wizard Smith lowered his voice. Wizard Bradford stopped talking back to him, so he knew Thief God Milton had made a move. But it was only after a second he sensed the energy of a world blast outward before flying up towards the sky. The death of a god rank was a strange sight to see. Since the god of fire died in his kingdom, the energy was suppressed, so nothing strange happened. However, Wizard Bradford died in his magic tower, and the wizards looked towards the sky with their faces sank. Even Headmaster Eugene as well. How many years has it been since a god rank died? More than thousands of years. It was a pity even if he was crazy and almost caused a sea monster invasion. Wizard Bradford's world kept flying higher and higher. When it reached 1,000 meters above the ground, the energy within it began to disintegrate, and it could no longer hold its shape. It was because of this, the dimension within it could no longer sustain itself, and the giant island of spirit coral fell out. Soon, the remaining ice and fire elements also blasted out, forming a giant ball of blue and red in the sky. It was like fireworks, with one pouring down snow and the other pouring dawn flames. When the two elements collide, a giant rainbow begins to emerge. The wizards and Headmaster Eugene was stunned. The scene was not only gorgeous, but it was also the last glory of a god rank. "What's that?" Headmaster Eugene couldn't help but ask after seeing a little island fell out among the blast. The three god rank wizards also noticed it, but a shadow already speeded forward before them. It was Doff's second body. Although Abel didn't know how a god rank's world worked or why it flew up, he still commanded Doff to catch the things that fell down from it. Doff roared and forcefully held up the island of spirit coral with his remaining arm. "Amazing," Headmaster Eugene gasped, seeing Doff's second body holding up an island in mid-air with one arm. 3 holy crystals then sparked beside him, and a golden beam began to form a new arm. Bones quickly grew out, followed by muscles and skin. In a few breaths, Doff was as good as new. An injury like this would normally be a huge hassle for a god, since sacrificing holy crystal for healing would normally be unnecessary, since they could normally just heal in their kingdom, especially after the battle ended. "Everyone, I'll go retrieve my rewards. No objection, right?" Abel said to the wizards and then gazed at Headmaster Eugene. He was not afraid of the wizards taking back their words, with Headmaster Eugene around. A god rank with a bad reputation could not be trusted, considering there were no divine forces stopping them from lying. "No problem, Blue Dragon Abel, just take your rewards," Wizard Smith waved and said. It was not the wizard's interest to break their relationship with Abel. Normally, a powerful being that poses a threat to them would be killed, but Blue Dragon Abel was a dragon with an assassin god. They would be taking a huge risk, even if Abel did not have the dragons as support. Those rewards were not worth dying for. Abel smiled and flashed towards the magic tower. An ownerless magic tower's defense was still very strong. But thief god Milton has already cut off the connection between the magic tower and its spirit. It was basically dead. Abel smoothly entered, and the first floor they appeared in was the 18th floor. He immediately arrived at the wooden house and put Wizard Bradford's body into his personal storage box. Finally, he let out a long breath of relief. The reason they asked the wizards again was so they wouldn't go in with him and saw him putting away Wizard Bradford's body. But from now on, they would have no evidence. After he returned to the Golden Castle, he would announce that he was going into retreat again. His dead body was what he needed, and it was a huge reason why he took this risk besides saving the continent from the sea dragons. If he killed a god-rank wizard in another scenario, the Wizards' Union would definitely go all out with him. Although Abel already had quite a few god ranks working for him, it was still not enough to go against the Holy Kingdom or the Wizard Union. He could not level up his own power that fast. He was not even confident that he could reach god rank in 100 years. Although he was only 6 ranks away. Those were some of the hardest ranks. He had to keep Wizard Bradford's body intact for a resurrection. If not, he could tell Doff to use a weapon and kill. After all, even a world of energy could not destroy a rune word gear, and Doff would not lose an arm. After everything was set, Abel arrived next to the Tower Spirit. "Commander Spirit, get me the authority of this Tower Spirit." Abel took out his Headmaster badge and commanded. "Yes, Headmaster," the Commander Spirit replied through the power of the will. For a Tower Spirit seeable with the naked eye. Thief god Milton had even broken its protection circle, making it completely defenseless. After 10 seconds it sounded, "Master welcome." Just like that, Abel was recognized, and this entire magic tower was his to take. Abel looked around, but there was no rush. It was better to find the sea dragon's treasure first. Although he did what it was, Wizard Bradford would definitely carry it around it with him considering his arrogance. He had already scanned through Wizard Bradford's body when he put it away. There wasn't anything too extraordinary. Seemed like it was the island that fell out of his world. Moment ago. Abel did not stay for long. Instead, he flashed back to the wizards and Headmaster Eugene. He had no intention of taking that sea dragon's treasure, no matter how valuable it was. Therefore, he also commanded Doff to return with him and take out that island. My God, that's a huge dead spirit coral. Wizard McPhee gasped the moment he saw the thing. No wonder Bradford went crazy for it, Wizard Mosley mumbled. Only the outer ocean would have a training treasure like this. Of course, the sea dragons are angry, Headmaster Eugene sighed. However, Abel just couldn't understand what was so special about that island. He still had a long way to god rank, and both Doff and thief god Milton were gods, not god rank professionals. They could not tell how valuable dead spirit corals were. I leave this to you now. I still have rewards I need to get. Abel knew that island was what the sea dragon was after seeing the looks on those wizards, so he signaled Doff to put it down. Okay, Wizard Smith was so fixated on the island of death spirit coral, he didn't even know what Abel just said. Abel then arrived next to the magic tower once again, with Doff's second body, and took out 2,000 puppets. With commands from the commander spirit, they surrounded the magic tower and began to work. Meanwhile, the four god ranks fell into a strange silence as they gazed at the dead spirit coral, admiring the power it was giving out. After some time, the puppets have dug out the 18 stories magic tower from the ground. Of course, there was no way they could do it so fast without the commander spirit. Abel then surrounded the giant magic tower with his power of the will, and swiftly put it into his holy portal bag. Abel continued to look around and discovered a garden next to the magic tower. It must be what Wizard Bradford used to make his potions. Abel had an ancient garden, and he immediately noticed how special this little garden was. The soils were altered to suit ancient potions, which meant Wizard Bradford had the formula to do so. However, the soil of this garden was different from the one Abel had, so it might be a good idea to do some comparison and analysis. As for the soil's formula, the Tower Spirit's database must have it. There were many valuable herbs in this garden, so of course, Abel was not going to miss them. His putters spread out around the garden and began plucking while Abel put them in his portal bag. After everything was set, the once beautiful view became a deserted land with soil spilling everywhere. Finally, Abel let out a breath of relief and flashed back to the god ranks with Doff's second body and thief god Milton. He did not go invisible since he didn't want any more misunderstandings. Everyone, now that everything is set, let's end this. Abel lowered his voice. Abel's words brought the four god ranks back to focus, and they exchanged gaze in silence. Abel had no idea what this island of dead spirit coral signified to them, but being next to it was extremely beneficial. Leveling up as a god rank was way too hard. This was why Headmaster Eugene was not in retreat and dwelled around the ocean. Training has lost effect on him long ago. As for the wizards, the time they spent in retreat was spent studying their world. The island of dead spirit coral finally gave them a sense of direction of where they could go, and their hearts were immediately touched. They were all experiencing what Wizard Bradford was going through. What was in front of them was way too hard to let go of. I give up, Headmaster Eugene sighed. They were simple words, but it was some of the hardest things he had to say. I give up as well. Wizard Smith also lowered his voice. Finally, Wizard McPhee and Wizard Mosley exchanged gaze and hesitation. Then let's let Blue Dragon Abel put away this treasure, and we will return it to the sea dragons together, Wizard McPhee finally said. His words made Wizard Mosley let out a breath of relief. If any one of them decided to carry, they might get overcome by their urge to steal it. Still, none of them had the guts after seeing the fireworks and rainbow in the sky. It was a stunning scene, yet it was a grim warning. Okay, Abel did not reject, seems like it was for the best. He reached his power of the will around the island and softly put it into his portal bag. Wizard Smith then turned to the deserted land where Wizard Bradford's magic tower stood in silence. Such glorious figures have died without any remains, such pity. But since they promised Abel that his belongings were his rewards, he had no choice. It was too late. but he was just not expecting Abel to take the magic tower as well. Wizard Smith also thought about Wizard Bradford's body, but it would not be a good look for him to raise a request right after Abel put away the island of dead spirit coral. Although he suppressed his urge to steal the island of dead spirit coral, his thoughts were still drawn to it. Headmaster Eugene, on the other hand, did not have much feeling in regards to Abel taking the magic tower. It was the nature of dragons to take treasures anyway. Afterward, Abel thief god Milton, Dov's second body, and the 4 god ranks left the area with a strange scene in the sky that could be seen even miles beyond. But most professionals had no idea what it was. One of them thought it was a treasure being created and began to gather. But by the time they arrived where Wizard Bradford's magic tower originally was, all they saw was a giant hole in the ground. A god rank has fallen, a huge loss to the Wizard Union. After a few moves in a flash, Abel put thief god Milton back in the monster ring, and the wizards began to frown. Unlike Doff's second body, a true god with an identity recognized by the Wizard Union was being put in a monster ring, but it was Abel's personal matter. The wizards did not dare to ask too much after the power he showed. Soon they teleported to the ocean and immediately sensed the irritated sea dragon's energy. However, sea dragon Cornelius was not the only god rank on the spot. This was because he could no longer sense the tracker created by the sea dragon headmaster, which meant he lost track of the wizard who stole the dead spirit coral. So he immediately stood up, and waves began to slam around. Who broke the tracker of the sea dragons? Sea dragon Cornelius roared. Armored Snake Arkwright was a god-rank friend of his who came for support, but unleashing an all-out invasion with only 2 god ranks was still insufficient. Cornelius, what happened? He asked. The power of the dragons was undeniable after all. The tracker of my tribe is gone, Sea Dragon Cornelius replied in irritation. Maybe Headmaster Eugene has killed the wizard who stole the dead spirit coral, Armored Snake Arkwright suggested. No way, that's a god-rank wizard, he is not powerful enough, Sea Dragon Cornelius grunt. Even a half-god wizard was hard to kill. And Wizard Bradford must have had an extremely safe place before settling. Magic Tower was able to protect Wizard Bradford even in a sea dragon invasion, but little did they know. The Wizard Union actually had 3 god-rank wizards on guard, considering the strange events occurring in the Holy Kingdom recently. Abel was also another black swan in this incident. After all, it was an extremely tough decision to kill a god-rank wizard for another god-rank wizard, so too bad. I will invade the continent with my sea monsters and hunt down that bastard and destroy everything in the way. Sea Dragon Cornelius was so frustrated he almost fainted. Cornelius, calm down, we promised 3 days, so just wait another day. We can gather more sea monsters in the meantime, Armored Snake Arkwright suggested. To be honest, Sea Dragon Cornelius was not planning to strike as well. He just wanted to let out his hanger. Still, Blue Dragon Bart was shaking after seeing the energy blasting outward from the Golden Castle. It was a god-rank sea dragon, and he was only a legendary-rank dragon. Even those 4 half-god dragons would stand no chance if Sea Dragon Cornelius went insane. As for that 2-legged dragon, he was as good as dead. Bart, don't worry. The Golden Castle is very tough. We are not hopeless even if the sea dragon decides to strike, Gold Dragon Kemble said to comfort him. However, he was actually less calm than he looked since the power of a god-rank's world might form a threat to the Golden Castle. Just like the time when Wizard Smith attacked, things might be less pretty if Abel did not stop him in time. Gold Dragon Kemble had no idea what that sea dragon might do, so he could only hope Headmaster Eugene would come back sooner. At the same time, he noticed another god-rank sea monster emerging, so he couldn't help but look towards the super cannon. Abel would not let them down, so that thing must be a lifesaver if the Golden Castle was broken. Still, letting the Golden Castle get destroyed was no better than dying. The Golden Castle was the only hope the dragons had to regain their population after all these years. Therefore, he just couldn't retreat through the super teleportation circle. Luckily, the Golden Castle was still holding up fine against the energy of Sea Dragon Cornelius. They would be fine as long as no direct attacks were made. Suddenly, Black Dragon Prague called. I feel the energy of Headmaster Eugene, Doff the God of War, and 3 god-rank wizards. Since Sea Dragon Cornelius was blasting out his energy, the 5 god ranks also did so. Since Abel was protected by Doph, he too was safe. As they flew along, Armored Snake Arkwright also increased his energy, and a huge collision broke out in midair above the ocean. Still, those energies were not meant to attack. They were just the wizards and Headmaster Eugene showing their dissatisfaction. Sea Dragon Cornelius was basically bullying his dragons in the dragon's territory by blasting out his energy, so of course, Headmaster Eugene wouldn't tolerate it, and the wizards couldn't ignore it as well. By that point, the dragon's territory was still shielded by ice. Abel appeared behind with Doph in front of him, and the 4 god ranks next to Doph. Abel had no choice but to stand back, considering how violent Sea Dragon Cornelius was appearing. A single strike could kill him. But of course, no one would laugh. A legendary wizard, standing so close to a god-rank sea dragon, was already very brave. If it was not because of the Golden Castle, even the half-god dragons within it wouldn't stand a chance. Headmaster Eugene, did you defuse the tracker on that bastard who stole my treasure? Sea Dragon Cornelius roared with his eyes wide open. He needed to mind his behavior, considering there were 5 god ranks around. But it was still not enough to stop the sea monster invasion as it was initiated. God rank sea monster had a special way to strengthen the soul of sea monsters. Their red eyes were a clear reflection. Therefore, their sea monsters were almost immune to the energy of god ranks. Especially once they started to charge, even their fear of death would disappear. It was the main reason why the Wizard Union didn't want to start a war with the sea monsters. No matter how powerful a god rank was, they could only kill so many sea monsters at once without suppressing them with their energy. After all, just Sea Dragons Cornelius alone could gather tens of thousands of sea monsters. Who told you? Headmaster Eugene gazed at the armored snake next to him and thought he was deliberately provoking the situation. Headmaster Eugene, Sea Dragon Cornelius is just a little desperate that his tracker's energy has vanished, so please just give him an explanation, Armored Snake Arkwright quickly added. At least that was what Sea Dragon Cornelius told him. Sea Dragon Cornelius, we've killed that wizard who stole your treasure, so that's why his energy has faded. Then where is my treasure? Sea Dragon Cornelius quickly added. It is on Blue Dragon Abel, so please retract your energy, Headmaster Eugene said. The 2 god-rank sea monsters immediately softened their energy, since Abel was only a god rank. Blue Dragon Abel now handed over, Sea Dragon Cornelius added. Abel ignored him and turned to the wizards. Since this thing was caused by the Wizard Union, they should be the ones making the decision. He was just there to deliver the thing. Blue Dragon Abel, just give it to them. Wizard Smith lowered his voice without hesitation. He had decided the moment he saw that island of dead spirit coral. Once they defeat the demon from beyond, he will request an all-out attack on the sea monsters. He just couldn't let such treasure go, but it was necessary for now. The continents were just not prepared enough to take on so many sea monsters. Abel nodded and flashed beside Headmaster Eugene. His power of the will scanned his portal bag, and the giant island of dead spirit coral appeared in mid-air. A spark of relief appeared on Sea Dragon Cornelius' face, but he did not have a huge portal bag like Abel, so he could only hold the island with his hand. Armored Snake Arkwright was also very happy to see the dead spirit coral, since he was only here to help, because Sea Dragon Cornelius had promised to share the thing with him for the next 10 years. Considering how things have progressed, it was too easy. He didn't even need to do anything. After all, only the elites of the Sea Dragons had the privilege to enjoy that treasure. Let's go, Sea Dragon Cornelius said to Armored Snake Arkwright. The 2 god-rank sea monsters then disappeared from the waves. However, their sea monsters did not follow. Actually, it was his plan to unleash a sea monster invasion, regardless of whether he found his treasure or not, but since he got his treasure so easily, he would retreat with his half-god sea monsters. That little sea monster invasion would be a lesson to the continent for messing with the sea monsters. Damn it, he did not call back the sea monsters. Headmaster Eugene saw Sea Dragon Cornelius disappearing and cursed. He experienced many sea monster invasions. They were a hassle even without a god-rank sea monster. Although the god rank would not be harmed by them, the damage they cause would still be horrendous once they reach the shore. They had to kill them all before then. But they only had 5 god ranks. How was it possible? Red sparks emerged from the waves. It was the eyes of the sea monsters ignited by sea dragon Cornelius when he left. We messed up, Headmaster Eugene grunt. Let's get ready to fight. Wizard Smith lowered his voice. The 3 god rank wizards flew up in extreme fury, and Wizard Smith was even more certain on attacking the sea monsters after they defeated the demon from beyond. Blue Dragon Abel, please go back to the Golden Castle. The fight here will affect you. Headmaster Eugene turned and said. He didn't want the wizards to deliberately make a mistake and kill Abel. He knew very well how cunning those wizards could be, and they wouldn't miss the chance to wipe out another threat. Headmaster Eugene, I actually have a simple way to deal with those sea monsters. Abel smiled, seeing the worried look on Headmaster Eugene. Blue Dragon Abel, don't underestimate them. They are not powerful in strength, but they are immune to a god rank suppression. We can only use spells to kill them one by one before they reach the shore, Headmaster Eugene explained. The sea monsters are powerful on land, Abel asked. He didn't understand. If they were not powerful in the ocean, they shouldn't be powerful on land. These are no ordinary sea monsters. Their potential has been completely unleashed, and they will all die in 3 days. But in these 3 days, they will do all they can to make their way forward, even if that means self-destruction when encountering powerful enemies. Headmaster Eugene continued. It was at that moment the sea monsters began to move and the invasion began. Headmaster Eugene, come back to the Golden Castle with me. I want you to witness its power. Abel smiled. Headmaster Eugene looked Abel in the eye. He didn't know where Abel got his confidence. But this little guy was full of surprises. Hey, me and Blue Dragon Abel will return to the Golden Castle and take care of the sea monsters on that side. Headmaster Eugene turned to the 3 wizards and said. Then let's see who can kill faster. Wizard McPhee laughed. Deal. Headmaster Eugene also laughed. Although the wizard had more god ranks and a wider range of attacking styles, the dragons had an advantage in number. So Headmaster Eugene still accepted the challenge. After all, both sides could need some motivation. The dragons in the Golden Castle cheered as soon as they returned, but Abel quickly added after the greeting, Magic Circle Spirit Battle Mode. All of a sudden, the dragons sensed the Golden Castle gearing up. But they couldn't see anything since the Starlight Protection Circle was invisible. 500 stone throwers emerged from the surface and were ready to fire. At the same time, a bunch of puppets stole next to a pile of top-level gems in a secret chamber. As soon as a stone thrower used up its mana gem, they would immediately replenish it. With that said, those stone throwers would be able to unleash power equal to the ones in the Dark World, with a shot per second. The sea monsters have started to move. Headmaster Eugene saw the incoming waves and lowered his voice. Brother Kemble, help me move the Golden Castle along with everyone. The Golden Castle's attack range is 3,000 meters, so only make a move if there are any sea monsters beyond that. Abel turned and said. No problem, leave it to us. Gold Dragon Kemble nodded. He was about to fight, but he also wanted to see how powerful the Golden Castle actually was. Most importantly, he knew Abel would not do something he was not confident about. The waves lashed forward, and thunderous roars emerged from within. Their eyes almost turned the waves red, and their energy only grew with it. It has been a long time since Headmaster Eugene witnessed a scene like this. Although it was not a large-scale invasion, it still brought back memories. Let's move. Wizard Smith saw the incoming wave of sea monsters and laughed as he looked towards the 2 other god-rank wizards. He never had any fun ever since he came out of his retreat. He even got himself hurt trying to attack the Golden Castle, but at the same time, it was Abel who helped them resolve this situation with Wizard Bradford. The frustration he had built up in his heart finally got a chance to unleash. Taking down those sea monsters was a great way to show the dragons and Abel the power of the wizards. Okay, let's start the killing. Wizard McPhee also felt the same. He was almost killed by Wizard Bradford. So killing was the perfect thing to do. Wizard Mosley nodded, and the wizards began to take out their worlds to form magic patterns. Chaotic energy charged out from within. Those wizards all agreed fire spells were the best in this situation since sea monsters often had high resistance to ice, and fire spells had the greatest damage. The first round of attack was fire walls, and they perfectly passed the ice wall created by Headmaster Eugene. However, those sea monsters charged into it like it was nothing. The strength of a sea monster lies within their giant body, and each god-rank firewall could only kill 10 sea monsters at the most. This was not a bad result, but still quite daunting considering there were tens of thousands of them. The wizards drew their spells with the energy of their world. That energy was accumulated for thousands of years, and it could be replenished as long as they didn't overuse it. As time went on, the wizards continued to throw out firewalls without regard and covered half of the sea in flames. Wizard Smith was casting 10 firewalls at once. If he went all out, he could easily cast 20 or even 30, but with so many sea monsters around, sustaining was the key. They were all experienced wizards, so of course they had a tactic. Wizard Mosley, on the other hand, was going all out by casting 40 firewalls at once from the top. They were all enchanted by the law of fire from his world. Once his power was drained, the other god rank would take over. The lowest rank sea monsters were always at the very front, so things might not be as optimistic even if the scene looked like a massacre. The target of those sea monsters was not the god rank wizards but the land. Just the waves they create could cause a flood if they were near the shore. On the other side, gold dragon Kembles pushed along the golden castle, while the other 5 dragons guarded around the attack range of the golden castle. The sea monsters are here. Headmaster Eugene felt an urge to attack as he said. He was even more experienced than wizards when it came to sea monsters. Their main attack was using their dragon body to slam against sea monsters. They could last for days, but it still lacked the speed of the wizards. Magic Circle Spirit, full attack. Abel lowered his voice, and all 500 stone throwers on the Star Light Protection Circle were ignited. Since the Magic Circle Spirit used the Golden Castle radar to analyze those sea monsters, each strike was extremely precise. Bang, each hit was an instant kill, and elemental energy was flying towards all directions. After a second, another round was about to commence. Since the Golden Castle was invisible, the scene looked very strange. The energy blast kept emerging from within the ocean. Blue Dragon Abel, how did you do that? Headmaster Eugene was stunned. Even the dragons did not develop something like this after tens of thousands of years. Headmaster Eugene, I can't make the weapons that do this. I just got them by pure luck. Abel smiled and shook his head. His stone throwers were from hell, and he had to search all around to 500 of them. Although he had some confidence to replicate those stone throwers with the 500 Grandmaster Blacksmith in his world, those weapons of the Dark World still needed a mana-dense environment. If anyone was to use them in the central continent, each strike would take a top-level mana gem. Abel didn't want to expose the fact that he had almost unlimited gems, so he rejected Headmaster Eugene. Sunbeams glazed upon the golden surface of the Golden Castle. It looked exactly like the home of a god, and the energy blast below it was covering miles beyond where it stood. Those sea monsters were immediately killed before they could even get close. The Golden Castle is this powerful, Wizard Mosley gasped as he watched from the other side. Those attacks are still a little weak for a god rank, but the destruction it caused with hundreds of them firing at once was not bad. Wizard Smith lowered his voice. He had the right to say, because he got a taste of the power of those stone throwers. That kind of attack is perfect for the sea monsters. Seems like we underestimated Blue Dragon Abel. Wizard McPhee shook his head. Although they did not bet on anything in their competition, glory would always go to the victorious, so Wizard McPhee still cared a lot about the outcome. But the attack was very energy-consuming. I don't think the Golden Castle can last for long if they continue. Wizard Smith cast a few more firewalls and said, "Haha, then let's see who lasts longer." Wizard McPhee regained his confidence and laughed. He just wouldn't believe the Golden Castle had unlimited amounts of energy, since every energy needed a source. The cheapest form of energy gathering was through a mana gathering circle, but considering there was only so much mana in the atmosphere, there was a limit to how fast those circles could go. Of course, using mana gems was the fastest way, But those wizards just could not imagine that Abel had enough gems to sustain the attacks for hours. Blue Dragon Abel is clearly a wizard. How come he got taken in by the dragon? Wizard McPhee complained. He didn't care about bloodline. A person who studied wizardry was a wizard. If Abel was a part of the Wizard Union, their power would definitely take a huge step up. McPhee, you've been in retreat for too long. Blue Dragon Abel was a part of the Wizard Union. Wizard Smith laughed in pity. What, and a genius like him joined the dragon instead? Wizard McPhee gasped. What else can he do? He was a part of the Lightnings, but some law-defying wizards decided to attack him because he exposed a summoned stone giant. After that, he turned into the elf Grandmaster Bennett. Wizard Smith explained. Wait, he is Grandmaster Bennett, the one who created the super healing potion. Wizard McPhee almost couldn't help but slow down. It was the most unbelievable thing he heard. He was saved by the super healing potion when Wizard Bradford badly injured him, so he was always very grateful for Grandmaster Bennett. Yeah, Grandmaster Bennett's relationship was very close to the Wizard Union. He was even granted the Headmaster of Honor title. But as he grew, some legendary wizards decided to go after him. Finally, Grandmaster Bennett disappeared, and now we have Blue Dragon Abel. Wizard Smith sighed. He could only blame the Wizard Union for going too far, but what could he do? The top-rank wizards were all too focused on their own training and rarely cared about the Union. Some disregarded their rules for their own benefits. And finally, Abel's relationship with the Wizard Union became a mess. Smith, we must reform the Union. If not, we might lose more talents like this in the future. Wizard McPhee lowered his voice. As the wave of sea monsters continued, their power only grew, and they were no longer being killed instantly by the fire wall. Of course, the three wizards have not fully unleashed the power of their world. They were in for a long fight, and there were not many sea monsters who could pose a threat to them. All the half-god sea monsters were gone. Only a small number of flying legendary ones could attack them. Careful, Wizard Mosley yelled. He turned to the other two wizards and noticed a small group of tiny sea monsters began to gather from afar. They could fly and move in a flash, but they were hidden in the waves. It's a group of sea bees, Wizard Smith said in a serious tone, and added a frozen armor on himself. At first, he was not planning to do so, because no flying sea monsters had appeared yet. But since the sea bees had emerged, they had to do something. Sea bees were a special type of sea monster. Each of them only had the power of an elite wizard, but a group of them together had a special ability to jump through dimensions, so even the most powerful figure had to be careful. The most annoying thing about them was their dedication. Once they decided on a target, they would continue to attack until you killed their king. Especially considering the god-rank wizards could not suppress them with their energy in a sea monster invasion. The sheer number of them would be a great hassle for the wizards. The wizards stepped back for 2,000 meters and continued to set up firewalls along the way. But of course, this was extremely draining for them as well. Before the sea bees even made contact with the first firewall, they disappeared in a flash and reappeared in mid-air just as the wizards wanted. If those sea bees stayed within the waves among other sea monsters, the other sea monsters would counteract their firewall for them. Those wizards didn't want the bees to get near them, so he needed to separate them from the sea. It was at that moment the three wizards cast ice bolts and blizzards from their world, and the spells flew towards the sea bees. Without the waves as a shield, 150 spells blasted out within their group, and sea beans began to drop dead like rain. The wizards did not stop, and soon the first group of sea bees was all dead. However, the second group of sea bees saw what happened and flashed again. This time they went beyond the wizards' attack range and got even closer to them. A single sea bee could not do much, but they could all sacrifice their lives to unleash a life-taking poison. It was one of the deadliest poisons even in the ocean standard, and all the sea bees needed was to slam their bodies against the wizard's world. If all of them were successful in these insane attacks, those wizards' world would definitely take some damage. Although this was no normal behavior for them, it was necessary for their survival in a sea monster invasion where every sea monster was insane. The spells from the wizard's world kept killing the sea bees, but poison kept coming in. Since a wizard's world was an extension to their body, those wizards had to sacrifice even more energy to clean up the poison in their world. Step back another 2,000 meters to drag out the distance. Wizard Smith lowered. He knew this was not a good look for the wizard since the golden castle was not moving a single bit, but dragging out distance was the best tactic for their situation. After they dragged out the distance, they were able to kill again. On the other hand, the situation in the golden castle was much more peaceful. The 500 stone throwers were basically like 500 powerful wizards with unlimited stamina, and without anyone noticing. Puppets kept replenishing top-level gems from behind. It was unimaginable for a normal person how much energy this battle was draining. Similarly, the CBs were also appearing on Abel's side. Blue Dragon Abel, careful, those are CBs. Headmaster Eugene knew Abel was ignorant, so he explained. But by that point, those bees were right in front of the golden castle. This was not because Headmaster Eugene didn't want to warn Abel earlier, but because Abel's status was basically on par with Headmaster Eugene, and he was the one in command in this battle. Therefore, Headmaster Eugene only stood by the side, trying his best to keep his mouth shut. However, Abel just didn't seem to react even when the CBs got closer, so Headmaster Eugene just had to say something. CBs were all attracted by giant objects, and their poison could bypass most barriers, so the golden castle might be in great danger. But as the CBs blasted open in their disgusting poison, somehow they were all stopped by the golden castle's energy shield. After all, the golden castle's protection shield was made from countless 5-star protection circles from hell, supported by countless top-level gems. It was not something mere corrosion could penetrate, not even if there were 100 times more CBs. Headmaster Eugene, those CBs really are scary, Abel said. Yeah, their poison are some of the most deadly things in the world. Headmaster Eugene sighed as he saw the energy shield covered in poison. Even a dragon would be poisoned with so many of them around. Wait, those poison are goodies. Abel's eyes suddenly began to spark and he commanded, Magic Circle Spirit, retrieve those poison. Soon, ancient puppets began to appear outside with jars and started to scoop up the poisons. The CBs tried to attack the puppets, but their full iron body was something even legendary wizards could not break. After all, poisons were made to target life forms. They wouldn't do much to irons. Headmaster Eugene was stunned. Those mighty CBs of the ocean were hopeless against the golden castle, and the golden castle had not stopped attacking since the start. All of a sudden, Headmaster Eugene felt the urge to cut open the golden castle and examine its energy supply. The 500 stone throwers continued to fire every second, and every sea monster was being smashed into pieces like waves crashing onto rocks. Blue Dragon Abel. Does the golden castle have enough energy? There are still more powerful sea monsters coming. Headmaster Eugene asked again. Then let's end it early. I want to test out my new super cannon. Abel gazed forward and said. The battle had already lasted for an hour, and it was getting boring. He was not lacking in gems. He just didn't want this to drag on for days and impact his training. He might not have had the choice without the super cannon, but he did, and this was the perfect situation to show the dragons its power. After all, he created that thing to kill god ranks. Super cannon. That thing? Headmaster Eugene pointed to the new cannon on the balcony and asked. Yeah, I just made it and I still haven't tested it out. Abel smiled. Brother Abel, then what are you waiting for? Gold Dragon Kemble called. Headmaster Eugene gazed at him. It always felt strange that he always called Abel a brother in front of Headmaster Eugene despite their status difference. Gold Dragon Kemble immediately kept his mouth shut, but he still turned to the cannon with eyes of curiosity. Magic Circle Spirit, gather power for the super cannon. Abel called, and the golden castle began to move. The dragons could immediately sense a sea of energy gathering. Headmaster Eugene scanned with his power of the will, and immediately dragged the dragons behind him. He put on a thick ice shield. He was stunned. That amount of energy was extremely scary, even for god rank. He might be able to survive if that energy exploded. But there was no way those other dragons could. How much energy was in the magic circles of the golden castle? You can just imagine looking at that burning white glow of the super cannon. Not only was the barrel glowing, but even the base was also overflowing with energy. A chilling horror sifted around. Even Headmaster Eugene had to show his dragon scale in order to feel safer. Although he couldn't transform into an actual giant dragon, A stronger defense was definitely necessary if the cannon blasted open. Blue Dragon Abel careful, he yelled, seeing that Abel did not react at all. Abel waved his hand. He knew his creation was working fine, even though the energy was a little unsettling. He could blame himself for going cheap on the materials, since he was supposed to make the entire thing out of Grandmaster-grade material, instead of only the surface. What he made did not hold an energy near as well. But at the same time, he might not be able to make a cannon of this size, even if he gathered all the Grandmaster-grade material of this world. Headmaster Eugene, don't worry, I'm a Grandmaster alchemist. Abel smiled with confidence. The energy gathered very fast. But the first shot would still take more time, since the magic circle spirit and research. Spirit have never ignited every 5-star magic circle in the Golden Castle at once. Once they were used to this process, it would be much quicker. After 5 seconds, the super cannon was ready to fire with the energy of tens of thousands of 5-star magic circles. The indestructible power of the 33 Zod rune was on full display. The cannon would not be damaged no matter what, which technically meant Abel could let the energy build forever. However, this would be very risky. The super cannon was too close to the Golden Castle, and the Golden Castle might take a hit as well. Also, the ancient magic pattern on the super cannon had its limit, so there might be a problem if too much energy tried to go through at once. Still, Abel wanted to test it as a limit in this first shot. Magic Circle Spirit, fire. Abel got confirmation from the Magi Circle Spirit and called. Afterward, the super cannon turned towards the sea monsters and banged almost like an earthquake. The compressed energy blasted out at an instant, and a thick 20 meters wide beam was unleashed from the cannon towards the sea monsters. For the next 10,000 meters, a 20 meters wide hole was opened up in the giant waves. Not only were the sea monsters within all dead, but even the wave particles were also vaporized. All of a sudden, an eerie silence loomed over, and the strangest thing happened. A second after the beam faded, the waves did not collapse immediately. Instead, it was frozen in its shape before blood gushed out from the mangled dead bodies. However, this 20-meter-wide hole only managed to kill around 1,000 sea monsters, and since those sea monsters had lost their consciousness, they kept going. The wizards, on the other hand, were looking very different. The power of the impact just then was something only a top-level god rank could counteract. Wizard Smith was the one filled with the most fear. He always thought Abel went on far when he damaged his world with his dimension force, but he was glad after seeing what happened. If Abel had shot him with the super cannon that day, he would be dead. Careful, Wizard McPhee yelled before arriving next to Wizard Smith and cast a Nova Blast, killing a fire incoming Seabees. Wizard Smith was almost poisoned as he was distracted, and it would be a huge hassle if he did. Thanks. Wizard Smith nodded and cast 10 firewalls again before taking a breath. Smith, what happened seems like a mana cannon, Wizard McPhee then added. Yeah, but the power was on a completely different level. Wizard Smith nodded again. The mana cannon was an ancient weapon. The Wizard Union had some, but they rarely used it since they could only be used once before falling apart. Also, the time it took to gather energy was too long, so it could only be used on fixed targets. The dragons are too cocky, sacrificing a great weapon like this to win against us, Wizard McPhee sighed. Since the mana cannon could only be used once due to an overflow of power, it was safe to assume that something a few times more powerful could only be used once as well. Yeah, what a waste, Wizard Mosley agreed, but when they were still discussing among themselves, another thick beam shot out from the Golden Castle. It had only been around 3 to 5 seconds since the last shot. Those sea monsters were basically hopeless against its horror. The power was to Abel's satisfaction, maybe even beyond it, but he was not too excited. The super cannon continued to fire, and each time the energy was just as unsettling, but Headmaster Eugene was growing numb to it. Blue Dragon Abel, can you mass-produce this thing? His eyes were fixed as he asked in excitement. Headmaster Eugene, this is the only one super cannon in this world. Abel shook his head. Ain't you the one who made it? Headmaster Eugene continued. Yeah, but the most important thing is the core and I've wasted it. Abel sighed. Wasted it? What do you mean? After witnessing what the super cannon was capable of, there was no way Headmaster Eugene would call it a waste. This super cannon is a failure. It did not meet my expectations, Abel said in pity. Blue Dragon Abel, what are you expecting? Headmaster Eugene had never been so confused. I was planning to use this thing to kill god ranks when I made it, Abel said blankly. As a god rank, saying such a thing was no longer outrageous. Then you succeeded. No god rank could sustain that blast just then, Headmaster Eugene continued. Yeah, but every god rank would be able to escape in 3 seconds, Abel explained. Headmaster Eugene went silent. There were not many weapons in this world with the power to injure god ranks, so the super cannon was already a work of extraordinary achievements. However, Abel was still not satisfied. Back when the energy was gathering, he already knew that every god rank within thousands of meters could sense the super cannon's presence. Although the magic circle spirit could aim very well, it still took a second considering how long the barrel was. Suddenly, he remembered that special bless aiming ability of the super cannon. If his enemy was still moving in close proximity, that ability might still come as a surprise. Maybe this super cannon was still useful in some situations. The super cannon was already used. It was too late to regret anyway. Little did he know, the wizards were far more stunned than Headmaster Eugene. This was because Headmaster Eugene did not have to worry about Abel attacking him, but those wizards could not guarantee that other wizards would stay out of trouble with Abel. After everything that happened in the past, it was chilling to imagine Abel using the super cannon on the Wizard Union. God ranks have been enjoying the status of being invincible for too long, but was finally scared. First was the sneaky attack of thief god Milton with Doff, the god of war, then the super cannon. Not only did it kill off every sea monster on the dragon's side, but even the wizard's side was also dying out. Just like that, a crisis was resolved like it was nothing, and the wizards speechless exchanged gaze. They couldn't just go away without saying anything. Even losing the competition, they had to suck it up and accept their defeat. Damn it! Sea Dragon Cornelius suddenly slowed down in mid-flight and grunted. What happened? Armored Snake Arkwright asked in a weird tone. All my leftover sea monsters are killed. Sea Dragon Cornelius was a little suspicious yet furious. Although it was only a small invasion, it was still not easy to unleash. Those sea monsters were all sea monsters in his territory. He had to suppress them for a long time with his energy in order to make them submit. This process could take hundreds of years, and letting them go to waste was like losing his assets, especially since they have been at peace for too long. So this time might take another 1,000 years. Maybe from now on, only the legendary and above-ranking sea monsters he took away would remain in his territory. How is that possible that fast? Armored Snake Arkwright gasped. There were tens of thousands of sea monsters around, even though they were all weaklings. Killing them took time, considering that they were immune to the suppression of god ranks. However, the 2 god rank sea monsters did not look back. Instead, they speeded up towards the depth of the ocean. Their enemy was much more powerful than they expected, and they might come after them next. It was a sea monster invasion like no other. The number and attribute of sea monsters that participated were enough to give any god rank a headache. It ended easily with Abel's super cannon. Blue Dragon Abel, thank you so much. Headmaster Eugene felt like he had just woken up from a dream and lowered his voice. He was basically a 10,000-years-old monster who saw a lot, but there was nothing like the super cannon. Even if it could not be replicated, Abel was a dragon. They would have no hassles in future sea monster invasions. This time they did not need to use the dragon's true power, since it was the Wizard Union's problem, but considering the scale of what happened, it could definitely cause the death of many dragons. Headmaster Eugene, it's my duty as a dragon, Abel smiled. He then gazed towards the super cannon, as the magic circle spirit reported through the power of how much energy it took in this battle. It looked easy, but mana gem was a key ingredient, and there was no way Abel could do what he does if he did not have unlimited amounts of them. Soon, the magic circle spirit gave out a number. 1,200 top-level gems, but Abel was not planning to demand the others to pay him back. Headmaster Eugene, what do we do with the dead bodies? We can't just leave them in the ocean, right? Abel then pointed and asked. The ocean was filled with mangled dead bodies, and that was even after many were directly vaporized by the cannon. Normally, the smell of blood could travel through the air and attract sea creatures to eat them up. But the energy unleashed from the battle just then has already scared away any life form nearby. Right, the dead bodies. Headmaster Eugene regained himself and turned to Gold Dragon Kemble and the dragons. What are you waiting for? Retrieve them. Yes, Headmaster. The 4 dragons bowed and flew down. Competing with the Wizard Union was only a victory on paper. There was no way the wizards would help them clean up. Abel also began to command his puppets to scoop up more poisons on the Golden Castle. With hundreds of bottles, he could definitely combine them into something extremely scary with his Horadric cube. He could then inject the poison into Thief God Milton's blade and compensate for its lack of power. Headmaster Eugene, Blue Dragon Abel. We are here to admit our defeat. Wizard Smith flew towards the Golden Castle and said to Abel and Headmaster Eugene on the balcony, "My prestigious god-rank wizards, please come in and have a chat." Abel smiled and bowed. He then opened the defense, allowing the 3 god-rank wizards to land on the balcony. Immediately, their gaze was attracted by the super cannon. This thing would soon be known across the continent after today. It might be the most powerful weapon documented in ancient documents, at least the ones they say. Indeed, the super cannon was not meant to be something possible. It incorporated the most light technology of the dwarves' ancient magic patterns, 5-star magic circles from hell, countless other supporting magic circles, and most importantly, the 33 Zod rune. Blue Dragon Abel, can you replicate this weapon and sell it to the Wizard Union so we can fight the evil kingdom together? Wizard Smith bowed back and asked. Weird smile immediately emerged on Headmaster Eugene as he heard Wizard Smith. The Wizard Union was giving out such a lame excuse to take advantage of Abel. Wizard Smith, the ingredient to make this super cannon is impossible to replicate. Abel smiled. Wizard Smith knew how many resources Abel had. When it came to inventory, Abel was definitely second behind the Wizard Union. But the Wizard Union needed to support countless wizards, while Abel just needed to support himself. Therefore, Wizard Smith trusted Abel when he said he had no ingredients to make another one. Still, he felt relieved. Just a single weapon of this power was enough. Any more would break the power dynamic of this world. The thing was way too destructive. They would soon need to send someone over to the dragons and sign a treaty that limits the use of that super cannon. It was necessary, even if the Wizard Union needed to pay the price. Blue Dragon Abel, your super healing potion also saved my life. Thank you. Wizard McPhee then stepped forward and bowed. As a god-rank wizard, he was not going to ignore the thing that saved him. Wizard McPhee, no need to do that. I've already sold those potions to the Wizard Union, so it is my honor. Abel quickly bowed back. The 3 god-rank wizards did not stay for long. Although Abel offered them to stay for dinner, they had no face to do so. Afterward, the half-god dragons continued to work for a few hours, scooping up dead bodies into portal bags. Blue Dragon Abel, you can have half. Headmaster Eugene saw the dragons coming back with their portal bags and said, "Don't underestimate those mangled dead bodies. Although most of them were weaklings, there were still many approaching the legendary rank. Making them into resources was impossible on land, since they would all be the core power of every organization. They could not be massacred like this. Not only human wizards, but every race and profession as well. Headmaster Eugene, you can keep them." Abel was not interested. He would just sell them for money if they had them, and he was not lacking in money. Still, he might be interested if they were land creatures and more powerful. Anything below the legendary rank was way too weak, and they wouldn't be much use to him. It was just that he never got the chance to kill too many half-gods. Headmaster Eugene was speechless as he put away the portal bags. Half of those dead bodies could be given to the black dragons for study, and the other half could be given to the dragon potion makers to make more strengthening potions. As for their skin, teeth, and claws, they could be sold in exchange for other valuables. Still, Headmaster Eugene was not going to ignore what Abel had done. He would report this to the Dragon Temple and let them decide on the reward. Afterward, Abel surrounded the Golden Castle with his power of the will, and it was put back into his holy portal bag. Since the dragons needed to take back their wives and Headmaster Eugene still had something to do on the Dragon Island, they departed from Abel. Soon, Abel returned to the Battlecry Plateau and let out the Golden Castle again. It was already night time, so he entered the Dark World for another night of training. Meanwhile, the 3 God-rank wizards have Wizard Union, and they immediately turned Abel's status into a red alert. A red alert was a label given to the most powerful figure. Everyone in the Wizard Union would avoid messing with someone with a red alert status at all costs. Not all God ranks had a red alert status. Back then, when Abel first got Doff the God of War as a summon, he did not get a red status because the Wizard Union did not see him as a huge threat. But after what the 3 God rank wizards saw today, they were truly worried that some newly resurrected wizard might mess with Abel. They didn't want to keep their power of the will alerted throughout every night, or get hit by that crazy power of the super cannon. Although they might be able to survive as a God rank, their house, training room, and other assets stood no chance. Living a life of worry would hugely undermine their training. Therefore, they decided to immediately warn everyone that Abel should not be offended. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1SOM. His mouth and nose were covered with a replicated mask from his past life, and his eyes were shielded by a transparent crystal. The day had finally come where he combined the life poison he got from those CBs. On the corner of the room, a bull had already collapsed, and its body began to mangle. Only a drop of life poison had been injected into the bull, and the combining process had only started. If enough life poison was injected, even a God rank would be poisoned. So Abel immediately knew he had to put on his protection. Afterward, Abel carefully distributed the life poison into 100 bottles of Dark World crystal glass. Only a crystal glass of this strength could stop him from worrying. Everything was completed with his world stone ignited. At first, he was planning to use the power of the will, but he soon realized life poison could even corrode the power of the will. The combination process was extremely simple with the Horadric cube, but he just needed to take in mind how lethal the thing he was making. The first combination showed a dark hue on the poison, and blue sparks emerged on the surface. Abel's face twitched. The life poison was recognized by the Horadric cube. He was a long-time user of the Horadric cube, and he knew that it could combine every form of liquid. But if the form of liquid was recognized by the Horadric cube, a glow that signified their rank would emerge. Blue spark meant the poison was blue rank, which meant it still had the potential to be level up again. Abel hesitated. How powerful was the poison going to be? But when he remembered he was now facing God-rank enemies, he proceeded. After some more careful combinations, he ended up with 5 bottles of life poison sparkling in dark gold. Magic Spirit, open the energy shield. Abel commanded. 1 square meter dimension created by an energy shield capable of blocking a God rank then emerged within the room. Abel carefully placed a bottle of life poison into the dimension and poured a bottle of poison antidote down his throat before twisting the lid open. His power of the will made contact with the life poison, but he was not affected due to the law of the antidote. However, he knew he would only be able to sustain for 5 seconds before his antidote lost its power. He used that time to quickly take out a drop of poison and took the bottle of poison back out from the energy shield dimension. The drop that remained quickly began to drain the energy. Around and the God rank dimension was completely broken down in a minute. Abel gazed towards that poison sparkling in dark gold. A drop of sweat rolled down from his forehead. There was no way his defense would be able to stop that thing. He would be as good as dead if he did not take the antidote beforehand. Poison was the scariest attack of this world, and Abel just created something extremely scary. If he used it well, it could be just as powerful as the super cannon. However, the best way to test it out was on a true God rank. Where was he going to find one? He couldn't make a move on his friends, and he couldn't pick a fight with the Wizard Union. He also didn't know if the Holy Kingdom had any good ranks. After all, thief god Milton had roamed around in the Holy Kingdom for months and never saw any god ranks. Do I need to do something bigger? Abel just wouldn't believe there was no god rank in the Holy Kingdom. Maybe they were all guarding the demon from beyond. He thought to himself as he gazed back at the liquefied energy shield. He couldn't leave this thing around anymore. So he took out an antidote from his portal bag and threw it into the energy shield. Soon, the drop of black poison within it began to fade, and the energy shield began to recover. Afterward, he stepped out of the alchemy room before taking off his armor for the puppets to clean. Magic Circle Spirit cleaned the alchemy room. He was still a little worried, so he commanded. He was not a traditional wizard with a lot of experience, so it was best to take fewer risks when it came to things like this. After all, he grew way too fast. Hundreds of years of the journey was completed in just 10 years. His golden castle was the final product of the dwarves. After studying magic towers for countless years, its functions were more advanced than most wizards' laboratories. As he commanded, a golden spark emerged from his alchemy room, and all the energy inside was directly teleported outside. Afterward, a few ancient puppets entered and began cleaning up everything with special potion water. Afterward, Abel found a designated spot in his holy portal bag and neatly placed the 5 life poisons there. Although the holy potion bag was in a separate dimension that would not move around, it was still better to separate such a highly dangerous substance from the rest. Abel then returned to the balcony and saw the dragons. After an intense battle and being separated from their wives for half a day, all 8 dragons gathered in the golden castle again since last night. "Brother Kemble, why are you so happy?" Abel asked, seeing the smiles on the dragons' faces. The male had wine on their hands and the female had juice on their hands, almost like they were celebrating something. "Brother Abel, Evelyn is pregnant. The golden castle is amazing." Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. Abel turned to Green Dragon Evelyn. No wonder she was drinking juice instead of wine. "Congrats, Green Dragon Balfour." Abel turned and also poured himself a juice. "Blue Dragon Abel, we thank you with all our heart." Green Dragon Balfour bowed. After all, Abel was the one who diffused his poison and the one who helped his wife get pregnant. However, his nose suddenly noticed something as he gazed towards Abel with a strange look. "What's up?" Abel asked in confusion. "Blue Dragon Abel, did you just make contact with poison?" Green Dragon Balfour asked. Abel couldn't help but admire the sensitivity of a green dragon. He could tell even he was wearing a full suit of armor. "You are too sensitive to poison," Abel sighed. "Blue Dragon Abel, I can tell even if it is a tiny bit of poison." "Geez," Dragon Balfour laughed. "I just took care of the life poisons I got." Abel decided to be honest since the dragons saw him gathering the poison. "Brother Abel, I know you are a Grandmaster Alchemist, but you have to be careful with life poison. Even God ranks are scared of them," Gold Dragon Kemble warned. "Brother, I know." Abel nodded and did not say much. He knew Gold Dragon Kemble was only caring for him. "Wait, that can't be life poison. Its scent is much scarier. In fact, it is scarier than anything I've ever smelled." Green Dragon Balfour shook his head. "I've done some processing of the life poison," Abel explained. "Can you give me some?" Green Dragon Balfour asked in embarrassment. As a green dragon, studying poison was the best way to strengthen his skills, so he just couldn't resist himself. "Green Dragon Balfour, the life potion I made is a little special. A single drop can kill a god rank. Even a green dragon stands no chance." Abel immediately rejected thinking about the wife and child Green Dragon Balfour would leave over if he died. After all, it was dark gold poison combined through the Horadric cube. It was not something a mere antidote could diffuse. "Balfour, Brother Abel is not a stingy guy, so must have his reason for rejecting you." Gold Dragon Kemble interrupted when he saw Green Dragon Balfour was about to say something again. Those dragons were all enjoying free food, drinks, and even top-level gems from the Golden Castle, so of course, they knew Abel was not cheap. Abel's confidence just showed how powerful that poison was, but Abel was not planning to use the poison himself. Instead, he was planning to give it to thief god Milton. One was to make up for his lack of attack. Second, he was about to do something big in the Holy Kingdom and get more followers. In order to ensure his safety, those poisons would definitely come in handy. But of course, the same amount of antidote was needed as well. Green Dragon Balfour understood. He knew he was not close to Abel like the other dragons. You could tell just by the way they address each other. His demand was too much, and he knew Abel was not lying. "Sorry, Blue Dragon Abel, my demand is too embarrassing," he bowed. "Don't worry," Abel smiled. The cheerful atmosphere continued on the balcony, and the celebration for the creation of a new dragon continued into the afternoon. However, Abel was the first one to leave. He then jumped on the fire-tooth battle fort and sent thief god Milton back to the Holy Kingdom. Without anyone knowing, the Holy Kingdom's nightmare had returned. As Abel kept leveling up, even light gems were starting to get less useful to him. As a rank 30, the only thing that still did something was the intelligence fruit. But considering how many he needed, even a whole intelligence tree might not be able to satisfy him. It had been another month in the central continent. 15 intelligence fruits have sprung up with nourishment from the third goddess spring water and 15 top-level gems. By consuming an intelligence fruit every 2 days, Abel could strengthen the 3 laws in his 3 wizard patterns by a tiny bit. This could make every professional jealous, but it wasn't to Abel since every 2 days in the central continent basically equated to tens of days in the dark world. Today, Abel arrived at Bloodmoor. By that point, the place had already become a world ruled by high elves. As Abel's control on the high elves also grew, he was much more confident in the future. Tiny delicate buildings began to emerge, and he finally saw a temple of his own. The high elves gazed at Abel as he landed from the sky. It had not been long since they built the temple, but the loyalty of those high elves was already extremely high. After all, Abel was their almighty god, their creator, the most prestigious form of faith. Suddenly, Abel sensed a wave of faith rushing towards him. If he wanted to become a god, he could do so effortlessly. But he was not planning to. He was already a rank 30 wizard. He would become a half-god with just another level up. Especially since he realized the weakness of being a god. No matter how powerful they were, they could not leave their followers. The dark world was basically Abel's world, but he was still not going to give the real world up for it. The reason he worked so hard was that he didn't want the real world to end up like the dark world. Those high elves stood no chance against the demons from beyond. Therefore, he just wanted to gather all the world's stones and the dark world's energy. By using the dark world's energy to fight hell, he might have a chance of winning. Abel's body was already 98% energy. He no longer needed strengthening by faith, so he transferred all of it to the high elves' temple statue. Since he picked wizardry instead of being a god, he would proceed with it. He then turned to the oak tree without saying a word to the elves. It was much bigger. Although it was still young compared to the Tree of Life, it was much more powerful because of the mana-dense environment around it. The Tree of Life in the central continent might be able to progress as well if it was given the same environment to grow, but too bad it could not. Abel pressed his hand against a branch and ignited the Soul Speaker's ability. Unlike the Tree of Life, the oak tree's consciousness was still a blur due to its age, and it could only react by instinct. But still, its loyalty to Abel was unconditional. For example, when Abel first became a wizard, and the Dark World's law tried to hunt him down, the oak tree sacrificed its all to protect him. This time he wanted to spread the seeds of the intelligence tree, but he had no knowledge when it came to those heavenly spiritual grade trees. Up to that point, only one intelligence tree has ever existed at once, and he might actually cry if he killed it by mistake. After all, his training has progressed extraordinarily ever since he got it. After the oak tree heard Abel's command, it immediately agreed and did not demand anything like the Tree of Life. After all, there was nothing with a closer bond to it than Abel in the dark world. As long as the oak tree could do it, it would do it. Abel started to wonder if the oak tree had especially created the high elves because of this. Suddenly, the high elves sensed a change in the atmosphere, and large amounts of energy rushed towards the oak tree, forming a swirl in the sky above the intelligence tree. Soon, a branch was separated from it. It was a huge impact on the intelligence tree, but a green beam quickly shot towards it, and the wound was sealed. That branch landed not far from the intelligence tree, and all the energy from the swirl above began to enter it. The oak tree also kept transferring tree energy forward, and the branch began to twitch on the ground. Abel took a deep breath. He trusted the oak tree, but even the Tree of Life might not be able to do something like this. The intelligence tree was too valuable. His future as a half-god lies within it. After all, the others only saw Abel's speedy level up, but no one saw his struggles. There was no way any professionals in the front line had more battle experience than Abel. Just take the past 10 days in the dark world. For example, Abel was basically battling nonstop. If not, he would not be able to kill a hell demon and get blessed by the Song of Life. Not to mention, he was basically using up more resources in a day than other professionals in a month. In order to obtain those resources, he was making potions like crazy, which was what granted his Grandmaster Alchemist title. As more and more energy entered the intelligence tree branch, it began to settle. Throughout the process, Abel did not interfere at all since he had no idea what was going on. All he knew was that a spark of spiritual energy had sprung up from the leaf. It was the special attribute of an intelligence tree. The oak trees have succeeded. However, Abel soon realized many leaves on the oak tree had dried up. Seems like it had exhausted itself. Abel immediately took out a full recovery potion from his holy portal bag. Although a full recovery potion wouldn't normally do anything to plants, the oak tree was different because it was soul-bound to Abel. A purple glow sparked, and the dried-up leaves immediately revived again. Abel began to blame himself. He had totally underestimated the power a heavenly grade spiritual plant would take to grow. Only the oak tree would do anything for him like this. As the swirl in the sky disappeared, a little intelligence tree was born next to the original intelligence tree. Abel arrived by its side and began to examine it in detail. The oak tree deliberately chose a branch without fruit on the original intelligence tree to minimize its damage. If not, it would have been killed easily. That little intelligence tree was tiny, and it looked exactly like a normal little tree, but it was still giving out spiritual energy. With that said, keeping growing shouldn't be a problem. Abel took out some third goddess and carefully poured it on top of the little intelligence tree. Soon its branches began to sway and grow. Of course, it was not very fast, but it should be able to reach the same height as the original intelligence tree in a month. From that, Abel just needed to leave the high elves to take care of the tree. Considering their loyalty, they would do anything for him. Month in the Dark World was only a few days in the central continent after all, which was quite fast. Still, he was not planning to ask the oak tree to create another intelligence still immediately since he didn't know if that would overload it. He already had double the intelligence fruit he had in the past, so he wouldn't complain too much. Abel kept a smile on his face in his following explorations. He was just a step away from being a half-god, and he would be an immortal after that. Which was why he wasn't desperate to become a god. It was better to rely on one's own power than external things such as faith. Unlike other professionals in the central continent, Abel was not going to dwell around and let opportunities find him. Instead, he would push himself to the limit and force a level up on himself. After 3 days in the central continent, the new intelligence tree began to form its fruit. When Abel was not to return to the Golden Castle from the rogue encampment, he gazed at the portal bag he gave the high elves through the little teleportation circle. Initially, there was only 15 intelligent fruit. Now he had 30. Afterward, he took the fruits out and placed the bag back on the spot for the high elves to fill up again. P-Alphandalpha Nanura 1SOM. The return of thief god Milton has caused huge chaos once again. This time he was killing in bright daylight, but they still couldn't catch him due to his invisibility. He could basically take down a holy knight with a second, and thousands have died in just 10 days. My saint, we just got some new information that thief god Milton had something to do with Blue Dragon Abel. Although we didn't know what exactly, we also found out that Doff, the god of war's kingdom, had a lot of new holy crystals, and thief god Milton should be the one who gave them to him. Mad Knight Momo bowed as he reported. A cold gaze sparked in the saint's eyes. As the ambassador of God, he would forever be extremely ashamed about holy crystals being stolen from his temple. The demon from beyond would definitely punish him for it. My saint, but I feel like this information is false. Mad Knight Chapel also bowed. Chapel, speak up, the saint turned towards him. We've been looking through documents about Blue Dragon Abel. Not long ago, we received a report about Doff, the god of war, becoming his summon, and now we receive a report about his relation with thief god Milton. There is no way information about god ranks will come so easily. Mad Knight Chapel bowed. It was already hard for the Holy Kingdom's investigation department to get any information above the legendary rank, let alone god ranks. After all, only normal people would be brainwashed by the demon from beyond so easily, so their investigation department did not have many elites. They had to try very hard to even know anything about the legendary rank. Therefore, something suspicious must be going on. Maybe Blue Dragon Abel has deliberately given them the information. My saint, but I feel like those reports are true exactly because of this, Mad Knight Momo said with a slightly cunning voice. He then gazed at Mad Knight Chapel. He was clearly not happy that someone else had gotten involved in his work. Momo, then tell me what you think. The saint lowered his voice. He was actually quite neutral when it came to conflicts among his inferiors. As long as it did not affect their work, he would turn a blind eye. That's his style. Blue Dragon Abel is a part of the dragons, not a part of the Wizard Union. Considering the Wizard Union's attitude towards gods, do you think they will allow a powerful god like Daf, the god of war, to live on? I think the Wizard Union has deliberately leaked Blue Dragon Abel's information, so we will make a move on him. Mad Knight Momo bowed with confidence. The saint nodded. He agreed with this analysis. After going against the Wizard Union for so long, he got an idea of how they operate. Their vast number was their weakness. It would be very hard for them to all agree on the same thing. Thus, a small number of wizards might still decide to leak Blue Dragon Abel's information, even if the majority didn't want to. Blue Dragon Abel. He is the one who killed half-god Knight Gallop in the front line, right? The saint asked. Yes, according to our analysis, the owner of the Golden Castle is Blue Dragon Abel. Mad Knight Momo bowed again. The saint contemplated and thought about his holy crystals again. Thief God Milton is causing too much trouble. He lowered his voice. My saint, but it is very hard for us to take down Blue Dragon Abel with Daf, the god of war, around. Mad Knight Momo continued. Did you get more information about the fallen god incident? The saint asked again. The fall of Wizard Brantford was too hard to miss even for normal people, so of course, the Holy Kingdom knew about it. My saint, we don't have any evidence, but we have some speculations, Mad Knight Momo said in hesitation. He couldn't present anything that he was not confident about to the saint. He was the head, so his punishment would be the most serious. Just say it, the saint waved his hand. My saint, according to a top-ranked chef who lived nearby, he and his team would need to prepare a batch of their best food for a special delegate to pick up once a month, so the god rank should be near them, Mad Knight Momo said. Since a body made of energy did not require much, food once a month should be enough. Also, someone noticed that an 18-story magic tower has disappeared after the fallen god incident. It is around that time the chefs also stopped getting requests, so we speculate that the Wizard Union has taken down a god rank by themselves. Mad Knight Momo continued. Good, the saint patted his chair and yelled. The Holy Kingdom has been in chaos, but they have not even lost a single half-god. Thief God Milton has been shamelessly killing low-rank knights and preachers, yet they just couldn't track him down. So the saint always could not let out his frustrations. Although Mad Knight Momo speculated that the fallen god was a wizard, everyone knew it was either a wizard or a dragon. Since it was more likely to be a wizard, how could the saint not be happy? Seems like the Wizard Union has started to summon their god ranks, so we might need to do the same as well. We will let the central continent get a taste of our god ranks. A spark flashed in the saint's eyes. Let the Lord shine on the continent. Everyone in the temple roared. If forces in the central continent were stepping up, the knights wouldn't stand by and watch. For thousands of years, their forces were marched. But no god ranks have ever been summoned. It was because of this, a sneaky bastard like Thief God Milton could roam around so freely. Summon the god ranks and make Blue Dragon Abel our target. Our god rank knights will soon be god killers, the saint roared as well. In his mind, a new god and a young blue dragon had no chance against his invincible god rank knights. Just like that, the decision in the central temple was settled, and both Abel and Thief God Milton had no idea. Meanwhile, a young-looking legendary wizard named Nate was sitting in his office in the Wizard Union, with a pile of resources in front of him. If anyone in the known was looking, they would know that this wizard was looking at resources from Abel. He was the vice president of the investigation department, so he had the authority to look at god-rank documents. If I don't leak this, there is no way they will go against Blue Dragon Abel, Wizard Nate grunted. He was actually a disciple of Wizard Bradford's school. Although they were separated by 2 generations, his respect for Wizard Bradford was mad. After he discovered that Blue Dragon Abel was the one who killed Wizard Bradford, he was furious. Although there were many disciples of Wizard Bradford's school in the Wizard Union, most of them only wept or chanted their need for justice. None of them actually did anything. Wizard Bradford had already died. There was nothing they could do. To Wizard Nate, those wizards were all cowards, so he began plotting and finally leaked his information to the Holy Kingdom's investigation department without anyone noticing. His plan has been going on for a while, but after the God-rank wizards returned, they not only did not go after Abel, they granted Abel a red status warning. It was clear the elites of the Wizard Union were afraid of Blue Dragon Abel. Still, Wizard Nate was not afraid. He found a few sneaky methods and leaked even more information to the Holy Kingdom. However, he was very mindful of one thing, and that was he did not leak the scariest things about Abel so the Holy Kingdom wouldn't be scared as well. He knew Doph, the god of war, was not weaker than any of the living gods since he killed the god of fire, and Blue Dragon Abel had a special ability to work with thief god Milton. The second report was what irritated him the most because he knew Wizard Bradford was killed in silence. Blue Dragon Abel, you are going to die this time. A smirk emerged on his face. But immediately after he said those words, 4 red cloak wizards appeared next to him with a look of death. Wizard Nate, we have evidence that you leaked the Union's top secret information. You will soon be punished. A red cloak wizard lowered his voice. Wizard Nate was not stupid, so he immediately realized something. He was only a legendary rank wizard. The god rank information he got was way too easy to get. Wait, was he a part of the Wizard Union's plot all along? Of course, there was no way the fallen god incident would be missed by the gods. So the Wizard Union had reported to them beforehand. It was also written in their contract long ago. Any affairs involving god ranks would be shared with the gods, and the Wizard Union had to keep their words, especially since Abel was a part of the God Alliance anyway. Blue Dragon Abel, thief god Milton is your summon. The goddess of the moon was in disbelief. She knew very well what kind of god thief god Milton was. At the same time, the report suggested that he had killed a god-rank wizard along with Doph, the god of war. Yeah, he is, Abel smiled. It was no longer a secret, so he just directly replied. His words immediately made the 5 other gods' faces sink. Although thief god Milton was so weak, he did not even join the God Alliance. He was still an old god from the era of gods. If Abel had somehow made him his summon, it could only mean that he had something that restricts gods. But of course, Abel was not planning to make a move on the other gods. Thief god Milton did not have a kingdom, and he only had enough followers to sustain his body. So it actually made sense that a weakling like him would become a summon. Can we take a look at thief god Milton? The goddess of water asked from aside. I'm sorry, but thief god Milton is now on a killing spree in the evil kingdom. Abel smiled. Maybe you are the only one who has the guts to pick so many fights with the evil kingdom. The goddess of moon lowered her voice. The gods were bound to be at war with the Holy Kingdom. If the Holy Kingdom beat the Wizard Union, they would have no place to live as well. You can just tell because all holy knights would address the gods as the devil. Considering how much the Wizard Union had developed through their battle in the front line with the Holy Kingdom. Unleashing a killing spree inside the Holy Kingdom was pure bravery. Abel smiled. He was actually nowhere as innocent. He was not only killing, but also stealing his followers. After all, the Holy Kingdom was a place where religion could truly thrive. As long as the demon from beyond was in slumber, no one would notice him. Blue Dragon Abel, today the God Alliance wants to invite you to discuss something, the goddess of the moon said in a serious tone. Please, Abel bowed. The Wizard Union now has 5 god-rank wizards, and their existence is making us worry. Although we can work with each other, our forces are no longer a match to them, especially after the fall of the god of fire. The goddess of moon gazed around and turned to Abel. Abel nodded, and the goddess of moon continued. Of course, Blue Dragon Abel's presence in the alliance has also increased our strength a great deal. With Doph, the god of war's 2 bodies, he could strike at any moment. She paused when she said the name Doph. Among the 5 gods, The goddess of earth and the god of wealth had the weakest power. A war would be huge trouble for them. The goddess of the moon was not in a much better situation either. She had to do godsend on Lorraine, but Lorraine was still a child, so her power was limited. After all, the gods would be safe as long as no one finds their worlds. But considering the might of the Wizard Union, there was still a possibility that 5 god-rank wizards could track them down. The goddess of moon, are you worried that the wizards would attack? Abel was in disbelief. He knew the Wizard Union signed a peace treaty with the gods and lived with each other peacefully for all these years. Why would they make a move now? The Wizard Union is too big. Any one of those 5 god-rank wizards have the authority to unleash an attack on us, so there is no guarantee, the goddess of the moon said helplessly. Abel nodded. He agreed, the Wizard Union really was too big, and things would only get more chaotic as more god-rank wizards emerged. If Wizard Bradford stole something from the gods instead of the sea dragons, no one would even bat an eye. The goddess of the moon, so what are you thinking? Abel asked since it seemed like the gods had already agreed on something. I hope Doph, the god of war's second body, can assist us at any time when needed. We will share knowledge about holy texts with you, the goddess of the moon said. Holy texts were one of the few things that attracted Abel. They were the result of thousands of years of studies by gods. They could be directly applied to a god's kingdom and strengthen it. Since Doph had 2 bodies, both of his bodies would be strengthened by the holy texts as well. I am very keen, but you need to give me the holy text first, Abel said to the gods. He did not want to get paid by the number of times he had to make a move, because if the Wizard Union never made a move, he would get nothing. He was in a constant battle with time, so it was necessary. No problem, each of us will share with you now. Please connect your spirit connection circle with ours. The goddess of moon smiled. They had all agreed unanimously already. Doph was the most powerful of them all, so sharing holy texts in exchange for his support was a small price to pay. Afterward, the 5 gods each took out a portal object and placed it on the spirit connection circle. In flashes of white light, they were teleported to Abel. Abel immediately snatched the 5 portal objects and scanned with his power of the will. They were all filled with books about holy texts. Everyone, I will immediately send out Doph's second body as soon as any of you need help. If Doph's second body is busy, I will send out equal amount of force. Abel lowered his voice. The gods nodded. Abel deliberately teased his power because he just got a god-rank wizard's body, and he should be able to resurrect it in a month. As his power grew, he would definitely make a god-rank summon guard the Golden Castle. Although he had the mighty angel body for close combat, he was not going to expose it, as that would basically make the continent mistake him as the Holy Kingdom. In a few flashes, the gods left over a teleportation point near their kingdom before they went. Magic Circle Spirit, record those points in the giant teleportation circle, Abel commanded. The goddess of the moon had given him a point hidden within the Ervo forest. From then on, he would no longer need to scare the elves if he wanted to visit. Even after joining the alliance of God, Abel did not think the gods were capable of protecting him. Their forces were way too scattered, and their authority was far inferior compared to the dragons. Indeed, the dragons did help Abel a lot. If not, Doph would not be able to form a holy body and build a kingdom. On the next day, when Abel was still sorting out the knowledge about holy texts, he sensed the energy of 3 god ranks appearing in the Golden Castle. He almost thought the war was about to break out, but he was very familiar with one of the energies. Approaching another god rank without notice often meant war, and there was no need for them to hide their energy in the territory of another god rank. It was simply impossible. The energy of worlds was bound by law to repel each other. Abel did not return to the Golden Castle immediately. Instead, he kept sensing the other 2 god-rank energy. They were both dragons, one with vicious fire energy and the other was like Headmaster Eugene, a blue dragon. Abel let out a breath of relief and appeared on the Golden Castle's platform. Blue Dragon Abel, let me introduce. This is God-rank Blue Dragon Headmaster Arma. This is God-rank Fire Dragon Carlos. Headmaster Eugene smiled when he saw Abel. Greetings, Headmaster Arma and Headmaster Carlos. Abel bowed. Headmaster Arma was in the form of a human female, Her face looked extremely cold, with long blue hair behind her back. For a human woman her age, she was quite a looker. Headmaster Carlos, on the other hand, was in the form of a man with red hair and a huge beard. "Haha, you must be Blue Dragon Abel. I've been hearing about you from Eugene, and I've been curious for a long time. I finally got the chance to meet you today." Headmaster Carlos laughed. Seems like he was a dragon with a big attitude. "Blue Dragon Abel, hello," Headmaster Arma added with a little smile. "Blue Dragon Abel, with Doff the god of war, us dragons now have 4 god ranks, the same as the Wizard Union," Headmaster Eugene said with a smile, but that smile carried a hint of helplessness. If the Wizard Union did not keep summoning god-rank wizards to the point where the dragons felt threatened, there was no need for them to go through all the hassles. Abel knew big changes were happening. The gods have shared their valuable holy texts with Abel just to maintain balance with the Wizard Union, so of course, the dragons would do the same. "Headmaster Eugene, how are things going now?" Abel asked. "Still quite peaceful, but the Wizard Union now has around 5 god-rank wizards, so we should definitely stay alert. The reason I brought those 2 here today is to discuss our future plans with you." Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. "Welcome, let's go in and take a seat." Abel saw that they were still standing on the balcony, so he quickly added in embarrassment, "No need for Blue Dragon Abel. I like this floating scenery, so let's just stay here." Headmaster Carlos waved and said. Although he heard a lot about the Golden Castle, seeing it with his own eyes was still more shocking. At the same time, he just loved the scenery of the Battlecry Plateau. It was completely different from what he expected. The place was filled with life, with rivers and lakes. Even the soils were cheering. It all reflected the power of Doff, the god of war. Without saying a word, Headmaster Carlos took a chair and sat down. "Okay, then let's chat here," Abel nodded. The half-god dragons all bowed and left. Since the god-ranked dragons did not invite them, they had no right to be around. "What do you guys want to drink?" Abel saw them all, took a seat and asked. "Give me a cup of red wine and Carlos the strongest Grandmaster wine," Headmaster Eugene said, and turned to Headmaster Arma. "Arma, do you want wine or juice?" "Juice," she gently added. "Magic Circle Spirit, give me 2 juices, a Grandmaster wine and a red wine," Abel called. Soon the ancient puppets brought on the wine, and Headmaster Carlos took a sip. Immediately his face was stunned, and he gulped the entire thing down. The ancient puppet behind him quickly poured him another glass. He gulped it down as well, and the process repeats. After 6 glasses, Headmaster Eugene had to say something. "Carlos, please mind yourself. You are only a first-time guest. If you have gone too far, you will not be invited again." Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. Headmaster Carlos paused and lowered his glass. "Blue Dragon Abel, can you give me some of this wine?" He turned and asked in excitement. "It has been a long time since an old monster like him had so much fun." "No problem, I will prepare after our chat," Abel smiled. Of course, he would not reject a dragon headmaster, since Headmaster Carlos did not mention that he wanted to purchase it. He would owe Abel a favor if Abel gave him the wine. After all, the Grandmaster wine was a small price to pay for a favor from a god-ranked dragon. As for Headmaster Carlos, he didn't know the price of the wine, and he was worried that offering too little would make him look cheap, so he just reacted out of instinct. "Blue Dragon Abel, I'll take some of the juice as well," Headmaster Arma effect. "Okay," Abel smiled. Even Headmaster Eugene realized her voice seemed friendlier after drinking the juice. Staying in good spirits was crucial for good ranks, and it was the reason why Headmaster Eugene kept serving the dragons. As for Headmaster Carlos, his method was to do exploration, and for Headmaster Arma was to go into retreat. After all these years, her heart was basically as cold as the law of ice she studied. Since Abel's drinks could smooth their spirits, they had to be treasured. "Blue Dragon Abel, I will recall Gold Dragon Kemble back to the Dragon Island for defense. The Golden Castle is now powerful enough, but if you need any more help, just contact the Dragon Island. From now on, there will always be 2 god ranks there on guard." Headmaster Eugene turned the atmosphere serious again. Since the 4 dragons were all pregnant, their mission in the Golden Castle was completed. It was just that they loved the Golden Castle so much, and back then, Doff still needed more help to protect his domain. The power of 8 half-god dragons was even more than what the Dragon Island normally had. Of course, the Dragon Island was in a special dimension with special forces. It would be a nightmare to invade. However, considering the situation of the central continent, it was still better for the dragons to strengthen their forces. The Golden Castle was already powerful enough to withstand the attack of a god rank with its super cannon and Doff, the god of war, so it should be fine. Okay, Abel nodded, but a part of him didn't want to. He enjoyed the lively atmosphere created by the 8 dragons, and he would definitely miss Gold Dragon Kemble considering how close they were. Blue Dragon Abel, can you also grant Carlos and Arma the permission to use the Golden Castle's teleportation circle, so we can come for support as soon as necessary? Headmaster Eugene added. Although the Golden Castle was open to the dragons, it would still automatically filter out god ranks. It was like a wizard's magic tower. The most powerful wizard would be rejected even if they were using their teleportation circle for transit. After all, it was too risky to let a powerful figure enter one's home without notice. Magic Circle Spirit, give Headmaster Carlos and Headmaster Arma the permission, Abel called. Actually, the most important places of the Golden Castle, such as the Energy Room and Operation Room, were all separated from the rest. Only Abel could enter from a short-distance teleportation circle. Blue Dragon Abel. Just keep our eyes out these days. Wizard under the wizard Bradford you killed has used his authority in the investigation department to leak your information. Headmaster Eugene lowered his voice. Is it really that easy to leak information? Abel was a little stunned. As far as he knew, there were many ranks to the Wizard Union's department and the information they had access to. Even when he was a Headmaster of Honor, he was still not given access to any information about god ranks. Who knows? Headmaster Eugene let out a cold laugh. He too was a little suspicious, but he had no evidence. Most importantly, although the Wizard Union did not declare where the information was leaked to, the only force powerful enough to take down Abel was the Holy Kingdom. Headmaster Eugene, I am very curious too, but if any god rank wants to invade my castle, I'll see if my Golden Castle can blast their world open. Abel gazed at his super cannon and said, if a god rank was attacking the Golden Castle at close range, and the super cannon was fully charged beforehand, its weakness would be compromised. That's the super cannon. Headmaster Carlos looked forward. He was not expecting such a scary weapon to look like a toy. Yeah, perfect for a little surprise, Abel smiled. The horror Headmaster Eugene saw in the ocean. That 20 meters wide hold opened up in the waves was unforgettable, so Headmaster Eugene stood up and said in a serious tone, Blue Dragon Abel, the actual reason Carlos and Arma are here with me today is that we have all officially agreed to make you a Headmaster of the Dragons. From now on, you can declare war on any forces on behalf of the dragon and make commands on every dragon, pseudo-dragon, and any creature with dragon blood. Headmaster Carlos and Headmaster Arma also stood up with a smile. At first, they were still deciding, since making Abel a headmaster changes the fate of the dragons. But after interacting with Abel for a while, they were certain. After the chat with the 3 god-ranked dragons, the 8 half-god dragons returned to the Dragon Island with Headmaster Eugene. This morning Abel was eating his breakfast alone in the dining room. It had been 2 days since the Golden Castle went quiet, and the only things still moving were the ancient puppets. Luckily Abel was still busy sorting out his holy text and his business in the Holy Kingdom, so he was not consumed by loneliness. He could not stop worrying about the current situation of the continent. Although he left some powerful forces in the Holy Continent, he still wanted to do more for them. Therefore, he decided to make a super teleportation circle for Harry Castle so he could return. Easier. The one he got from the Lance Continent, and each of them was restricted by the Wizard Union. At first, Abel never even considered the idea of making a super teleportation circle, considering how complicated they were. He knew from the dragons that a god-ranked dragon could make one, but that dragon was still exploring in the far ocean. The dragon's magic circles were different from normal magic circles since they needed to hold much larger bodies, and the resources it took corresponded. Abel was not lacking in resources, but he just did not have time to wait for that dragon. Therefore, he decided to ask the blacksmith dwarves in his kingdom. Grandmaster Eddie was immediately sent to Abel. At first, he was a little irritated that someone had interrupted his work, but he quickly bowed when he saw Abel. "Grandmaster Eddie, are there any blacksmith who can make a super teleportation circle?" Abel smiled. "My great lord, there are 65 blacksmith dwarfs who can." Grandmaster Eddie bowed. Abel felt his heart lift. Seems like he underestimated his blacksmiths. After all, only a small number of forces had a super teleportation circle. However, the dwarves were the core manufacturers for the Wizard Union, so of course, some of them knew how to make a super teleportation circle. Especially the Grandmasters. They were the best of the best after centuries of perfecting their crafts. Some of them also knew alchemy and metallurgy, so they were capable of making the materials needed as well. But when it came to materials, no one could come close to Abel. After Abel's command, Grandmaster Eddie took the lead, and the blacksmiths began to make the components for a super teleportation circle. It was a huge operation, and it could normally take up to years to complete. With all 5,000 blacksmith dwarves working at once with a division of labor, everything was completed in just 5 days. So you could just imagine how valuable the assets of the god of fire were. However, after Abel put the components in his portal bag and returned to the Golden Castle, he began stressing again. Constructing the super teleportation circle in the Holy Continent would be simple if he brought the Golden Castle with him and let the magic circle spirit do the work. But then he would not be able to test out how strong their connection was. The commander spirit, on the other hand, was also another one of his most intelligent spirits, but he always only used it for surveillance and controlling puppets. Magic circle spirit transfer the information about super teleportation circles to the commander spirit. Bell decided to see if he could use the commander spirit instead. "Yes, master," a message emerged from his headmaster badge. Syncing information, the commander spirit then sounded. Since both of them had the same owner, the process was quick. "Commander Spirit, are you confident?" Abel asked after the syncing was completed. Headmaster, new ability gazed. Constructing super teleportation circles, the commander spirit replied clearly. Of course, the commander spirit could not replace the magic circle spirit, since the magic circle spirit houses the knowledge of countless magic circles, and it could even develop new magic circles. But on the other hand, it was nothing to command spirit when it came to commanding puppets. "Stay here, use the super cannon, and alert the dragons as soon as an enemy appears." Abel turned to Doff's second body and told it to stay in the Golden Castle. It was his home and a base for the dragons to nurture their young. He didn't want anything bad to happen to it. At the same time, he was very excited that he could finally go back to the Holy Continent. Although he has been back a few times since he came to the Central Continent. Just thinking of the happy faces of the Duke of Marshall, Wizard Morton, and all of his close friends made his heart warm. For another powerful figure like him, their close ones have already died long ago. Therefore, most of them did not have much connection with the common world, and Abel was very special when it came to this. After everything was set, he teleported to the dragons for transit. However, as he approached Dragon Island, he noticed something different. There were countless legendary rank pseudo-dragons patrolling around the sky, and they immediately bowed when they saw Abel. Headmaster Abel. Seemed like his identity as a headmaster had become official in the dragons, and somehow the dragons all recognized Abel even they never met him. Abel smiled and nodded, but he could still feel the atmosphere getting tense. He was still outside the Dragon Island, and their security was already beefed up. Abel. "Headmaster." Gold Dragon Kemble also heard the news, and he waited as Abel flew closer. But he just hadn't gotten used to the new title. "Brother Abel, just keep calling me brother." The same old smile emerged on Abel's face and dragged Gold Dragon Kemble up from a bow. "Yeah, this is very awkward," Gold Dragon Kemble laughed. He was too used to interacting with Abel as an equal, and it seemed like Abel just became a headmaster out of a sudden, so his brain just couldn't wrap around it. "Brother Abel, what brings you here?" he asked curiously since Abel left the Golden Castle. Considering how much weaker Abel was compared to his summon, he would be safest in the Golden Castle. "Brother Kemble, I need to use the super teleportation circle to visit the Holy Continent." Abel smiled. "But things are getting very complicated recently. It's best for you to stay in the Golden Castle. Gold Dragon Kemble added with care. Thanks for your care, brother, but this is exactly why I need to go back and build a super teleportation circle in my family castle. I am worried about my family's safety. Abel continued to smile. Gold Dragon paused. It was only at this moment he remembered how young Abel was. It was normal for any 22 years old to care. So much for their family. Brother Abel, then I won't stop you. Feel free to use the dragon's teleportation circle. No one will be able to track you down, Gold Dragon Kemble said helplessly. After entering the dragon's world, Abel moved in a flash with the Gold Dragon Kemble. The place was much more lively than before, with giant dragons flying all across the sky, just like how a power force should be. Without a single hassle, they arrived at the super teleportation circle of the Dragon Temple, and Abel took out 3 top-level gems. But he paused before he ignited it. Brother Kemble, here are 1,000 super healing potions, just to make sure things don't go south. Abel took out a portal bag and said, since he started growing potion ingredients in Bloodmoor with the 3rd goddess spring water, he doubled down on his potion making. It was necessary considering the current situation. Brother Abel, these potions are too valuable, so just keep it for yourself. I still have some from the dragons and ones you gave me. Gold Dragon Kemble immediately rejected. Just take it, I have more than enough lifesavers. If you don't want it, just give it to Black Dragon Prague or Blue Dragon Hurley. Abel handed the portal bag forward again. Afterward, he ignited the teleportation circle, and the insane amount of energy wrapped around him, while Gold Dragon Kemble held the portal bag in his hand and watched with an emotional gaze. He knew everyone was trying to beef up their super potion inventory, but none of them was successful. Getting 1,000 bottles from Abel was basically more than double compared to what he had before. Of course, he was not going to sell time, since one could never had too many lifesavers. After Abel disappeared from the teleportation circle, Gold Dragon Kemble flew towards the place of Blue Dragon Hurley. Since Abel mentioned it, he would share it with his friends. Meanwhile, Abel stepped out of the teleportation circle, and he shook his head. No matter how powerful he got, teleportation in the super teleportation circle still made him feel dizzy. Finally, he was back in the Holy Continent. The dragon territory there was lifeless in comparison. There was not even the energy of a giant dragon, so he did not stay. After all, even pseudo-dragons were called back to the Dragon Island in preparation for the potential war in the next 100 years. Abel did not take out his fire tooth. Instead, he moved in a flash as he began to take a deeper breath. The air in the Holy Continent just feels more familiar. Finally, he arrived above the kingdom of St. Ellis. The long years of peace have added a vial of calmness to the place. This is my kingdom, Abel laughed. He was basically invincible in this place, and there would be no one giving him trouble. Meanwhile, Wizard Lorenzo's face was pale as he watched from the Linnate City Wizard Union headquarters. A legend has entered the Holy Continent. He saw the special surveillance circle alert and gasped. But of course, the circle would not have noticed if the legend did not expose his power. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1 SOM. Therefore, all he could do was to write it down in his next report to the Central Continent and keep praying that the legendary wizard was not there to cause trouble. He did not think it was Abel, since he knew Abel was still law-defying wizard the last time he visited. If Abel's speedy process in becoming a law-defying wizard was a miracle, his process in becoming a legendary rank was basically out of this world. What Wizard Lorenzo worried the most was that Abel's enemy was here to seek revenge, but it was at that moment Abel approached Harry Castle. Since his senses had improved, he could clearly sense the excitement in Babala as he got nearer and nearer. Abel sent a message of gratitude to Babala. The Harry Castle was the core of his family, and Babala had always guarded the place. As an ancient guardian plant, Babala would be very powerful if it could move around, so Abel was a lot less worried about it. Afterward, Abel connected to Tower Spirit Flora and the other magic circles around. The defense of the Harry Castle immediately opened a path for him, and his body landed from the sky. Look, that is, the servants gasped. Everyone in the square looked up and saw a human floating, and none of them could comprehend what was happening. A knight yelled, and 4 griffin knights speeded forward. Majesty, The first Griffin Knight who arrived quickly recognized Abel, so he immediately stopped his men and bowed. Majesty, everyone in the square also dropped to their knees when they heard the knight. There was only one person who could be called Majesty. Get up, this is Harry Castle, not the royal palace. Abel lowered his voice in mid-air. Soon, wizards began to appear with a bow one by one. Suddenly, Wizard Morton also appeared in a flash. And he looked around at the people on their knees. Off you go, he sounded. Teacher, Abel then landed and bowed. Abel, you can fly now, Wizard Morton gasped. He knew about the legendary rank. They were basically like gods. Teacher, you are rank 50 now, soon you will become an elite wizard, Abel smiled. All because of the resources you provide. Too bad I am already maxing out my potential. Wizard Morton shook his head. Where is Uncle Marshall? Abel then looked around and asked. He caused quite a scene when he arrived. There was no way the Duke of Marshall would miss it. Oh, he is looking after the fields, Wizard Morton smiled. Just after he finished those words, a carriage carried by 2 white horses with Steward Lindsay at the front quickly arrived. Abel looked forward. It was the one he gave the Duke of Marshall long ago, but it was just carried by white horses instead of inferno bulls. Their values were definitely much higher than the bulls, but it only made sense considering how much the Duke of Marshall liked to show off. Uncle, Abel quickly stepped up and opened the carriage door. Abel, I immediately came back as soon as I heard you were here for a visit. The Duke of Marshall happily jumped out. Young master, Steward Lindsay also stepped down and bowed. Thank you for looking after my uncle. Abel smiled and nodded. Let's go in and talk. Wizard Morton smiled and added from aside. Afterward, Abel placed his hand on the Duke of Marshall's shoulder and stepped into Harry Castle. The Duke of Marshall was already a head commander, which was no surprise. The profession of being a knight was not challenging, so it only made sense considering how many potions he had. Still, Abel was very happy for him. The Duke of Marshall loved to drink, have fun, and buy luxury things. But he never forgot about his wife. The only thing he truly wanted was to grow old next to her tomb in Harry Castle. Therefore, becoming a top rank knight only meant his life was going very well. Abel had many methods to make the Duke of Marshall an immortal, but it still came down to if the Duke of Marshall actually wanted that. Afterward, Steward Lindsay began to serve up the drinks after the 3 of them took a seat. Abel was poured a glass of juice, and he immediately took a sip. It was the water spirit fruit juice with 2 combinations, the taste of home. Abel, what rank are you? Wizard Morton couldn't help but ask. Rank 30, Abel did not hide. Wizard Morton was immediately speechless. Was rank 30 even considered a legendary rank? It was basically a step away from being a half-god, and Abel was only 22 years old. Rank 30, that must be very high. The Duke of Marshall knew Abel was progressing very fast, but he was not too surprised. In fact, he wouldn't even be surprised if Abel was rank 40, considering how fast Abel could level up. Marshall, rank 30, is just a rank away from being a half-god. Wizard Morton couldn't help but interrupt. Abel, you are becoming a god. The Duke of Marshall quickly jumped up with a pair of sparkling eyes. Almost, Abel smiled. Abel, so do you have a reason for your return this time? Wizard Morton asked again. Chaos is breaking out in the central continent, so I'm about to build a super teleportation circle in Harry Castle. Abel smiled and got to the point. And everything is going well for you in the central continent, right? Wizard Morton continued. Not bad. I've joined the dragons and became their headmaster. Abel smiled. The dragons? Wizard Morton frowned. Ain't you a wizard? Ain't you in the Wizard Union? There is no way the Wizard Union is going to take in a 22-years-old rank 30 wizard like me, Abel said helplessly. Wizard Morton paused. He vaguely knew what was going on. A lone wolf like Abel becoming rank 30 at such speed must create a lot of stories. Uncle Marshall, there is another reason for my return. Abel turned and said with a serious tone. I hope you can give a god your faith, he continued. Abel, I am a knight. I don't want to force myself to believe anything I don't want to. The Duke of Marshall shook his head. Knights in the Holy Continent only trusted themselves. Their swords, shield, and armor were the mightiest things, so it was very unlikely for them to believe in some external god. Okay, I'll be honest with you. One of my summons became a god and it has a kingdom. If you place your faith in him, your soul will return to his kingdom and it will create a new body for you when you die. Abel lowered his voice. The Duke of Marshall was stunned, and Wizard Morton was stunned too. Wasn't Abel still a legendary wizard? He got a god with a kingdom as a summon. The Duke of Marshall was stunned just because of the word god, but Wizard Morton knew what a god with a kingdom signified. He knew only gods recognized by the Wizard Union had a kingdom, and he knew that no new god had even managed to emerge to survive besides the ones left over from the era of God, such as the goddess of moon and god of fire. Abel, I know you want me to live on forever, and I want to keep watching you grow as well, but your growth has shown me one thing. I no longer have to worry about you. Your powers are beyond my comprehension, so I'm sorry. I just want to see Ivy sooner. She is too lonely by herself. The Duke of Marshall regained himself and lowered his voice. Abel was also a little stunned. This was what he was afraid of most. Since he did not have many friends, the Duke of Marshall meant a lot to him. He was someone he might even die for, so losing him would be devastating. Uncle, I will find a way to resurrect Ivy when I become a god rank. If that's still not possible, I will get even more powerful and succeed one day. Just live on for now. Abel grabbed the Duke of Marshall by the hand and said. He didn't know where dead souls go, but he knew he would find a way as soon as he got powerful enough. It was a hard promise to make, but he was committed. Abel, don't try to take everything on yourself, but still, I trust you. I will try to turn to your god when I got old. The Duke of Marshall smiled. Okay, uncle, I'll leave a statue here. The name is the God of War. Anyone in the family can place their faith if they want, but don't tell anyone else. Abel lowered his voice. Gathering beyond a god's faithful ground was illegal under the Wizard Union's regulations, but it should be fine as long as Abel didn't overdo it. Abel, considering your conflict with the Wizard Union, are you going to get in trouble for building a super teleportation circle? Wizard Morton pretended he did not hear about becoming an immortal in a god's kingdom. He was a wizard. He could not do something like that. This one I built is free from the Wizard Union's teleportation network. It can only connect to my territories in the central continent. Abel smiled. That's good, but Wizard Morton didn't know how he should feel. He was always loyal to the Wizard Union, yet his disciples have turned away. If the family has any elite Wizard Union in the future, they can just use my super teleportation circle to the central continent. Don't use the Wizard Union's, Abel smiled. Back in the days, he used the Wizard Union's super teleportation circle, and the Wizard Union in the central continent disregarded him completely. There were not even any wizards instructing him. If they use his super teleportation circle, at least they would have someone powerful to turn to. Uncle Marshall, can you get a trustworthy knight? I need to test out one thing. Abel smiled. Although there were many knights in the kingdom of St. Ellis, Abel was about to do something very secretive, so he needed his family knight. Then let's call on Knight Dudley. He is the second son of Steward Lindsay, so we can definitely place our full trust on him. But is what you are about to do dangerous? The Duke of Marshall asked. Not dangerous at all. The God of War got a faithful ground in the central continent, and there were many barbarians living there. Although the barbarian profession is not as powerful as the Wizard Union, it still has its specialty. Abel smiled. His words made the two elders pause again. How powerful was Abel getting in the central continent? Those who laughed at Abel for abandoning his throne for the central continent must be very ashamed of themselves. If the Wizard Union was not also powerful, he would have united the Holy Continent already, and his move to the central continent was actually extremely brave. Wizard Morton knew about the barbarian profession. Although they were looked down upon by wizards, their lifespan and strength still far exceeded a normal person. They were simply made differently. While wizards were skilled in speed and powerful elemental attacks, barbarians were better at defense and close combat. Not to mention, barbarians often make a move in a group, so their power could multiply to the point where other professions could not ignore. Abel, I heard only barbarians can learn barbarian skills, Wizard Morton asked. The God of War has a special power to give normal people barbarian talent. I just never tested it, so that's why I need a knight. Abel smiled. Lindsay, call Knight Dudley here, the Duke of Marshall called. Steward Lindsay overheard the conversation, so he was not worried at all. Yes, master, he bowed. Like a loyal servant, it was his pride to let his second son serve his master as well. If Dudley did a good job, he might even become a royal. Steward Lindsay thought to himself as he quickly brought Knight Dudley into the hall. Knight Dudley was a 25-years-old intermediate knight, which was quite gifted for his age. "My great majesty Abel," he dropped to one knee and called. Abel stood up and helped him up. "This is a home, no need to do unnecessary things. I want to do an experiment on you." "Do you consent?" Abel asked. "I will give my life to serve you, my majesty," Knight Dudley yelled and bowed again. So Abel had to help him again as well. The name Abel was just too great in the Holy Continent for royals, knights, and even civilians. Therefore, Knight Dudley was not lying when he said he would die for Abel. In fact, the 100,000 knights in the kingdom would gladly do so as well. "Knight Dudley, if my experiment is successful, you can no longer show yourself in public and you will stay in Harry Castle from then on. If my experiment fails, you will not die and I will send you to any place you like." Abel lowered his voice. "Majesty, I will do as you please." Knight Dudley kept a still face and yelled again. As an official knight for the Harry family, his honor was tied to his service. Seeing how loyal this knight was, Abel couldn't help but wonder if the central continent was so chaotic due to the lack of knight training. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but he liked this attitude in the Holy Continent. Afterward, he focused all his attention and connected to Doff in the Battlecry Plateau through the soul chain. Despite their distance, it worked just as well. Soon, the ancient totem on Doff's hand began to spark in gold. The Beeman preaching ability was ignited, and strange energy was transferred to Abel. Abel was looking very serious, and everyone around could feel the atmosphere around pressing in. It was only natural when normal people were sensing the energy of a god, even if it was transferred through the soul chain. A golden glow emerged on Abel's hand, and Knight Dudley couldn't help but get on his knees, allowing Abel to place his hand on his head. Suddenly, Knight Dudley was wrapped around by the golden glow, and he sensed the bones in his body breaking apart. At the same time, he sensed large amounts of information about barbarians rushing into his soul. Clack, clack, his armor was getting tighter and tighter, so Abel immediately took it away with a wave from his power of the will. What was exposed was a large chunk of muscles on Knight Dudley's body. It had only been a minute, and Knight Dudley was almost doubled in size, almost like a bodybuilder. Soon, the Beeman preaching's glow faded, and the energy on Knight Dudley changed. Abel felt relieved it was successful. But he was not worried at first anyway. Doff was making a move personally, so it only made sense he succeeded. Abel was just happy that the first human barbarians were created. "Dudley, how do you feel?" Abel saw Knight Dudley still had his eyes closed, so he asked. "Majesty, I feel very good. My strength has increased a lot, and there are a lot of information about barbarian skills in my brain. I am very confident." Knight Dudley opened his eyes and gasped with a bow. "You are now very powerful. Only wizards can go against you and your lifespan will correspond with your rank. Train well." Abel lowered his voice. "Yes, Majesty," Knight Dudley yelled. "Uncle Marshall, teacher, let's go back to the castle." Abel then turned to Knight Dudley again and said, "Follow me." When they entered the hall of the Harry Castle where Abel lived, Abel noticed everything was just the same as before he left. They arrived at the second floor, and Abel waved. All the bookshelves immediately moved to one side. He then took out a human-sized statue of Doff, the god of war, and placed it down. "Flora, lock this place up from on. No one can enter besides Teacher Morton and Uncle Marshall," Abel said to the sky. Since they were in his castle, Tower Spirit Flora could hear him even in places it could not reply. The Duke of Marshall, Wizard Morton, and Knight Dudley looked at the statue. It was unlike anything they saw. There was scary energy lurking around it that sent chills down their spines. This is the God of War statue. If there are any knights interested in becoming a professional barbarian in the future, just pray to this statue. If anyone in the family wants to live for eternity in my God's kingdom, they can also do the same. Abel turned to the Duke of Marshall and said, "Abel, I will go visit Bennett later and ask him about it. Also your mother and brother Zach as well." The Duke of Marshall smiled. "This is the God of War statue. If there are any knights interested in becoming a professional barbarian in the future, just pray to this statue. If anyone in the family wants to live for eternity in my God's kingdom, they can also do the same. Abel turned to the Duke of Marshall and said. Since Abel promised that there was a slim chance that he could resurrect his wife, he regained his hope. Considering how fast Abel grew, he shouldn't be far from that future. Knight Budley, this is the god of war that granted your barbarian profession. Do you want to pledge your faith? Abel smiled. Majesty, will that faith interfere with my loyalty in the Harry family? Knight Budley hesitated with a bit of fear. Haha, the god of war is a part of the Harry family as well, so of course not. Abel laughed. Majesty, then I'll gladly become your barbarian warrior. Knight Budley couldn't help but bow. Abel smiled and patted Knight Budley on the shoulder. For his family, he didn't care if they pledged their faith in Doff or not. Even if they were not a faithful follower, Abel could tell Doff to use some faith and bring their soul to his kingdom. Of course, no other god would do something like this. Throughout this time, Wizard Morton kept staring at the statue. How could Abel get a powerful summon like this? That statue was clearly giving out alluring energy. A normal person would become a faithful follower if they stared at it for too long. Wizard Morton was a professional, so his resistance was much stronger. Still, he did not say anything. He knew very well Abel would not hurt him or the Duke of Marshall. Teacher, I need to go back to my magic tower. You want to come along? Abel saw the expression on Wizard Morton and smiled. After they departed from the Duke of Marshall, they flashed towards the hill where the magic towers were behind the Harry castle. Abel did not immediately return to his own magic tower. Instead, he looked around. With a giant mana gathering circle, the mana concentration of the Harry castle could almost go against the wizard organizations of the central continent. No wonder so many official wizards have emerged compared to the last time Abel was here. Teacher, I am not worried about the safety here, and this time I've brought another layer of defense. Abel turned and said. Defense? You will leave something here. Won't that impact your safety in the central continent? Wizard Morton asked. If Abel was leaving something powerful over, he would have one less powerful thing around him. Considering the current situation, Abel might be at risk. Abel and Wizard Morton walked around and found a spot. Afterward, Abel summoned a tree man from his monster ring. Tree men commander, I am here to hear your command. A giant tree man appeared and said in a low voice. Wizard Morton and the wizards around immediately had their jaws dropped. Tree men, your mission now is to guard this place. Listen to the command of my Flora spirit and kill anyone who dares to invade. Abel turned and said. Yes, Commander, the tree men replied. Its giant legs then turned into roots and reached into the ground. Its arms turned to branches, and finally, it was looking exactly like a normal tree. Abel then found a few more spots and placed down 4 more tree men. It was not that he didn't want to place any more, but tree men needed mana, and any more would impact the training of wizards. He wouldn't believe there would be more than 5 legends invading at once, and those tree men could regenerate as soon as they touched the ground. Even if the worst happened, those tree men should hold them back before Abel came for support through the super teleportation circle. Abel, where did you get these tree men? How powerful are they? Wizard Morton knew they were ancient giants, but he couldn't tell how powerful they were. So he asked desperately. Should be around legendary rank, the Tree of Life helped me summon them. Abel smiled. Of course, he was not going to explain that he got them from the dark world. So this place now has 5 legendary rank powers, Wizard Morton mumbled. Teacher, don't think about it too much, they just need mana to survive. Abel smiled. If his enemies were not god ranks, it would be extremely overkill to even use a single legend to guard a family in a subcontinent. Good, Wizard Morton turned to the magic towers and said. Teacher, I also brought a magic tower back with me. I'm about to place it next to mine. Abel continued. Abel, who did you kill this time? Wizard Morton said helplessly. A god-rank wizard in the Wizard Union went crazy for a few days, and I was the one who killed him, so I took his magic tower as a spoil. Abel added. Wizard Morton was really speechless, even after all the shock he's been through already. Abel stepped towards the battle fort in the center of the wizard circle. It was a forbidden place where only Abel and his closest wizard friends could enter. On the battle fort was an elf garden, and where the holy object third goddess statue was located. The third god is spring water, was what made the crops in his kingdom flourish, so he couldn't let anyone see it. Although he had much more valuable things, he still didn't want to attract any trouble for his family. He found a spot and took out the 18 stories magic tower, and the battle fort's surface began to merge with its base. "Teacher, let's take a look inside," Abel bowed slash. "Haha, I never saw a god rank's magic tower." Wizard Morton's eyes began to sparkle. Every wizard in the Holy Continent was obsessed with magic towers, and Wizard Morton was no exception. From the first floor to the 17th floor, Wizard Morton was not too shocked, since there were only books and special weapons from the central continent around. But soon his heart fell when he arrived on the 18th floor. A giant garden was exposed in front of him. "Teacher, you can train here from now on." Abel pointed at that 3 stories wooden house. Since it could bring a tiny bit of benefit for a god-rank wizard, it could do wonders for Wizard Morton, so Wizard Morton could not resist. However, the shock did not end there. When they arrived at the 3rd floor of the house, Wizard Morton suddenly sensed the mana around became extremely lively. He would level up extremely quick if he meditated here. "Tower Spirit, give Wizard Morton and Tower Spirit Flora the access permission. You will now also serve under Tower Spirit Flora," Abel said to the Tower Spirit of the wooden house. The Tower Spirit's core began to spark, and Wizard Morton's energy was recognized along with Tower Spirit Flora's. As a god rank, Abel truly knew how powerful this magic tower was. Abel's magic tower could only be considered as the best of a subcontinent, but this magic tower was built entirely out of ancient materials by a powerful god-rank wizard. Therefore, Abel was also about to set up a barrier free from mana inside it, where his closest friend could enter for safety when needed. Considering how powerful the defense of this magic tower was, and the fact that the battle fort was invisible and floating, it should be very safe. The magic circles in a god-rank magic tower were at least a few times more powerful than the normal ones, so it only made sense that Abel used it as the new core of the wizard circle and its defense. At an instant, the initially 5 miles defense range increased to 10 miles, which created a perfect space between the Harry Castle and the wizard circle for Abel to put his super teleportation circle. Since the normal servants in Harry Castle could not handle the energy waves of the super teleportation circle, he needed something to diffuse them. "Commander Spirit, start installing the super teleportation circle." Abel looked towards an empty space and lowered his voice. Soon 2,000 worker puppets from the dwarves was summoned to do the work. Ever since he took over the God of Fire's assets, he ordered his blacksmiths to make even more puppets. Not because Abel was lacking in puppets, but he just wanted to keep his 32,000 new blacksmiths occupied, since the order he got each month could not satisfy them at all. After all, the puppets made by dwarves were the best of the best, and he wouldn't mind having more. "Yes, Headmaster," the Commander Spirit replied, and the puppets began to move. There was no need for those 5 meters tall puppets to use tools. Their metal hands could shape into many different things to get the job done. Soon, the soil on the ground was compressed, and the already prepared stone tiles were laid out on top. Abel watched from the side and sighed at how powerful the Commander's Spirit was. Those were no normal stone tiles. They were all extremely precise, with complicated magic patterns scattered on top. But if you didn't look closely at it, you would not be able to tell. Wizard Morton did not stay beside Abel to watch. As a wizard, he couldn't wait to test out his new training room anymore. It would make no difference to the puppets if he was there for naught anyway. Since the Commander Spirit had a control range of 10 miles, those puppets worked perfectly with each other, and after 2 hours, the hill transformed into a smooth stone surface. The super teleportation circle could finally be put together. Just like that, the construction proceeded towards the night before everything was finished. With that said, Abel said goodbye to Wizard Morton and the Duke of Marshall. He stood in this new super teleportation circle and ignited it. The supporting magic circles around began to gather energy, and things began to get chaotic. "Hush, Abel Majesty is using a super teleportation circle. From now on, the Harry family will have our own super teleportation circle," Wizard Morton said to the wizards around. "We have a super teleportation circle," the wizards gasped. The wizards in the wizard circle all looked up to Abel, and the Harry family's resources have helped their training tremendously, so it was their pride to call themselves a part of the Harry family. With their own super teleportation circle, their loyalty was even deeper. Some with the talent to become an elite wizard were filled with excitement. They would no longer be alone when they head to Central Continent. What Majesty Abel is here? Wizard Lorenzo finally got the confirmation in the Linnate Wizard Union. At first, he wondered if he should still report this to his superior, but he no longer had a choice after Abel built the super teleportation circle. The impact this had was too big, especially since Abel's super teleportation circle was free from the Wizard Union's network. Immediately, he ignited the communication circle in the Wizard Union and reported every little detail about Abel's visit to the Holy Continent. In just a few minutes, he got a reply. The Wizard Union in the Holy Continent will not interfere with the affair of Blue Dragon Abel. Pretend nothing happened. Wizard Lorenzo was stunned as he looked at the response. He was extremely confused. Why were they calling Abel a Blue Dragon? Were the elites of the Central Continent giving up on the Holy Continent? A giant fireball formed above the howling castle of the front line, and soon it was flying towards the Guardian Wings. It was a daily schedule by this point. Wizard Malthus was the strongest wizard guarding the Howling Castle. As a rank 25 wizard, he was leading 20 rank 22 to rank 24 wizards, as well as 400 elite wizards. Since the forces had retreated, the Howling Castle was the only force that remained in the front line. There were no more resources to take, and the demon's reawakening was imminent, so the plan to cultivate new power had also ended. Therefore, the Howling Castle was only attacking to defuse the faith of the Guardian Wings. Especially since thief god Milton had stolen a lot of their holy crystals, faith was even more valuable to them. Of course, the Wizard Union also knew how dangerous the Howling Castle was. Therefore, they put 10 legendary wizards and 3 half-god wizards in the defense wall of Doomsday to support the Howling Castle at any time. If needed, the Wizard Union could also send out some god rank in a few minutes' time. However, Wizard Malthus was sensing a strange threat on that day. The Holy Kingdom looked the same, but he felt like he was looking at a giant beast about to swallow him. No rest today, all wizards on guard, he said helplessly. He could not put his feelings into words, so he could only minimize the risk. All the wizards were under his commands anyway. The Howling Castle could normally attack on its own, but since the Wizards Union wanted to double the attack rate, they divided the wizards into 2 groups, and each took shifts to use their power of the will for assistance. If they wanted to speed up the attacks and defense, all wizards would need to work together. Wizard Malthus saw another giant fireball flying towards the Holy Kingdom and felt a chill run down his spine. Wizard Jackson called for support. He turned and said, "Okay." Wizard Jackson ignited the communication circle, but before he could even complete the process, a figure appeared from the Guardian Wing. His knight's sword turned into a white beam and slashed towards the fireball. Bang! The fireball was immediately scattered into sparkles, and the figure speeded forward like nothing had happened. "Wizard Jackson, quick!" Wizard Malthus yelled, but his voice began to break. He was a rank away from being a legend, but the figure speeding towards him was giving him an indescribable fear. Even his soul wanted to bow down, and he could not sense how powerful his enemy was. If he did not call for support, the Howling Castle stood no chance. Wizard Jackson quickly waved with his power of the will, and the alert circle in the defense wall began to spark. A god rank have entered the front line, Wizard Larkin gasped, as Wizard Luke connected to the communication circle. However, what they heard was a dead silence. Not good. The Wizard Union quickly got moving, and the news soon reached the headquarters. They needed a god rank. Even the 3 half-gods in the defense wall were hopeless. "Let's just hope they can hold on for a bit." Wizard Larkin lowered his voice. Wizard Luke was also looking blank. He knew from the communication circle that all the wizards in the Howling Castle had stopped moving, and that figure had stopped 2,000 meters away in mid-air with a giant black ball forming above. All the wizards were suppressed by the energy, and they could be killed at any moment. "My lord, Keynes will now give you some human sacrifice," God-rank Knight Keynes mumbled. Afterward, Holy Freeze aura appeared from the world above him. The power of law it gave out was scary. He could easily kill those wizards with his energy alone, but he didn't. He preferred a more violent method. With a wave, a sea of energy gushed out from his world, and a storm of ice swiped forward. Bang! Although there were many magic patterns on the Howling Castle, I have lost its supporting wizards, and the power of Knight-Mage was just too powerful. The surface of the Howling Castle was immediately frozen, and the shockwave that followed broke it like a thin piece of glass. Just like this, pride of the Wizard Union was broken at an instant. Wizard Malthus felt like he was being pressed down by a mountain, and his soul began to slow down. He knew very well only a god rank was capable of something like this. Soon, he saw the walls of the Howling Castle shattering, and his comrades turned into ice fog one by one. It was in that instant his soul let out a furious roar of frustration, and strange energy shot up. Suddenly, he regained his mobility. It was the leveling up of energy, and it counteracted the energy of Knight-Mage. However, he did not use this chance to escape. Instead, he started to burn up his rank 25 wizard pattern. His eyes were crazy. He knew escaping a futile, and his leveling up energy wouldn't last long either. Of course, Knight-Mage did not use full force in this attack since it was unnecessary, and it would be no fun if those wizards died too quick. Wizard Malthus' body began to expand, and he ignited his last move in a flash when the ice storm arrived an inch before him. The storm missed, and he reappeared right in front of Knight-Mage. However, he did not see the second wave of ice storm coming, and he was immediately frozen in mid-air. Since he was not a legend, and his body was not altered, he could not float. His body dropped to the ground, and the energy in his body reached its threshold. Bang! It blasted open. Knight-Mage gently lifted his shield, and all the energy from the blast was absorbed into his world. Little bug, he grunted in fury because a splash of blood from Wizard Malthus had contaminated his armor. As a mighty god rank, he could not tolerate getting touched by weaklings, so he roared and threw out 10 holy freezes. Just like that, the Howling Castle collapsed. More than 400 soil beams shot up, and Wizard Luke heard everything. That impact from the holy freeze, that explosion caused by Wizard Malthus, to the roar of Knight-Mage. Finally, a wave of silence washed over. The Howling Castle has fallen. He lowered his voice. Soon the 3 god-rank wizards from the Wizard Union arrived at the defense wall. "We are late." Wizard Smith lowered his voice when he saw the 400 soul beams shooting up. "Let's go have a look. Maybe that god rank is still here," Wizard McPhee said as he was about to cast a move in a flash. Wizard Smith and Wizard Mosley nodded, and the 3 of them flashed towards the Howling Castle. The 3 half-god wizards also followed from behind. But they kept their distance. A god-rank battle would put them in great danger. Their mission was only to examine the damage and search for survivors. "Let's play again next time." Knight-Mage mumbled coldly as he wiped the bloodstain on his armor with his finger and tasted it with his lips. Afterward, he speeded back to the Holy Kingdom. He was not planning to start a war with the god-rank wizards just yet. Knight-Mage was crazy, but not stupid. There was no way he could go against so many god-rank wizards. Wizard McPhee was the first one to arrive at the scene, and what he saw were a bunch of scattered frozen remains. With 420 soul beams shooting up, including 20 thick ones that signified the death of 20 law-defying wizards, it was one of the biggest losses the Wizard Union had ever taken. Still, the true battlegrounds belonged to the god ranks, especially the top-level god ranks against the demon from beyond. What happened to the Howling Castle was not a battle, but a ruthless massacre. The evil kingdom must have summoned their god rank, and I think it was Knight-Mage. Wizard Smith lowered his voice. Only the craziest god rank would have no regard for their face and do something like this, and there could be no one other than Knight-Mage. He believed that loyalty could only be shown through the sacrifice of blood, so he had to massacre every time he came out.